What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the internet where your cesspool is my jacuzzi. I have a little friend here who made me late tonight. This is my dog, Butter. He has not been here since I got a new desk and changed the layout of this place, so he's a little confused right now. But he's going to be sitting on the couch right behind us, because if I hold him, he will lick my face the entire time. Go on. Go. Go. Good boy. All right. So, I'm going to go over this entire document, which is, I think, 170 some, almost 200 pages. Let me check. Yeah, 179 pages. And this is Justin Baldoni's lawsuit against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. And it's going to be a little hard for me to do by myself, but I'm going to do it anyways. We're going to do this all in one sitting. At some point, I will have to take like a 10-minute break. So when I do that, I'm going to play a 10-minute video for you guys. Which, so it won't like interrupt the stream. We don't have to stop and start again. If you're watching this on replay, when I'm about to start the actual intermission, we'll call it video, I will let you know how long that video is going to be, what time I'll be back on the screen. Like I said, it'll be like 10 minutes. And then you can skip ahead if you want to. If not, you can watch it. It's actually a kind of an interesting video about a chilling case, if you ask me. So, yeah, let's get into it. Jennifer O says, hit that like button. Yes, I always forget, guys. If you could hit the like button, it would really help me out. Okay. An intermission. Are we allowed to mingle in the lobby? You're not allowed, but everyone else is. Okay. Sorry, I moved up a little bit here. So, Wayfarer Studios, Justin Baldoni, Jamie Heath, It Ends With Us movie, and Melissa Nathan and Jennifer Abel are the plaintiffs. The defendants are Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, Leslie Sloan, and Vision PR Inc. I don't know anything about Vision PR or Leslie Sloan, but I guess we're going to find out. All right. And like I said, I'm reading this by myself, so just go easy on me if I have to take a minute. I think hopefully it's big enough for you guys to read on the screen right now. Is there a wine bar? I don't have one, but Bruce might. He likes wine. All right. Thank you, mods, for being here, by the way. Plaintiffs, Wayfarer Studios, Justin Baldoni, Jamie Heath, It Ends With Us movie, Melissa Nathan, and Jennifer Abel bring their claims for damages against Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, Leslie Sloan, Vision PR Inc., and allege as follows. Now, the beginning of this document is like all text pretty much, but when we get towards the second half, towards the end, it's a lot more like text messages and stuff and screenshots. So that should make it a little bit easier. All right. Introduction. Number 1. The following is not a story the plaintiffs ever wished to tell. Unfortunately, defendant Blake Lively has unequivocally left them with no choice, not only to set the record straight in response to Lively's accusations, but also to put the spotlight on the parts of Hollywood that they have dedicated their careers to being the antithesis of. That task was always going to be an uphill battle. They never imagined they would encounter it to this degree. Number 2, had Lively chosen to merely ride out the self-inflicted press catastrophe she faced in August 2024, the public would likely have moved on and never known the truth about her. Where do I know that from? That sounds familiar to some other case I've been following. Anyways, they would have never known that she deliberately and systematically robbed plaintiffs Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer Studios of their movie. No one except the parties involved would have known that she used threats and extortion to relegate the colleagues she once highly praised to a basement to... once highly praised to a base... Oh, I get it, okay. The colleagues she once highly praised... she relegated them to a basement to sit out their own premiere. While she enjoyed the spotlight of a premiere and after party that was ultimately co-financed by both Wayfarer and Sony. She would have gotten away with these things and more because Baldoni, focused entirely on seeing the film succeed, would have held his tongue, as he had through the year and a half that Lively tormented him, his family, and his partners. I like this lawyer's writing so far. All right. Number 3. But Lively could not tolerate her publicly tainted image for even a moment. and further could not accept that it was entirely of her own making. She needed a scapegoat. And rather than admit and take accountability for her own mishaps, she chose to blame plaintiffs in a malicious and unforgivably public manner. When she and Reynolds could not force Baldoni and Wayfarer to read a statement she and her representatives prepared, extorting them to take accountability in defense of Lively's actions, she lay in wait for months, preparing to publicly attack Baldoni by falsely claiming that he had sexually harassed her. The same falsified stories she had calculatingly devised and used throughout the production of this film in order to take control were now being used publicly to destroy Baldoni and plaintiffs. Far cry from how IL writes. Yeah, this lawyer writes pretty well, in my opinion. But like you guys know, if you haven't seen me before, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I've worked in healthcare, mostly in mental health. So that's why I call this thing that I'm doing the court of random opinion. So it's just a random opinion. I'm not going to be able to get into law or legal statutes or anything like that, but I can read. So that counts for something. All right. Number 4, Lively stole Wayfarer's movie, hijacked Wayfarer's premiere, destroyed plaintiffs' personal and professional reputations and livelihood, and aimed to drive plaintiffs out of business entirely. It further appears that Lively worked for months with the equally powerful New York Times to prepare a false and damaging narrative to deploy against plaintiffs. Not surprisingly, Lively prepared an administrative complaint with the Civil Rights Department in California, the CRD complaint, in an attempt to use the litigation privilege to shield her behind-the-scenes conspiracy with the New York Times. But, upon information and belief, the CRD complaint was filed only after defendants spent months feeding falsehoods to the New York Times, intending that they be disseminated to damage plaintiffs. Lively delivered the CRD complaint to plaintiffs over the Christmas holiday, and rather than promptly file a lawsuit, Lively, on the information and belief, leaked the typically private CRD complaint to the public, utilizing the New York Times as conduit for her revenge. This CRD complaint, and, upon information and belief, the false information delivered to the New York Times before the CRD complaint was filed, was rife with lies and doctored evidence. Lively then waited 11 days to file suit against plaintiffs in what seemed to be a desperate move after the public questioned why she had never filed a civil lawsuit. On information and belief, Lively never intended to file a civil lawsuit, which would have triggered plaintiffs' right to discovery, including obtaining evidence and deposing Lively under oath. By the time Lively actually filed a lawsuit against plaintiffs, the damage to plaintiffs was done by virtue of Lively's months of colluding with the New York Times on a false and malicious narrative unshielded by any privilege. Make no mistake, these actions were deliberate. Sorry, let me fix the screen brightness here a little bit so it's not so crazy. All right, there we go. Plaintiffs now have no choice but to fight back armed only with the truth and the mountain of concrete evidence disproving Lively's allegations. Heartbreakingly, a film that Baldoni envisioned years ago would honor the survivors of domestic violence by telling their story, with the lofty goal of making a positive impact in the world, has now been overshadowed beyond recognition solely as a result of Lively's actions and cruelty. Lively wields immense power as one of the world's best-known celebrities. In 2024, she used that power to seize control of the film It Ends With Us, which they'll refer to, I guess, as the film, produced and co-financed by plaintiff Wayfarer and directed by Baldoni, who also portrayed the lead, Ryle. She set out to destroy plaintiffs' livelihoods and businesses if they did not bend to her incessant demands, and when they refused to give way, she did exactly that, accusing them of foul and reprehensible sexual misconduct. Wayfarer was blindsided when Lively, upon the conclusion of the industry strikes, refused to return to production absent the company's agreeing to her non-negotiable protections for return to production. And they're calling that the return to production demands. Because I just realized I'm only talking to myself. I don't need this headset on, so I'm going to take that off. All right. protections for return to production that insinuated misconduct had occurred during filming, which, as evidence will establish, did not. Wayfarer was equally blindsided when Lively leveraged this document, essentially signed under duress, to seize control of the film, ultimately getting her own cut of the film and a coveted PGA mark, and, at her command, ousting Baldoni from all marketing and promotional efforts with many of the cast members and the author, all of whom he, until then, had long-standing positive relationships with. Lively's exclusion of Baldoni from the promotion of the film backfired, as she chose to callously promote her hair care and alcoholic beverage products. Rather than bring attention to survivors of domestic violence, the entire premise of the film. Yeah, that was a little tone deaf. I'm not going to lie. Baldoni, now prohibited from attending events or taking photos with Lively and the cast, promoted the film as he had always intended, ever since he first began the process of making the film years ago. When Lively faced significant public backlash from what was often referred to as her tone deaf, there you go, an insensitive press tour for the film, she doubled down on her false and misleading accusations against Baldoni. She seemed determined to make Baldoni the real-life villain in her story. Her publicist, Leslie Sloan, went so far as to propagate malicious stories portraying Baldoni as a sexual predator, a term Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, also used to describe Baldoni when he called Baldoni's own agent. Modern society justly reviles sexual harassers and abusers, and Lively knew full well that making those allegations would be a career death sentence for plaintiffs, especially given that Baldoni has lived his private and public life as an impassioned advocate for gender equality and healthy masculinity. She did not expect, however, that plaintiffs would be able to meet those allegations with concrete documentary evidence, disproving her claims and demonstrating that they, not Lively, were the targets of a calculated and vitriolic smear campaign. That evidence, included in part herein, is the basis for plaintiffs' claims against defendants for their extortion, defamation, and further wrongdoing. Number 9. The film was the hotly anticipated adaptation of a worldwide best-selling book by Colleen Hoover, and by starring in it as Lily, Lively stood to enhance her already considerable star power. But she was not content merely to headline one of the year's biggest movies. Instead, apparently driven by overweening ambition and a need for control, Lively eventually leveraged her power as a wealthy celebrity to wrest the reins from her co-star and the film's director, Baldoni, insisting on total control over every aspect of the film she could get her hands on, from wardrobe to marketing strategy to music, even creating her own cut of the film. And then there's a footnote here. It says, in an early meeting with Baldoni, Lively foreshadowed what was to come, stating, "I'm afraid you have too much power," referencing Baldoni's dual role as producer and director. This statement made an early impact on Baldoni, who felt compelled to reassure her the relationship would be collaborative, and went above and beyond to make it so. This was not an invitation to sideline him and his producing partners. Okay. Not only did Lively's power play cost numerous people their jobs, but at every turn her wrong-headed creative decisions reflected her fundamental lack of understanding of the book the film was based on. This came as no surprise to her worried colleagues, given that, even well into production, Lively had not even read the book. That's not a good look, man. Oh, God. I don't know. Have you guys seen the movie in the chat? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Because I've seen the movie now, and I'm watching. I'm like, Justin's character, and this is no reflection on Justin the person. I'm talking about Justin's character Ryle in the book. I know he was initially supposed to present as like the sexy, mysterious, wealthy neurosurgeon or whatever, but to me, his approach came across as like, that's creepy. Like, if somebody just, I don't know, if I was flirting with someone and then they just stared at me and was like, I want to have sex with you. I know lots of people would take that offer, right? But I would not. So I'd probably just be like, that's nice. Thanks. It's just not for me. If I met you 5 minutes ago, don't hit me with that. I mean, maybe that's part of me getting older. I don't know, but yeah. So that was my first impression of the movie, was those first few scenes and his character just being like way too forward, way too fast, and just almost like creepy, to where I was like, isn't this supposed to be a character that we're like falling in love with? Like even as audience members that we're supposed to like be drawn to. And I was just kind of like, for me personally, it's a little like, I wish I was Christian Grey, you know? That's the impression I got from that character. Bruce says, you were just letting a guy lick your face on stream, Lauren. That's a dog. It's not the same. Nope, not planning on watching the movie. Yeah, I understand. I wasn't going to watch it until I started reading this stuff, and I was like, I probably should see it so I know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. Anyways, here's a September 14th, 2023 message from Baldoni to Heath, and it's talking about how she had not even read the book. After rereading the book, which had 150 pages to build their relationship, we have combined scenes to heighten the stakes for Ryle in pursuit of Lily, utilizing humor and his desire to sleep with her. So when I saw this text message and I saw that, I was like, yeah, he went about that real subtly. While I understand Blake's reasons for not wanting to read the book does a very good job in getting in Lily's mind during her interactions with Ryle and setting up the why behind her attraction to him, which ultimately helps us understand why she stays in the end. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't see it that way, I guess, when I was watching it within the last couple of weeks. But just looking at this text message, I understand the point that they're trying to make, and I don't doubt that she didn't read the book. I'm not saying she totally read the book. I'm just saying a text message from one of the plaintiffs to another one of the plaintiffs doesn't really prove anything to me. There's lots of text, though, in the rest of this document, so maybe some of them do. We'll see. I only skimmed this before the stream. Number 10, Lively's disastrous marketing efforts and tone-deaf press interviews and appearances backfired and led to widespread criticism of Lively's promotional approach to the film's highly sensitive focus on domestic violence. Past videos of Lively resurfaced online, videos that appeared to solidify public perception that Lively was an insensitive, mean girl who cared more about peddling her products than acknowledging the domestic violence survivor community. Social media commenters quickly pointed out that her tie-in of her alcohol beverages, I guess she sells that, was in particularly poor taste, given the World Health Organization estimates that 55% of domestic violence incidents are linked to alcohol. Now, this is another thing where I'm just like, okay, yeah, I kind of see where you're trying to get at, but that's not exactly the connection I would have made at first. Like, I don't dispute this at all. I'm just saying, like, I would have just been like, why are you talking about your alcohol brand right now? Like, why are you being selfish? I would have thought it was selfish. I wouldn't have thought it was, like, promoting anything that would, lead to domestic violence, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. Not that that's not true. It's just not the first thing that came to my mind. All right. Unbelievably, Lively made this harmful and irresponsible message worse by naming a drink at her premiere after party, Ryle You Wait, after the character who committed domestic violence in the film. The suggestion that Wayfarer caused the online backlash against her is absurd, given the evidence of her own insensitivity. And then there's a footnote here talking about the book thing. Lively later claimed she read the book, but text evidence shows that well into production she had not, and in fact expressed she had chosen not to read the book. She even tried to Google the color of her character's hair rather than pick up the book. All right. Number 11, sadly, this backlash could have been avoided had she not refused to meet with the film's domestic violence partner organization, nomore.org, as Baldoni had offered. Even a brief visit to their website or a simple online search would have readily uncovered this and other information on the topic of domestic violence. Number 12. Meanwhile, Baldoni, whom Lively herself had ensured was excluded from participating in her marketing efforts. I mean, maybe that was a good thing for him because it sounds like she did a real shit job. Was safeguarded from this backlash as he focused on amplifying the voices of those affected by domestic violence, as originally intended when he reached out to author Colleen Hoover 5 years earlier and documented by his partnership with nomore.org dating back to 2022. Baldoni's sincere efforts were well received, even more so in contrast with Lively's campaign to downplay the premise of the film and sell hair care and alcohol products. Lively, enraged that her plans were foiled and armed with proof of alleged sexual harassment in the form of a 17-point list of demands she had required plaintiffs to sign just months earlier, focused her rage on Baldoni, blaming him for the consequences of her own missteps. And I do want to show this here. And this is the what they were just mentioning, the No More website. Okay. It says No More Week 2025. Together we can end domestic and sexual violence. I wonder when that is. Oh, it's in March. Okay. So this is like an organization that promotes or like helps survivors and wants to end domestic violence and stuff like that. So, okay, I can see how that would be helpful. All right. I just wanted to look at the website and be like, okay, I'm not being rickrolled here, am I? Like, how ridiculous would that be if we got rickrolled in a freaking legal filing? I don't know. I've seen weirder things. Okay. Number 13. Meanwhile, Stephanie Jones, founder of JonesWorks LLC, Wayfarers and Baldoni's erstwhile PR firm, was embroiled in a personal and professional crisis. Her increasingly erratic behavior had driven away not only high-profile clients, but also her right-hand woman, plaintiff Abel, who oversaw the JonesWorks Los Angeles office. Jones' behavior grew more and more bizarre as she lashed out at loyal clients like Wayfarer in rage-filled rants, and veered away from professional experience and strategy when making critical decisions affecting JonesWorks clients. After a final outburst against Wayfarer, in which she outright refused to comply with their direct instructions, Wayfarer had no choice but to cut ties with Jones and JonesWorks, rather than leave their public image in the hands of what appeared to be an out-of-control Jones, whose actions were not aligned with Wayfarer and Baldoni's worldview and wishes. Jones was filled with impotent rage, wow, at Wayfarer and at Abel, who a month before had announced her decision to leave JonesWorks to form her own company. Jones saw an opportunity for revenge. She took it. Okay. Well, I would love to read more about that. I'm sure we will, though. Because that's not something I've heard before. Christine says, keep in mind this is Justin's case against Blake. Blake has a very good and documented case against Justin as well. I did read on a live stream a couple weeks ago Blake's complaint. So this is the first time I'm reading one of Justin's complaint. We also went over the Nicepool scenes from Deadpool. So I'm reading both sides, you know. So, but I read hers first. So there's just a lot of this stuff that I haven't heard. So, all right, let's see. Number 14, on information and belief, Jones, Lively, Reynolds, and Leslie Sloan, Lively's publicist, and others concocted a plan whereby Jones would seize Abel's phone upon her departure and mine it for messages that, stripped of context, could be used to concoct a false narrative that the disastrous press coverage of Lively's callous and opportunistic comments and the public reaction to those comments were not Lively's fault at all, but the results of a calculated, though in reality non-existent, smear campaign by Baldoni and his team. On information and belief, Jones' role in this scheme accounts for her conspicuous absence from Lively's retelling of events. Plaintiffs are informed and believe that defendants have been working in concert since at least August 21st, when Sloan boasted to Nathan that she had seen her texts and that Nathan would soon be sued. Though Lively claimed Baldoni was the one smearing her, the reality is that it was Lively and her team who carefully planned and implemented a vile smear campaign against Baldoni and Wayfarer to deflect attention and blame for Lively's disastrous misjudgments. Lively would recast herself as the long-suffering martyr by portraying Baldoni and Wayfarer as her persecutors. The masterminds behind a smear campaign that evidence will show did not exist. Defendant Sloan of Vision, was all too willing to carry out the strategy, especially once armed with ammunition by Jones, who was bent on revenge against her ex-employee and former client. Here's a footnote here. While it is not entirely uncommon to request that an exiting employee return company property, it is not often the case that personal phones, phone numbers, and communications are seized, made public, and weaponized against the employee and the company's own clients. Wow. Okay. And Blake did put out a statement about this earlier, and we'll read that at the end. I'll show what she said. All right. Shortly after the film's premiere and the public backlash against Lively, together with her husband, defendant Ryan Reynolds, demanded through their talent agency, which also represented Wayfarer and Baldoni, that plaintiffs publicly apologize for so-called mistakes during production in order to deflect the avalanche of negative media coverage of Lively. Reynolds and Lively drafted a statement and demanded that Baldoni, Wayfarer, and Heath issue that statement, requiring them to apologize to the public and fall on their sword, despite having done nothing wrong, or else the gloves would come off. Multiple WME executives acknowledged that in their experience, Lively and Reynolds' threats were not to be taken lightly, though admitting to false, vague, and unspecified mistakes would be tantamount to admitting to career-ending misconduct. Baldoni, Wayfarer, and Heath refused to apologize for sins they had never committed. They took a stand knowing full well that Lively and Reynolds would bring the full might of their celebrity artillery against them, and that is precisely what happened. So I'm reading this and I'm thinking I hear people now saying oh, I never liked Ryan Reynolds or whatever, but I'm I never actually heard anything negative about Ryan Reynolds at all until now. Maybe that's just me not really looking for that, but it's kind of interesting to me to hear some of this stuff. All right. Special KL says those emails she put in her complaint, she left out all the context of them. Well, we're going to see some more of the context, I guess, tonight. So let's keep going. All right. 17. Lively, working with her husband, her publicist, and Jones, among others, set out on a campaign to tar and feather plaintiffs in the press. They conspired and worked in concert with the New York Times to put out a blockbuster news report as devastating as it was false. They advanced a fabricated narrative in the press that plaintiffs had sexually harassed Lively, then embarked on a calculated and malicious smear campaign to destroy her reputation as retaliation for daring to complain about the harassment. Defendants laid their trap carefully over a period of months before springing it all at once on the eve of the winter holidays. Just as plainly, they knew full well that their claims were entirely baseless, because their own wrongfully obtained evidence proved that neither the alleged sexual harassment or the accompanying smear campaign against Lively ever existed. Yet Lively moved forward with her plan with ruthless precision, doubling down in the face of abundant evidence casting doubt on the veracity of her story. Lively even went so far as to serve her lawsuit on the Los Angeles-based defendants as they evacuated their homes in the midst of devastating fires engulfing their city. Is that accurate? Were the fires actually happening when that... I thought that predated the fires, but I mean, maybe not. I don't know. On a day when defendants were gathering their kids and pets, preparing go bags, and monitoring evacuation orders while fearing for their homes, Lively, from the safety of her penthouse in New York, deployed process servers in the midst of these troubling times. 18. At bottom, this is not a case about celebrities sniping at each other in the press. This is a case about two of the most powerful stars in the world deploying their enormous power to steal an entire film right out of the hands of its director and production studio. Then, when Lively and Reynolds' efforts failed to win them the acclaim they believed they so richly deserved, they turned their fury on the chosen scapegoat, tolerating a year and a half of their behavior while remaining polite and professional at every turn, offered Baldoni and Wayfarer no protection. 19. By bringing this complaint, plaintiffs commit themselves to seeking and proving the facts based not on insinuations built from selectively edited and context-free snippets, but by putting all the evidence before the court and the public. When plaintiffs have their day in court, the jury will recognize that even the most powerful celebrity cannot bend the truth to her will. All right, now we start at A. Baldoni and Wayfarer purchased the rights to It Ends With Us. Number 20, Baldoni co-founded Wayfarer in 2019. From the beginning, Wayfarer was dedicated to being a different kind of studio, one that produced world-class entertainment driven by a powerful vision for change. Baldoni, whose film career was dedicated to producing and directing meaningful films to have a positive impact on the world, was deeply moved when he read the book It Ends With Us, and genuinely believed he could make a film that could save lives. His last two films were created as a result of a deep sense of responsibility to share meaningful stories. Baldoni's feature film directorial debut, 5 Feet Apart, was based on a young woman, Claire Wineland, who lived with cystic fibrosis and courageously documented her plight on YouTube. I actually haven't seen that. I kind of want to, though. Sounds interesting. Baldoni, his family, and friends developed a friendship with Claire, whose journey deeply inspired Baldoni. Before Claire passed away, Baldoni promised he would tell her story, and he did just that in the film he directed. The film had a wide impact on the CF community, and Baldoni still receives messages about the film's impact. Baldoni also supports her foundation yearly and remained close to Claire's parents, even bringing her father as his guest to the premiere of It Ends With Us. Okay, that's super sad if he actually did get relegated to the basement, like he says, because that would really suck for that kid's dad. Or I guess she probably wasn't a child when she died, was she? I need to watch the movie and also look her up, because I've not heard that story yet. All right. Amy Bonner says, I watched attorney Melanie Little earlier. She said that you never know when they're going to be served. Blake didn't choose that time or date according to her. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So I see lots of people, even in the comments here, like different opinions based on different sides and stuff like that. So, it's just good to know everything. Like I said, I read her complaint. I'm going to read the rest of his complaint. I'll definitely take a look at, all sides on this. All right. Baldoni's more recent film was the Wayfarer film Clouds, a true story about a teenager with cancer. Zach Sobiek, how do you pronounce that? Sobiek? Who finds joyful purpose and inspiration in music. I remember, I think he passed. Hang on, Zach. Yeah, he did pass, but I remember seeing some of his music after he passed, because it was going around on the internet at the time. I guess he died. He was 18 years old, and that was over 10 years ago. Okay. So yeah, that's definitely, I liked his music. So I think one of his songs was called Clouds. I don't know. I haven't seen the movies yet. I'm going to watch these movies, though. All right. In pursuit of the same vision in 2019, Wayfarer acquired the film rights to It Ends With Us, a Colleen Hoover novel published in 2016. Though positioned as a romance novel, the book explores themes of domestic violence and generational patterns of abuse. And these messages resonated deeply with readers and drew a passionate fan base. In 2021, the novel exploded in popularity thanks to the social media phenomenon BookTok. I don't spend enough time on TikTok to look at that stuff, but I know there's different talks or whatever. I guess not for long because they're apparently banning it. All right. Many fans expressed how important the book was to them as survivors of domestic violence and intimate partner abuse. When It Ends With Us author Colleen Hoover watched 5 Feet Apart in theaters, she told Baldoni, "You are the right person to make this movie." Baldoni's early emails to Hoover demonstrate his commitment to doing so in the manner he envisioned would be most impactful. In fact, it was Hoover who suggested Baldoni portray Ryle. So when I looked through this document earlier, I read some of these emails, and I'm going to kind of skim through a little bit of the emails just because it's not going to make a huge difference as far as the legal perspective or the lawsuit or anything like that. But it does establish that, she really wanted him to make the movie and all that. All right. So this is from Justin to Colleen, the author. Hello, Colleen. Wow, it's such a pleasure to e-meet you. E-meet you. I feel like my dad would say that. And thank you for being open to having me potentially option your book. Some quick backstory. My purpose and intention in this insane business are simple. Create impact by making content that helps us remember our shared humanity. Content that asks us to be better, to make the hard choice in the moment that one day on our deathbeds we will be grateful for. Okay. So like I said, I'm not going to read the entire email, but I'm going to skip to the last couple paragraphs here. Okay. Of all the heroines I've ever read, Lily was most certainly one of the ones I admired the most. I knew I knew I loved her from the first few pages, but having finished the book, I truly couldn't be prouder of her. Her strength and conviction over the course of this story made her into a heroine I'd want every girl and woman to read about and look up to. She was so real and vulnerable, as we all are, but the strength with which she took control of her life was admirable on such a deep level. I just wanted to hug her and cheer. I don't think I've been this proud of a fictional character before. There's an incredibly powerful message in this book that is very subtly woven in from the start. It begins in the first chapter, but you don't yet realize how significant each of those moments truly are. And as you read more, these pieces of the story come together, forming a scenario that gives such a raw, honest portrayal of an incredibly relevant issue. Yeah, I would give this guy the option to my movie or book or whatever. All right. Here's another email from Justin Colleen. It says, Colleen, I'm finally coming up for air from the release of the film, but still shooting Jane for another 2 weeks. Now, I don't know if any of you have seen Jane the Virgin, but that's the only thing that I knew Justin Baldoni from before this lawsuit came out. So, yeah. Oh, Bunner, I watch her on 1.75 speed. Are you talking about me? Because I've heard that if you watch me on enhanced speed, I talk way too fast. So it's just, I don't know. I'm doing my best. Yeah, Jane the Virgin was a good show. He played Raphael on it. So yeah. Okay. It says, by the way, were you able to see it? We'd love to know your thoughts. We actually started filming the final episode today. Crazy. So grateful. So I guess this is when they were finishing that series. Oh, it was in 2019. Okay. So I haven't been able to get It Ends With Us off my mind. Such an important story. So damn romantic and beautiful and tragic and hopeful. I always say that both in art and life, all the best stories are always two things at once. And this is so much what your book is. Joy and pain. Love and sorrow. So I haven't read the books yet, guys, but I did listen to a YouTuber who like recapped all the books because it's a series. And I don't know if Justin, wrote this after he read through all the series or after just the first one, but there's a lot more to the stories in the, the subsequent novels, which is really interesting. And I feel like I'm definitely going to read them now because it sounded great, but I have not yet. So I'm going to move to Colleen's email to Justin. It says, thank you so much for the email. I wasn't expecting you to read it so quickly. I would love to talk with you more about the project. You get the book, and that's the most important thing to me. My big fear is that I'll option it to someone who thinks it's a hot romance and they'll take it in the absolute wrong direction. Okay. And then she's just talking more about like her experience with having film options in the past. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move to the next one. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is where she herself said, have you given any thought to whether you'd want an acting role in this, say maybe Ryle? So the author did, in fact, recommend that he be playing that character in the film. Okay. So now we're back to the document. 24. Soon after, Wayfarer partnered with Sony to co-finance and distribute the film. Their agreement included, at Wayfarer and Baldoni's insistence, that the provision was a deal breaker, a requirement that 1% of the film's proceeds be donated in support of survivors of domestic abuse. That 1% was ultimately earmarked for the organization No More, the one we just looked at, guys, the website, with which Baldoni had sought to partner with as early as September 2022. As they began making the film, Baldoni and Wayfarer felt an immense responsibility to do justice not only to the story of protagonist Lily Bloom, but to the stories of survivors around the world. Plaintiff Health CEO of Wayfarer. Okay, I thought for a second I read that as if the guy's first name was Plaintiff. Plaintiff Heath. Okay, Plaintiff Heath, CEO of Wayfarer, expressed to Forbes on June 28, 2024, his high hopes for the film. I hope that people leave the theater feeling inspired, that for those who have been hurt, that they feel seen and the story was told in a way that honored them. I feel like people who may in themselves, as someone that may hurt somebody, may think twice about it. So I hope that people leave feeling that they got a glimpse into a world that oftentimes we turn our eyes away from. In casting Blake Lively, a world-renowned actor with talent and charisma, in the leading role, they entrusted her with that vision to bring Lily to life. Although Wayfarer learned that Lively had a reputation for being difficult to work with, Baldoni at the time was not dissuaded and found her to be genuine. So I don't follow celebrity news close enough to have ever heard that before. So I never heard that she was difficult to work with. I don't know if you guys could tell me in the comments, like what, cast or what movie. Oh, sorry, I will sniffle. Said that she was difficult to work with, so I can look it up. 1 second, I'm going to give my friend the link here so she can help me because I'm struggling by myself. It's so many pages. All right. Okay. Where do we get to? We were down there. Okay. Here's a footnote. Stunningly, later in the process, Lively refused the opportunity to meet with No More, despite playing the lead role in a movie centered on themes of survival and resilience in the face of domestic abuse. So allegedly she refused to meet with them. I don't know what the reasoning behind that would have been, but that's what they're saying. Yeah, interesting. Okay, we're down to B now. During pre-production, Baldoni and Lively begin a promising and close collaboration. Oh, I gotta put the headphones on now. Hang on. Hey.
Hi. Oh, that was a lot lower than I thought it was gonna come out.
About lower, it was certainly more disturbing. All right, I'm gonna continue reading here. And I'm probably going to need your help in a little bit to maybe read a page or two.
Okay, and I got some hot takes on this thing, but
okay.
I'll speak as much as you want or don't want. Okay. And I think you're doing a great job.
Okay. All right. Number 27. On or about December 31st, 2022, Lively agreed to take the lead role of Lily Bloom. As part of the subsequent negotiations, Lively was granted an executive producer credit, a title often given to talent of her stature. Lively had requested a producer credit, but Wayfarer and Sony demurred. Demurred? What does that mean? Demurred? Let's look that up.
It is raise doubts or objections or show reluctance.
I see. Okay. All right. So I don't know if I'm saying it right, but they demurred. Given that's such a title.
It's demurred. Demurred.
It's something I'm not going to pay attention to anymore. Given that such a title would not accurately reflect the role she was asked to play in the production. Okay. Wayfarer did not request nor require that Lively contribute to the film in any capacity beyond her roles as actor and executive producer. 28. In the beginning, it appeared that Baldoni and Lively would have a positive, collaborative creative partnership. Baldoni and Lively worked closely in the early days of the film, trading ideas about filling key roles in the film's cast and crew. 29, their working relationship grew close. Baldoni and Lively shared stories and pictures from their lives, commiserated over family illnesses, and exchanged jokes and memes. Baldoni offered concern and support when Lively faced family health concerns. They texted almost daily, and a friendly banter established a comfortable dynamic that, under typical circumstances, would have made working together easy. All right. Number 30, Lively even felt comfortable enough to make silly jokes, redirecting a sweet compliment Baldoni gave. And I read this text message earlier, and it's kind of like, it's a little milquetoast to me. I'm kind of like, I don't know what this really proves, but...
Milquetoast?
Yeah, milquetoast. I was just kind of like, oh, okay, whatever. It's a little bland, but I didn't really think this was like a huge thing that needed to be included, but here we are. All right, so he texts and says, well played. I guess they were talking about something there. To do with the film. And she says, I feel the same. It's such a good feeling to get work done that we're proud of. And to do it together, it just clicks when we find it. And that's just as rewarding as filming it or editing it or marketing it or releasing it. This is all storytelling. This is why we do it. Thank you for your collaboration. I'm really proud of what we're doing. And this was in May 2023 that she was sending these texts. He responds and says, I like Sentimental Blake, which I don't really, it's whatever. She says, never met her, which sounds like something that I would say if somebody said that to me. Justin says, I also like Asshole Blake. Don't worry. Okay, good night. She says, I've met her. So have my suppositories. Shame. So
this is before the writer's strike. This is before she sends out the 17-point thing from her lawyer.
Yeah, I guess so. So I was a little you know, I'm not totally there on the timeline, but I'm doing my best. So, yeah, the suppository thing is like, I don't know. That seems like something you might say.
I don't know. I think I would say something funny.
I thought that was
It's supposed to be fun. I'm
funny.
making fun of her.
Yeah, okay. All right. This was the nature of their relationship, which made Lively's later allegations all the more baffling. Now we're at C. Lively begins asserting control almost immediately. Number 31. Almost immediately, Lively began inserting herself into... Why did I say it like that? Inserting herself! This is what happens when I read too much too fast. Lively began inserting herself into the production process in intrusive ways well beyond the scope of her contractual entitlements. For example, Lively began to insist on creative control over her character's wardrobe. While lead actors are sometimes granted approval over their character's general look, they generally do not receive full control over wardrobe decisions without input from the director or producers. And I feel like that's something that should be applied to my life. Like, no one should let me outside the house unless the higher ups approve my wardrobe. You know,
you text pictures to everyone or like thumbs up or down.
This is going to be a thing. All right. What may seem like an innocuous request can in fact have a monumental impact on a film production. 32. Ignoring the director's vision for her character and disposing of the weeks of effort and creativity spent by the wardrobe team on shopping and carefully crafting her wardrobe, Lively sent hundreds of images to the film's costume designer, including into the late hours of the evening, depicting the style of wardrobe she wanted for her character. The costume designer had to reshop Lively's wardrobe, far exceeding the allocated budget and diverting time and resources, while also preparing wardrobes for the rest of the cast. At one point, Lively insisted that her character had money and could afford $5,000 shoes, despite being a fledgling small business owner. This forced Baldoni to rethink the entire script that had been in the works for well over a year and was approved by both Sony and Wayfarer, a script that Wayfarer had commissioned multiple drafts of and incorporated countless notes, including input from the book's author, Colleen Hoover. The wardrobe budget ballooned. Lively often refused to participate in wardrobe fittings at the production office, which was a mere 15 minutes from Lively's home. Instead, she insisted that the costume department pack up wardrobe and deliver it to her personal residence. Loading the wardrobe department on trucks and delivering the contents to Lively's home in the middle of congested Manhattan for fittings cost time and money, always in short supply on any major film. Requests of this nature are typically made during contract negotiations. Since Lively made no such request at the time, this added expense was not included in the budget. Lively, who had a greater obligation to the studios as an executive producer, paid no heed to budget constraints, let alone to the months of planning that had already been completed. In an effort to maintain harmony at the start of their working relationship and to avoid further delays caused by wardrobe conflicts, Baldoni and the studio reluctantly ceded full control to Lively over her wardrobe. This concession quickly proved regrettable. Oh boy. On the first day of principal photography, paparazzi captured and published photos of Lively in character wearing her hand-picked wardrobe.
And she got ripped to shreds because it looked like shit.
Oh no. These images were widely reported as unflattering and sparked a backlash from Sony. Baldoni received direct criticism from Sony, who voiced serious concerns about the impact of the photos on the film's public reception. Following these events, Baldoni approached Lively in her trailer to discuss necessary wardrobe adjustments and resetting their relationship to assert his role as director and his need to have approval over her wardrobe. The conversation, while professional, took considerable time and was later grossly misrepresented in Lively's CRD complaint, which falsely characterized the exchange as a lengthy outburst that delayed filming and caused the crew to wait for hours while Baldoni cried in Lively's dressing room. Okay, that's what that was about. I remember that from her complaint.
Yeah, and he claims it wasn't like that. It's
okay. Well, I don't honestly, I don't know who to believe. But you know, whatever. On information and belief, Lively circulated this false account to the New York Times with the intention and result that it be widely published. Well, that worked. 37. The conversation did not take hours, and any length of time it took was not because Baldoni cried for hours. In truth, rather than take heed of the concerns of the film's distributor and director, Lively took this time to, among other things, suggested Baldoni that he was being gaslit by Sony. Oh no. Gaslit by Sony, Heath, and the other producer, and tried to convince him to let her continue to take the helm. Baldoni did briefly become emotional during the conversation, but only in response to what he believed was a genuine compliment from Lively, praising his work as a director and actor. In hindsight, this was part and parcel of the ongoing pattern of manipulation and gaslighting by Lively, intended to continue to allow her autonomy over her wardrobe.
So I know this is like a he said, she said thing.
Yeah.
They could subpoena people who maybe were waiting outside or ask, was this scheduled pushed back? Was the schedule delayed that day? I have lots of thoughts and feelings, and you're probably just trying to read through the whole thing. But I think she has manipulated, how the cast is on her side and the author of the book is on her side, seemingly, right? I think personally that she manipulated them, that she told them that things happened that didn't happen, that she painted him in a bad light. We could go into the reasons why, but I think that's what happened, and that's how she got everyone to go to her side. I know people keep saying, well, she could still be wrong in all these ways, but still have been sexually harassed. I personally don't believe she was sexually harassed based on what I've seen and based on his history. Look, I know in Hollywood, women can get a bad rap for being difficult when they're actually just trying to advocate for themselves, right? I get that. But I do think she probably is difficult to work with. He's never had an accusation for his entire career against him. And to do it to someone as famous as Blake Lively and someone who has such a famous husband, I just don't see it being feasible for him to do this stuff. We see from the beginning there are issues with her. And if he already knew he was walking on eggshells with her, why would he then go out of his way to do all of this other shit? It's not adding up for me. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. I forgot. I don't disagree. I just don't know yet. I definitely want to get through the next 159 pages before I form a true judgment. But I don't know. I don't totally believe everything that she wrote about him, crying for hours and stuff like that. That sounds very exaggerated to me. Mm-hmm. Just some of the way it was phrased. But also, I don't totally believe that he maybe didn't do a couple things that were maybe I shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean? I think they're both probably blowing it a couple things out of proportion. But I know that, that doesn't mean that somebody isn't primarily in the right here. It's just I don't know who that is yet. So.
Mm-hmm. I'm a Justin stan, in case no one could tell, and that's my hot take. Is that from the beginning I have believed him.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's. So we did that. The footnote here says, notably, Lively herself had voiced insecurities about the public perception of her casting as Lily. Lily is described as a 23-year-old young woman and recent college grad. Within the first few pages of the book, which she would know if she had read the book before production. Despite having admitted to ordering a copy months before, which remarkably she ordered only after she had already committed to the role. All right. Nevertheless, when Lively learned that Lily was a decade plus younger than herself in the book, whoa, way to age check her. Lively asked that author Colleen Hoover explain in her public casting announcement that they had decided to age up the book's characters for the film. Hoover didn't put the statement out in the way Lively requested. Lively was not happy. I want to know more about that.
Right?
Okay. All right. Have you read this whole thing?
I have not read the whole thing, but I've read a lot of it.
Okay. All right. Number 38. Lively later distorted this conversation in support of her baseless harassment allegations, alleging that Baldoni made inappropriate comments on her appearance. In reality, Baldoni, the film's director, was relaying the distributor's concerns and the widespread social media criticism regarding the wardrobe's failure to meet audience expectations. A sentiment Baldoni shared.
Which, again, he's not just the lead actor, he's also the director.
Right. This incident is just one of the many examples of Lively's troubling pattern of manipulation and lies. So, I know that this is a big deal when you're working on a movie and all this stuff, but to me, when I read this stuff, and I'm just I can't believe this is your biggest problem. I cannot believe there are people out here who are what am I going to eat tomorrow? How am I going to get food? How am I going to pay rent? And these people are just well, I throw away the wardrobe budget. I'm fine. And just just worrying about what people are saying on Twitter. And
right. First world problems.
Yeah, definitely, very much so. Like the 1%, the top 1% of the first world problems.
Right, exactly. And it just so rubs me. I know you're an A-lister, mostly an A-lister because of your husband, let's be honest, not because of the work you've done. But anyway, to have that kind of money and force everyone to come to you, I think it's super diva-ish. And I think like it would not be difficult. Is it a pain in the ass to get anywhere in Manhattan? Yeah, it is. But for her to make all those other people take time out of their day and go and take all that stuff to her, for her to then in turn like change all of this stuff up, like it just really rubs me the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
And it sets up the precedent for probably the kind of person she is.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I know too much about her, but that's what's coming across as for sure.
Sorry, I'll let you get through.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I was the one who stopped at that time. All right. As another example, early in the pre-production stage, Lively sent Baldoni a long text describing how directors never permitted her to write scenes for the movies she acted in, nor gave her writing credits, even making her hand scribble her suggestions for lines so that they could not be traced to her. What? Lively boasted that she had even written for her husband's movies. Okay. Then Lively asked if she could take a pass at writing the rooftop scene, and it ends with us, in which the characters Ryle and Lily first meet. This pivotal scene, much beloved by book fans, was critical for setting the tone for the movie, so Baldoni was reluctant to allow an actor, rather than a union screenwriter, to rewrite this key scene. But Baldoni felt the need to allow Lively to rewrite the scene and agreed to take a look at what she put together. The draft of the rooftop scene that Lively sent Baldoni dramatically differed from what had been written originally. Baldoni was hesitant about many of the changes, but thanked Lively for her passion and diplomatically told her that the scene would likely end up being somewhere between the original version and Lively's version. Seemingly stung by Baldoni's exceedingly mild resistance, Lively did not respond and went silent for multiple days. Later, she confirmed in a text message below that Baldoni's response, of course, didn't feel great for me or another mega celebrity friend in Ryan Reynolds. Okay, so the mega celebrity friend, as we all know, is Taylor Swift. Mm-hmm. Why does Taylor Swift need to be brought into this? Everything needs to include Taylor Swift.
Well, I think they brought her into it to manipulate him into getting what they wanted. But I know you mean the filing.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. To have my passion praised instead of my specific contribution. Okay. Lively was referring to an earlier meeting where Lively summoned Baldoni to her New York penthouse. God, New York penthouse. Lady, you have no problems. All right. Where Baldoni was New York. Okay, but where Baldoni was greeted by Ryan Reynolds, who launched into enthusiastic praise for Lively's version of the scene. Hours later, as the meeting was ending, a famous and famously close friend of Reynolds and Lively, why not just say Taylor Swift at that point, walked into the room and similarly began praising Lively's script. Baldoni understood the subtext. He needed to comply with Lively's direction for the script. So this might be an unpopular opinion, but when I'm reading this, I'm kind of thinking like, maybe he should have pushed back a little more on that. Maybe that's not, I mean, yes, it's her fault for like bulldozing over him, but I feel like he probably should have pushed back a little more.
It's hard because I feel like from all the stuff I've read, I feel like he was definitely put in the middle between like the other producers and the company and her. And she is a big name. She has a lot of influence. She could walk. It's like, how much do you want to rock the boat, right? Where do you try to give in a little bit to appease everybody? And it's I think it was his first time directing too, or one of his first times. So it's also like a new balance for him to learn. Yeah,
no, and I totally to a much smaller scale. I understand that because I don't like to tell people no. I don't ever like to tell people no, but if you're like handling a multi-million-dollar thing, I feel like you gotta just, I mean, it's hard though because she and Ryan are obviously very powerful players.
Yeah, and imagine if he said no, and then instead of all this stuff we're hearing, and she came out and she said, "Oh, he was a huge asshole. He didn't let me, blah blah blah," and all that. Like it would have been a different negative narrative.
Right. And the thing I was also talking about before you came on was I actually watched the movie recently, and the rooftop scene, I was complaining about this scene because I was like, he comes across creepy to me, like kind of creepy. And now I'm seeing that she rewrote it
Or was it her or her husband? We'll find out later.
Yeah, right.
What she
But
claims.
I thought that his character, Justin's character, not Justin, but was very creepy in the scene to me. To each their own. I'm not a straight lady, so I can't tell you exactly how that came across. I don't know if you watched it or not, but
No, I haven't.
yeah,
I've boicotted it to be
really,
honest.
uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
because of her.
I want to
You know,
know exactly what I'm talking about here, so I was like, all right, fine.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I probably should
Yeah,
have watched it too.
yeah. That rooftop scene, I did not like the rooftop scene at all. I was like, this
Mm.
is really it was like poorly written. I felt like the guy could have been a lot smoother.
Mm.
Like, come on, I thought the guy could have been smoother. Come on. Like, all
Then
right.
like really he could.
Yeah, right. All right. Let's see. We got through that. Later, Baldoni felt obliged to text Lively to say that he had liked her pages and hadn't needed Reynolds and her mega celebrity friend to pressure him. Lively responded that the two were her dragons. Lively went on to say, they, Reynolds and Taylor Swift, also know I'm not always good at making sure I'm seen and utilized for fear of threatening egos. I don't think that's true. Or fear of affecting the ease of the process. I really don't think that she cares about that, given the whole wardrobe thing, but they don't give a shit about that. And because of that, everyone listens to them with immense respect and enthusiasm. So I guess I have to stop worrying about people liking me. I don't know, emoji. Right. I just thought we should use some visual there. All right. The message could not have been clearer. Baldoni was not just dealing with Lively. He was also facing Lively's dragons, two of the most influential and wealthy celebrities in the world, who were not afraid to make things very difficult for him. All right. Here is a text message included. Blake says, if you send me the FDX, I'll work when I can steal moments. And yes, of course, please send to Christy. We're all on the same team with the same goal. He says, great. Also was working on rooftop scene today. I really love what you did. It really does help a lot. Makes it so much more fun and interesting. And I would have felt that way without Ryan and Taylor. So, like I said, why not just put Taylor Swift's name in this at this point? You put it in the text message. So, like, you really are a talent across the board. Really excited and grateful to do this together. Blake says that's very appreciated and means a lot. I'm deeply inspired.
Can you see how much later she sent the message? I'm just curious.
The second one was, so we had 4:14 at this was around 10:51 p.m. Okay, yeah, 10:51 p.m. And then the next message came at
1:49 a.m.
a.m. Yep. Okay. So it was a couple hours, like a few hours, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. That's very appreciated. It means a lot. I'm deeply inspired by the film we're going to make outside the success of this book. This is like the way I might talk to like a professor in an email or something. Like I just can't. I feel like they're both like, it's like they're being polite, but it's kind of like a tiptoeing type thing.
They're dancing around. Yeah.
And that could just be the context that I'm reading these in, but I really do feel like this is like you're wearing like glass slippers and you're like, don't let me break a heel. You know what I mean?
And I feel like she knows without saying it, and I feel like he knows without saying it. You know, like they both know, but they're not like addressing it.
Yeah, sure. All right. Where did we get to? Such an opportunity to not only surprise people who love the book, but reach an even bigger audience. The moment that excited me the most the other day was when you said you're not funny. What? You are going to kill that rooftop scene. She wrote it like that. I'm not having a stroke. You know it. You know it, I'm sure. Even though it was said in playful self-deprecation that we all participate in, it made me think of the process as a whole. Please know I trust that on the day you've got me, and I hope that you trust that I've got you if you want it. We're in this together, and we are two of the most determined people I know. We also have very high bars set for ourselves. To collaborate with that type of partner is a gift that neither of us will squander.
Oh, well, she fucking did.
Because we both care too much about the result and also the experience. I have no motives except for you to win. What? As a director, as an actor, as a studio, as a writer, if you win, I win. If you win, our movie wins. We are all aligned. I mean, this okay. And I will bring everything I have to this. That's just kind of the last paragraph there is just kind of funny in the context of the lawsuit thing.
Yep. And I will bring everything I have to this. Yeah, she's bringing all of her power and lies. In my opinion. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, you won't. All right. Blake says also, as for Taylor and Ryan, why block out Taylor's name there and not in the one above? As for Taylor and Ryan and, oh no, maybe she's the other name. I don't know. There's 3 people here. I'm the luckiest motherfucker on the planet to have them as my dance moms level stage moms. They are embarrassingly effusive. I don't know if I would describe anyone that way that I'm friends with.
It's-
That said, they are also my most trusted partners and the people I go to first with anything creative I touch. And I'm the person they each go to first. That reciprocal creativity and support has been one of my life's greatest and most fulfilling gifts. When they loved and signed off on the pages, I felt good to send them to you. They asked what you thought specifically after. They checked in so many times. I told them that you laughed a bunch and said it's probably a blend, but you appreciate my passion so much, which of course didn't feel great for me or them. It's not about them. To have my passion be praised instead of any specific contribution, or even just that you didn't like the pages, which was fine also.
Doesn't sound fine.
And this was at, God, it's blurry. It's blurry. I can't see what time it was, but it was part of the same conversation though.
2:44 a.m. maybe.
Could be. All right. So I think they wanted you and me to see how they felt about the work, because they've been on my side for far too many experiences where I've been overlooked. I feel like you have not been overlooked a day in your life, ma'am. But that's just my opinion. Before I knew that she was married to Ryan Reynolds, I probably watched more of her stuff than his. So I spoke to you about this when we first met. They've watched me handwrite scripts because the director is too afraid to send the FDX file, yet he scans and has someone hand type all 120 pages of my pencil rewrites. They've watched me be hired as a writer and paid a significant fee for it, but on the condition that I never ask for credit, which I could give a shit about. It's more the principle of the dynamics at play.
I mean, if that happened, that is shit. But that's not on him. He had nothing to do with that stuff.
They've watched the other side of it too, where I'm told at signing on that I'm wanted as a true collaborator, but once we get to work, I'm really just wanted as a yes man, audience, and actor. Both Ryan and blank have established themselves as absolute titans as writers and storytellers outside of their primary gig, just singing or just acting or blank just directing. I'm so lucky to have them as creative barometers, but also to have them as the people who prop me up and make sure I'm seen for all I can and do offer, because they know firsthand all I contribute. They also know I'm not always as good at making sure I'm seen and utilized for fear of threatening egos or fear of affecting the ease of the process. They don't give a shit about that. And because of that, everyone listens to them with immense respect and enthusiasm, so I guess I have to stop worrying about people liking me. If you ever get around to watching Game of Thrones, you'll appreciate that I'm Khaleesi, and like her, didn't one of those people have an affair with their brother or something?
And
and
also, what happens to her in the end?
I didn't watch the show.
She is her own demise.
Did she get eaten by a dragon? What happened?
No, she gets. Do you want me to say?
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna watch it.
She gets slain by her new lover, who she wants him to bend the knee to her, even though she's not the rightful heir to the crown, even though she thinks she is to the throne. So anyway, he backstabs her, but actually does it in the front, but she's not expecting it.
Totally. All right. All right. Anyways. And like her, I happen to have a few dragons, for better or worse, but usually for better, because my dragons also protect those I fight for. Stop saying dragons. So really, we all benefit from those gorgeous monsters of mine. You will too, I can promise you.
I just find that whole thing so manipulative. He didn't need to know any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And also, I think it would have been better to be a phone call, even though probably for his sake, it's better that it was a text.
Yeah. Sunshine says, who has this much to say to a man they've accused of SA? Now, I've seen some people say she accused him of, I don't think she outright accused him of sexual assault with those words. I know she accused him of sexual harassment, but then other people have pointed out, if he actually did what she accused him of, which I'm not saying that he did, then that would be assault, because kissing someone in a way they don't want you to or tell you not to is, that is assault. But
I will say I had this quick thing. I had this guy I was working with. We were at a bar for an event. He came up and just completely just grabbed my ass when I was sitting on the stool at the bar, and I was like, what?
You should have farted.
Well, if I had known to expect it, I could have prepared one.
You have to always be gassing.
Always
that way
be ready. Have it at the ready. So I messaged him the next day. I told him how inappropriate it was. I told him I was going to be letting the management know about it, that it was in no scenario was that ever acceptable. I would never be contacting this person again in the future unless I had to.
Mm-hmm.
So they touched me inappropriately when I did not. It very clearly was not looking for that to happen, and I would not be interested in furthering any communications with him.
Damn. What happened after that?
I don't know that he has not worked for that company since that incident. And I did let the management know. So I can't say for sure that that's the reason why. He also sent me a $100 gift card as an apology. And he's married with at least 2 children. He might have had 3, but he had at least 2. And I said to him, what would your kids think about this? What would your wife think about this? Does she know you're trying to do this stuff while you're like on these jobs? Would your kids be proud of you for doing this? So anyway, I don't know. I mean, I hope I got through to him in some level, but who knows?
What happened to the gift card?
I used it. I used that motherfucker.
What'd you buy with it?
Pasta.
Nice.
It was for a restaurant.
I was gonna say I would have gone with a taser, but that's fine too.
No, it was for this like a nice Italian restaurant.
All right, now back to this document we have here, of which we're only on page 25. But like I said, guys, in the later pages, it's a lot of screenshots, so it'll go by faster. Number 43, difficult proved to be a gross understatement. Though Baldoni initially invited Lively to make changes to the script, Lively began altering the script daily. The frequency of Lively's revisions alarmed the producers, director, and the studio, who anticipated that her interference would persist every day of the shoot and disrupt the carefully planned production schedule. Each shooting day was intricately scheduled long in advance, and Lively's constant changes placed significant stress on the production crew, not to mention financial strain on Wayfarer. One of the producers in this text message says, "Are you listening to this? She's fixing the script. I think Ange's advice was actually wrong. Blake is now directing the movie. This is bad." Jamie Heath, one of the plaintiffs, says, "I'm listening, talking through it is better than not, seeing what's possible, as long as any decision is done with approval." Producer says, "Not for something that was already intimately planned. This will be every day of the shoot." Heath says, "I know, I'm not sure what can be done, honestly, at this point in terms of," and then it kind of cuts off there, in terms of Blake. Okay. More than a year later, during a red carpet interview at the New York film premiere, Lively stated, "The iconic rooftop scene, my husband actually wrote it." Oh, no. Nobody knows that, but you know. Okay, but I mean, you told that to him.
So right? What about this huge wall of text she sent about all of that shit, right? And
right.
It apparently took place during the writer's strike.
Oh, good Lord.
Which is a whole nother issue.
Nobody knows that, but you know. Okay, so I thought she was talking to a reporter. She was talking to him, I guess. Okay.
No, I think it was an interview. It was a red carpet interview.
Oh, it was an interview. Okay. Mm-hmm. The startling revelation directly contradicted Lively's previous insistence that she had written the scene, and certainly cast Reynolds' high praise for the rewritten scene in a different light. The film's credited screenwriter, when asked about the claim that Reynolds had written the scene, graciously responded, "So if I'm being told that Ryan wrote that, then great. How wonderful." She went on to acknowledge, "There were a few little flourishes that I did not write, and if those flourishes came from Ryan, I think that's wonderful."
So now it's flourishes, little flourishes, or did he write the whole thing? She's contradicting herself.
That beats me. This was also the first time that plaintiffs learned that Reynolds, who had no formal role whatsoever in the film's production, had made unauthorized changes to the script in secret. Baldoni, equally blindsided by this news, which he discovered in real time during a recorded interview with Access Hollywood, reacted by also praising Reynolds so as not to harm Lively. Reynolds, who apparently wrote that scene and possibly others during the WGA strike or the film. Lively's remarks about Reynolds' purported contribution to the script raised eyebrows sky high at Sony, who told Wayfarer that they certainly needed some clarity on public comments made about Ryan Reynolds potentially contributing writing services for the rooftop scene. The rooftop scene, which I hated, by the way, but, whatever.
Well, I mean, it's obviously not Justin's work, right?
Nope. And that makes total sense to me now. Because it's like kind of, the way that it came off was like kind of crass, and it had like a little Ryan Reynolds touch to it. Like, and I love comedy, so I like Ryan Reynolds and Deadpool and stuff like that.
But it has a place.
Right. Okay. No, that makes sense. It was a little tacky to me.
And I really hope that he gets the chance to release a director's cut of the movie, because I would watch that to see what his vision was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Here is this is from Sony Legal Affairs and to Wayfarer Council.
What's
We
the date?
certainly August 9th, 24. We certainly need some clarity on public comments made about Ryan Reynolds potentially contributing writing services for the rooftop scene. Can you provide additional information on this, as there are no contracts, his services are not in the chain, nor is his name anywhere in the credits? One of the many media reports which cite this claim made by Blake Lively. All right, thanks for clarifying. If services were rendered, obviously we required signed documentation immediately.
We don't see who they sent it to, right?
No, they boxed it out. So it just says Wayfarer Council. All right. And then here's another message from Wayfarer team to Sony Legal Affairs. Hello, your email was shared with me by blank in order to address this issue. We are not aware of any writing services rendered by Ryan Reynolds. Regardless of what is being said publicly, this is not something we are aware of. We are learning about these allegations in real time. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you. All right. 46. Still during the pre-production phase, Lively and Reynolds raised entirely false allegations of fat shaming. Oh, not this. Fat shaming against Baldoni, an accusation that, as evidence will show, was categorically false. Baldoni had been introduced to trainer Don, who became Baldoni's personal trainer by Lively. Don directed Baldoni's preparation for the film role, including his nutrition and exercise, making special accommodations for Baldoni's back injury. Baldoni even paid to receive Don's meal delivery service. How much does it cost? I need it. Okay.
Receipts.
For real.
A literal receipt.
Okay. So this is a text message with Don. He says, okay, speak later today. I can get you a program this week. He says, sure, just got to NYC for the day. And then this is Don, like, giving him some advice on, lumbar extension and shit like that. And I'm going to skip that because it's pretty obvious what that is. Privately, Baldoni reached out to Don as his personal trainer to ask what Lively weighed. Privately, okay. So that he could train his back muscles in preparation for a lift scene. This was
Which I think makes a huge difference that it wasn't like in front of everyone, like, hey, how much does she weigh? Yeah.
This is important to avoid injury not only to Baldoni, who suffered from lifelong back injuries, multiple bulging discs, and chronic pain, but also to Lively if the lift could not be completed successfully and safely. Notwithstanding Lively's recent attempts to deny the existence of any such scene, it was only nixed at her insistence after having been planned and rehearsed. The next morning, Baldoni was summoned to the penthouse by Lively. Summoned to the penthouse. God, what am I doing? Like, summoned to. I don't care if you're mad at me. Summon me to the penthouse. I'd like to be summoned to the penthouse, please. Don't take that tone with me unless it's in the penthouse. All right. Baldoni was summoned to the penthouse by Lively and greeted by Reynolds, who swore at Baldoni and accused him of fat shaming his wife. How dare you fucking ask about my wife's weight? What's wrong with you?
And again, I'm sure this was not my assumption would be make an ass out of you and me, right? But anyway, I would think that she didn't tell Ryan exactly what was said, that it was presented from the narrative she wanted to create, right? Mm-hmm. And because otherwise, if he knew that this guy had back injuries and he knew that the guy was like, hey, what's her weight so that I can make sure I can train those muscles and make sure I can lift her, health, like, safely. Who would argue with that, right?
Right.
So I think that Ryan Reynolds did not get the full true story.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't. It does kind of sound like that. So yeah, the confrontation from Reynolds and Lively was so aggressive that Baldoni felt he had no choice but to offer repeated and completely unwarranted apologies for what was a good faith and reasonable question to ask of his trainer. Reynolds demanded Baldoni remove the scene entirely. Lively refused to perform the lift scene in the end, even after it was rehearsed with a stunt double. In her own complaint, Lively flat out lies about the absence of this scene by claiming the scene wasn't in the film. The only reason the scene wasn't in the film is because Lively and Reynolds ensured it was taken out of the film. Accommodating Lively, Baldoni rewrote the scene with Lively, despite the fact that for creative reasons, this scene was important to him as a storyteller and director. In fact, Lively had earlier expressed insecurity about her postpartum figure, and Baldoni made every attempt to genuinely reassure her. In this exchange, he stated, as her director, that anything you feel insecure about, we will talk through and get creative together and make you comfortable. I just don't want you to stress about your body. It's the last thing you need. When he later tried to do just that, Lively responded with allegations of sexual harassment, followed by a lawsuit. Oh boy. Could you read that real quick while I pull something up?
Yep. Kicking ass, but it's still a ton of work with not a ton of time. What's the chance we can do body scenes at the end of the schedule? And Justin says, I'm sure you are. Honestly, there's 1 billion moving parts to schedule right now. I just turned in the rewrite, and so they are hard at work. A rewrite is probably her rewrite, right? So much of it comes down to locations and other cast availability, etc. So to be really honest, I have no clue. I want you to know you will look amazing. Anything you're insecure about, we will talk through and get creative together and make you comfortable. I just don't want you to stress about your body. It's the last thing you need. So as soon as I have a rough schedule that's even remotely accurate, I'll share, and I'll make sure the team keeps this in mind as well.
Okay. So I'm going to replay this. I did this edit. It says Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively's brutal roast of Justin Baldoni in under 1 minute. So these are the Nicepool scenes from Deadpool. And this is one that comes to mind because they're talking about her postpartum and all that. So we'll just watch this really quickly. Like I said, it's less than a minute long. So 1 second. Just as a little refresher, because as we read this along, I think we're going to see some more points. Okay. 1 second.
Is to one day host a podcast that monetizes the women's movement alongside them, but my calling is to one day host a podcast that monetizes the women's movement. But in here, everybody calls me Nicepool. Oh my goodness, wait till you see Ladypool. She is gorgeous. She just had a baby too, and can't even tell. I don't think you're supposed to say that. That's okay. I identify as a feminist, right?
Cassandra Nova invades Deadpool's mind and gains access to his memories by literally sticking her hand inside his head. Afterward, he yells, "And where in God's name is the intimacy coordinator?" Here's where it gets really bad. Blake Lively's character shoots and violently kills the Nicepool, Justin Baldoni, alleged character.
Cozy time, baby.
Look alive!
And then he drags him back out to get shots. Okay, so we've seen all we need to see there, but yeah, I don't know. But that's one of the things that came up was the figure thing.
Wow, that's with that context, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it was that she was in that movie and she's her Deadpool character is the one that does that to Nicepool. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
No wonder. And he sees it too, right? Like, and that's why he's looking into it.
The thumbnail for the hold on, let me show you for the live I had done about that. Like you can see where they're even making fun of the man bun and everything. Like, hang on, let me show you. So in this thumbnail, where was it? It's been so long. Okay, there it is.
I love that it's telling you that you're live right now. If you
I know,
scroll
right?
up,
I know. So there's Justin, and that's when he had long hair, so he used to wear a man bun. He's using his prayer hands or whatever, not prayer hands, but he's got like the hands.
Mhm.
And then there's Ryan with the long hair and the bun, and he's doing the hands, and so it's just like there's just so much.
Yeah.
That it's like there's no way that
It feels a little irrefutable.
Yeah, it does. And like I was thinking, like, I don't know if that's, necessarily illegal or anything that's like totally like legally wrong or anything, but at the same time, it's like that's super obnoxious and just like
And petty.
Yeah, it was at one point something that just seemed totally random to me and funny is now like taking on a whole new life because it's got this context to it. Because I watched the Deadpool and Wolverine and I didn't think for 1 second about Justin Baldoni.
No, but that's probably good, right? Because they didn't really want you to. It was like more of an inside joke, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But now it's not like super not funny.
And I didn't love that movie so much. I have to say, I liked the other ones better.
I liked the other ones better for the most part. I did like that one though.
I thought it was way too gory.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Okay, so here's a text from Blake. Thank you for your voice memo. It's deeply appreciated. You are everything you promised to be as a collaborator. Thank you. I know my job here, and this piece is in big part my job here. We both understand the assignment. As actors in the roles, but also as producers, and also as marketers. We understand artistically, yes, but we get what we need to do in all aspects for this movie commercially. As woke as we both are, and work to be. I'm sorry, I just hate when people say it's something about that word. It's like when people use that word now, like I understand what they're trying to say. It means you're like left leaning or whatever, or like progressive, but like people who use that word so often, they're just like way too extreme.
I feel like Blake is the kind of person who would say like, and I would like to thank me.
Yeah, right.
Thank me very much.
Yeah, possibly. This movie requires a certain aesthetic. It's part of the job that we both excitedly signed up for. I don't shy away from it because it's not problematic. It's the assignment. Oh, stop talking like that. I'm sorry. Like when someone is about to start an athletic event, it's their job to be in top shape. My husband and I both look at certain roles as athletic events. It's kind of... Right. And this is one of them. It's not always a part of the job, but on this one it is. And that's great. As much as I'd love to not think about it, that would be irresponsible and also impossible because it's unrealistic to not acknowledge what I need to do. This is my job here, and I meet my responsibilities with extreme work ethic. I look for solutions to achieve my high goals instead of lowering my goals. We all win when we're each firing at our highest capabilities. I don't know if that's all right. And you and I both are, and I will continue to. I just need as much time as possible because I just had my 4th baby. And props like that. That sounds like a lot of work.
But I want to like, totally after having just one baby, and
Right.
like I still have baby weight on, and it's been like almost 5 years. So like I totally feel her. But she decided to sign on to this project. I don't know when, but she knew when she was going to be doing it. She should have asked earlier on for those scenes to be, even just to be sure, right? But I understand if you thought you were going to be in shape and you're not, but there are hundreds of other people that you need to consider. It's not just all about you.
Yeah, right.
So I totally, like, I feel for her, but I also get like there is so much other stuff that goes into scheduling with this kind of stuff that it's just not, it's not that he doesn't want to give her time or the studio doesn't want to give her that time.
Right.
Like it's just that it actually just doesn't work out. Like not everyone's going to be available when she wants to do it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I understand that you never personally know all the nuances of the challenge unless you live this physical moment in time. I'm in with the physical road ahead. So having your understanding and support to help me pull this off is critical and very, very appreciated. Not just in my experience now, but also healing from experiences past. So thank you. We are going to kill it and be so fit they have to Lola us to look less banging. What does that mean, guys? Lola us?
I'm not woke enough to know it, I guess.
Can you guys tell me what Lola us means? Please. All right. Let's see. I sent you a thing on Discord real quick. 51. Lively then delivered an ultimatum. If Baldoni could not get on board with her work methods, he had 2 weeks to recast her. Implicit in this ultimatum was a threat to destroy Baldoni's reputation and career. As Lively well knew, Baldoni has worked hard throughout his career to earn and deserve a reputation based on his passionate advocacy for women's rights, a reputation she would later exploit and weaponize against him. If Lively were to back out of the film, especially based on accusations of fat shaming, Baldoni's reputation and life's work would be left in tatters. He had no choice but to bow to Lively and Reynolds' demands. Concerns about Lively's undue influence over the film began to grow even before filming started. Producer says he cannot let her have opinions on everything. Heath, one of the plaintiffs, says Blake. Producer says, or she's going to be co-directing this film. Yes. Heath says, yeah, we're talking about that a lot yesterday. Producer says, exactly. This is why everyone is starting to lose it. We've been talking about the same thing for months. Heath says, yep, it's starting to get resolved. And producer says, no, it's not. This was the first time Lively openly moved to seize control of the film from Baldoni, but it would not be the last. Filming begins as Lively builds to take her takeover strategy. This is part D, I guess. Principal photography began for the film in early May 2023. On set, Lively continued to maintain what later appeared to be a facade of a close, caring relationship with Baldoni, even as she continued to make escalating demands for creative control. By the time production began, Lively and Baldoni had worked closely together for months, and Lively expressed warm gratitude for her collaboration with Baldoni on the eve of filming. This is a note from, I guess it's from her. Yeah, it's from her to Justin. This note means so much to me. I'm excited to start tomorrow, but it's only one piece of the journey. We started months ago, and I'm grateful for all we've built so far. Thank you for caring so much and for putting every bit of you into showing it. You have given so much of your time to fight for great. I'm not sure what that was supposed to say. And that hasn't gone unappreciated or unseen for a moment. Let's do this shit. All right.
And I'm trying to think, like, if they say that she didn't read the book until after they started filming. Is that what they said? Or until after she was cast? Maybe, like, because I'm thinking, why would you say no to, if you knew what this movie was about, the book was about, what the movie was going to be about, why would you say no to an intimacy coordinator? If it's involving domestic violence, like, it's a no-brainer, especially as a woman. Right. So I'm wondering if she just didn't even have any idea. Like, she's just like, yeah, I'm going to do this movie. It's so popular. Like, I want to be in this movie. And didn't even know what it was about. So that's why she didn't want to meet with the coordinator before filming started or ever.
Brooke J says, I think Sony is the grossest one in all this for trying to promote this as a fun chick flick. I didn't watch the movie until recently, so I didn't see any of the promotion, really. I saw these headlines like speculating about Justin and Blake or whatever, but I never saw the real
they're trying to
promotion.
like, wear your florals, bring your girlfriends, make it like a fun night out. Yes.
No, that's weird.
It's super weird. Yeah, and I was wondering, is she just the face or is she a driving factor behind it? Did she agree with all of that? And I get the feeling she agreed with that narrative.
Yeah, that's yikes. All right. Throughout the first filming period, Lively continued to share her open and unguarded thoughts on life and her character. She talked about wardrobe choices to make her character much sexier. And this is again from Blake to Justin. We'll show you both ways, but Beanie is much sexier. It's the look, feels TV without.
Has anyone like looked at a beanie and been like, that's so sexy?
That's so TV.
Maybe.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. If I put the beanie over my eyes, maybe. Especially with a crop top in the snow. Again, like at the end of the day, my true thoughts when I read the stuff is these people are so rich and out of touch that I just I can't feel too bad. Like, I don't like some of the stuff that either one of them has allegedly done. I don't know who to believe entirely yet, but both of these parties are just like so like, oh my god, what if you had to live in the real world for a month? Crop top in the snow. Go fuck yourself.
It reminds me of like who was it? Was it Khloe Kardashian and Kris Jenner went grocery shopping? They're like, let's do like a normal person thing. Let's go grocery shopping.
Oh, yeah, right.
Anyway.
All right. Okay. It justifies the rest of the skin, and also is a girl I would check out walking down the street. Okay, me too. But because it washes the effort off the rest of the look. I would check the girl out because I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Not because like, oh yeah, skin girl in the snow. Like, nah. It'd be more of a confused checkout than a oh damn, that looks good, girl. I love a good frostbite,
If a girl had a crop top in the snow, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with her?
I like my ladies numb in the hands and feet. All right. Lively continued to express her warm appreciation and respect for Baldoni as filming continued, even as she acknowledged she could be difficult and critical of others, using the kind of language she herself would have alleged to inappropriate. This next message from Blake to Justin says, Justin, thank you for making me wear mittens. That is actually not what happened. All right. Justin says, I'm not going to tell you that you were amazing because you teased me for being so sentimental, but you were amazing today. Blake says, thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm just a ball buster, but it means a lot to me.
Dave said that he didn't think that I saw part of his stream earlier. He said he doesn't think of like testicles when ball buster is used. I do. I think of it as just in, like,
how do you not?
Yeah, nice.
I'm a little jealous of Dave right now because I'm just thinking of ball sex.
Exactly. Just like, just punch it like a, yeah. Anyway, we're on the same page.
I care a great deal and always want to deliver. You were terrific. I'm proud of everything we did today, but really every day. And this was in May 2023, May 23rd. And then here the footnote, it says Lively's use of the word ball buster would certainly have made it on her 17-point list had it been Baldoni who said it.
I love that footnote.
Lively's intimate comfort with Baldoni continued as filming progressed. In June of 2023, after the alleged harassment and uncomfortable situations allegedly occurred, she even invited Baldoni to her trailer to rehearse while pumping breast milk. Oh, this was the whole breast milk thing. Okay. This is from Blake to Justin. The text says, I'm just pumping in my trailer if you want to work out our lines. All right. Lively was so close and comfortable with Baldoni that she freely breastfed in front of him during meetings. She took photos of him holding and soothing her crying baby in her penthouse. Again with the penthouse. Stop rubbing it in! Was it the penthouse she lives in or just the one she pumps in? Like, they probably have two. All right. They laughed deliriously during late night writing sessions. All of these events took place after the alleged sexual harassment. Lively's accusations seemed to come out of the blue. She even knew his tea order. And then here it shows she said to him, because I skimmed over this earlier, I'm getting you a hot matcha. And it's like, okay, cool. Fine. Lively herself set the tone for personal discussions on set, including what language was acceptable. For example, on one occasion while filming a restaurant scene, Lively sat on the floor in painfully expensive shoes. I believe that. While discussing with a group of male cast and crew how sexy her shoes were. Lively had no issue using the word sexy herself.
I love it. This is evidenced in film footage captured between scene takes. That's
hilarious. But apparently took note. I really hope that shows up in trial. Really took note both times Baldoni said the word in her presence. Though she was loose and relaxed in her speech on set, she was increasingly stringent in the demands she imposed on the production. She rewrote her own dialogue constantly and took it upon herself to make unilateral changes to other characters' lines, effectively rewriting the script day by day. This pattern of domineering interference caused unending interruptions to the production process, leading to entirely unnecessary stress, chaos, and delays.
Can you imagine how demeaning that would be as a writer for the movie? That this actor thinks they know better than what you get paid to do professionally, like every day.
Right. Yeah. It is well documented on film footage how frequently she requested changes and how at every turn, Baldoni took her thoughts and, out of fear of repercussions from Lively and her allies, he consistently tried to accommodate them. During labor strikes, Lively moves to seize absolute power. On May 2nd, 2023, wasn't some of these texts were after May 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right, because they went on strike. I thought it was saying this is when she started. Okay. On May 2nd, the strike started. Production on the film halted temporarily on June 14th due to WGA picketing. The next day, the production was notified that WGA had agreed not to picket their set, allowing production to continue. But Lively was already gone and refused to return to the production immediately. Wayfarer reworked the shooting schedule at great expense to film the scenes with the younger versions of the characters instead of footage requiring Lively. On June 27th, production shut down entirely for the pendency of the strike. All right. The SAG-AFTRA strike soon followed, beginning on July 14th. To make the most of time during the strike, Baldoni began editing the footage that had been captured to date, starting the director's process of turning footage into film. Lively expressed excitement over returning to shoot in the fall in New York, making no mention of any discomfort or harassment that would be brought up only later, after months of being apart on the day the strikes ended. Both before and during the strikes, Lively's eager involvement in the production took on a more insistent and manipulative tone, as she asked for access to the dailies and early cuts of scenes, both inappropriate and unorthodox requests. And here's the text from her to Justin. It says, "Hey, would you mind giving me access to dailies? I'm curious which takes you liked of the scenes you showed, blank. My manager, blank, flew out to visit set and leaves tomorrow a.m. He heard all about it from Warren, and I'd love to show him. Why does Warren not get blacked out there?
Right.
Warren hurt her somehow. All right. I can appreciate you may be too slammed right now to make this happen, but maybe someone else can facilitate. Thanks so much." All right. And the footnote at 11 says, dailies refers to raw footage of what was filmed that day, including the many takes. This is not shared with cast. All right. This is from Blake to Justin again. "Hey, I hope you and your family are well. I watched the selects you sent. So great. I was so happy and energized. Such solid work from everyone on and off camera. It was really cool to see we were working so quickly. There was never the time to look back. So it was nice to revisit from an audience's perspective. Please let me know who to reach out to get access to the full gallery of dailies. I'm so looking forward to seeing all we have in the can. And of course, any scenes you cut together, I'd love to see. Hope you're having a good summer and hopefully a good edit. Will your assembly be done soon? X," which means kisses. Wayfarer, Baldoni, and another producer on the film strategized about how to respond to Lively, which became common practice so as not to trigger backlash from Lively. The text exchange below demonstrates adamant objections given to Lively dailies. Not only was it an inappropriate overreach, but there was a very real concern that a simple ask, such as rewriting a couple of scenes, would turn into a complete takeover, i.e. writing the script. They rightly feared that giving her the dailies could turn into her demanding to edit, right, the whole movie, which is exactly what ultimately happened. Okay, here's an outgoing This looks like a screenshot. Okay, so it's a screenshot that he sent to
A
the
screenshot
producer.
of a screenshot.
Right? Okay, so this is the text we just read. He screenshotted it and sent it to the producer. The producer says, I'd say no, but check her contract first, lol. Heath, one of the plaintiffs, says, I was waiting for blank to respond first. It's an absolute no for me as well. Respectfully, not sure the best way to respond, being how delicate it is. And the producer says, I think you can either not respond until tomorrow.
And they already know what if they've been filming for like, maybe they were filming for about a month or something a month or a month and a half by the time the strike happened. And already they know how delicate it is. You know, what are they responding to there? Like her relationship with basically all of them and how she's been in the process.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So at the end of this text picks up, it says, or say you need to talk to the team or just say, no, you're not comfortable with it. Jamie Heath says, maybe we can let this be a Sony decision and you can respond with that for now. Justin says, thank you. Spoke to blank too. I think I'm just going to say yes. Oh, Justin. And send her a playlist of a bunch of good takes from different scenes that last for 3 or 4 days. Blank said, no. Okay, producer says what I was just thinking. We all said no, and you're going to send. Justin says, no, she liked the idea of a playlist, no access to all dailies. I wasn't clear in text. Producer says, okay, copy makes sense. Justin says, basically send her a playlist of what I showed her agent. And then if or when she responds and says, can you send me everything? That's what I'll say I'm not comfortable with. That, as I haven't even seen everything. Blank believes that she will then start to edit the movie and tell me which takes to use if she has access to everything. Producer says, yes, I agree with that. Justin says, also, this is exactly how the writing process started. She asked if I was okay if she could take a pass at some dialogue tweaks on the rooftop scene, which, just talked to Blake. She's in very good spirits and seems happy about this. Very nice conversation. Producer says, good. Jamie's happy about that too. Okay. After consulting internally as to how to respond, Baldoni politely pushed back, explaining that it was much too early in the editing process to share much footage. Okay. 1 second. Do you have this pulled up on your screen?
I do.
Okay. Are you able to share your screen?
So does it share just the thing that I have? How do I get it to share just the thing I have open?
So hang on. Let me stop this so I can walk you through. No, I don't want to leave the studio. My bad.
Bye.
All right. So hit present, share screen.
Or slides and PDFs.
Go to window. So do you have it in a browser?
No, I have it open as a PDF.
You can share it as a PDF. It'll just show the PDF.
Okay, so wait, it says I have no slide. Your computer. Upload file. Let's see. It says processing. Sorry for the pause, guys. Just keep saying processing. Is this how you do it too, or you do like your computer?
No, I have it open in Chrome. Yeah, so it's easier. If you just like download, well, I don't know what browser you use, but if you just download it and click it, yeah.
Should I do that instead?
It's probably easier for you.
Okay, let me see. But can I do it in a different browser than the one I'm streaming from?
You can, but if you share the tab, it will not show. Like, you can't see any of my other tabs when I'm sharing my tab.
And none of like the bookmarks or anything?
No. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, we can double check here. Let's see. Because rather than me taking a random intermission, Sizzle Ninja is going to help read. Hang on.
It says it's on here now.
Okay, so this is, you can't see my other tabs or my bookmarks or anything, right?
No.
So you're good. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So go to page 43. Okay. And can you read from there until it'll be just like a few minutes. I have to go to the bathroom and
sure.
let him out.
It's the text, right? We didn't read that yet, right?
No, we didn't read that yet.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back, guys. What page is Lauren on? We're like a little over a fourth of the way through, I think, but we're gonna read faster. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, he said, Lauren, link me.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Link. I will.
Okay. Hi, sorry for so this is Justin to Blake. Hi, sorry for slow response. Yes, family is good. Brutal being away for so long and happy we are finally together. Lots happening, all good things overall. Had to hire new editors who I adore. They're going through everything now. So I'm curious. personally as to why he had to hire new editors. If it was because the editors he had, because of the writer's strike, like maybe they had a project coming up like back to this project, and their schedules like didn't work anymore because of the strike. I'm not sure. Justin says, I'm so happy you feel energized by what you saw. Your performance is really, really beautiful. Stunning, actually. Read dailies. Obviously, you know I want your input. That's why I sent the 5-hour playlist. But at this point, it's too early for me to share all the dailies. I start my cut in early August, given the new editors, and still going through the rest myself. Also figuring out our shooting plan, as I have to cut and combine and find ways to scale down for a budget. Once I am physically in the edit and have touched scenes myself, I'd love to share with you. I hope you enjoy this time off with your family. Talk soon. And that's it there. So 71. At that point, Lively reluctantly paid nominal lip service to the notion that Baldoni, the film's director, was entitled to the time and space needed for his directorial cut, but continued to push. Blake says, I don't want to infringe on your... So Justin's message was sent 7/20/23, and hers was sent 7/20/23. It just looks like a couple hours, 4:51 and 5:35, maybe an hour, less than an hour later. Blake says, I don't want to infringe on your time with your cut. Of course, I don't feel the need to send me cut scenes. I was just excited to see. Read dailies. None of the producers have had access to dailies. It's just you. 72. Baldoni shared limited scenes with Lively, feeling uncomfortable all the while, yet he already knew that he had to bow to Lively's demands in order to get out the film and its powerful message. Finally, he put his foot down, sending Lively one final scene, then telling her he would not be sending any more cuts until he was finished with his editorial process. I wish I could let you in, Omar. Justin says, sorry, back-to-back meetings. All good. Love the excitement, and I'm excited to show you when the time is right, or when time is right. No, not just me. Blank and Jamie have access to dailies, but not assemblies or cuts. And then, let's see, that was 7/20/23. And then this next one is 8/25, so a little over a month later. Happy birthday, Blake. Coincidentally, today is the last day of my edit as we are closing the room until we shoot again. It's been wildly successful, and I'm so happy. You are so fantastic in the film. I'm sending you over one of my favorite sections. I won't be posting or sending anything to anyone after this, but I'm excited to show you more in person when we come back. Please watch before Sunday, as all Pix accounts will get shut down on Monday until we are back up. Can't wait to hear what you think. Have an amazing day. XX. 73. The WGA strike ended on September 27th, 2023, and the SAG-AFTRA strike ended on November 9th, 2023. Months before, Baldoni had made Lively's representative aware that they would continue pre-production in order to, quote, hit the ground running when the strike ends. But Lively and her lawyers had been busy devising other plans during the strike. The same day that the SAG-AFTRA strike ended, Baldoni, the studios, and producers were eager to resume production. Instead, they were met with an email from Lively's lawyer, who sent Wayfarer an unsettling and unexpected 17-point list of non-negotiable conditions that must be met before Lively would return to work. The stunning list was drafted for the apparent purpose of insinuating or outright claiming that Baldoni, Heath, and others had engaged in sexually inappropriate conduct during filming. Nothing can be further from the truth. So I find this interesting, the timing of this being sent, right when she knew the strike had ended and people are going to try to get back to work, that she could walk, right? And at any point in time, she could take that option to walk. That basically, I feel, not that you guys came here for my opinion, but I feel like she backed them into a corner. And did they want to lose tons of time, lose tons of people due to scheduling conflicts to have to refilm all of this stuff that they had done for a month or a month and a half, or just sign this agreement and try to get things moving if they knew they weren't doing that stuff anyway, and then so they wouldn't have a problem not engaging in that behavior? I wonder, like how you guys would feel in this situation. I'd be curious to know. So this is the email that Justin and Wayfair received from Blake's counsel, right? Yeah, from Lively's counsel. So this is Thursday, November 9th. And they say, okay, the strike ended on November 9th. So the same day the strike ended, they decide to send this email. Dear Wayfarer team, let me read this on my computer. It's a little blurry for me. Okay. With the tentative resolution of the SAG-AFTRA strike, we are writing to address how to handle a return to the set of It Ends With Us, the film. It is no surprise to the film's producers that the experience of shooting the film has been deeply concerning on many levels. The complaints of our client and others have been repeatedly conveyed and well documented throughout pre-production and photography. While we reserve all legal rights, at this stage our client is willing to forego a more formal HR process in favor of everyone returning to work and finishing the film, as long as the set is safe moving forward. In order for our client to feel safe returning to the production, we are attaching a list of protections that will need to be guaranteed and observed by the film's producers. If the production is unwilling to accept or uphold these protections, our client is prepared to pursue her full legal rights and remedies, which she does, right? This letter is not intended to constitute a full statement of all facts and circumstances relating to this matter. Hey, guys.
What's up? Oh,
Hey. So, my son's finally asleep, which is
it's party time.
gives me a little freedom to do.
Don't get too crazy.
No, he's been home with me all week, and yeah, it's been very exhausting. And
Oh, I know. I don't know how. It's like the worst when they're on vacation. They're just like they're there all the time.
well, when you get used to, like I was with him for most of the time until he started like his first year of school, and then you're like, wow, you get like five hours during the day to like actually be a person and do things, right? And then you have them full time again for multiple days in a row. It's like, oh
Yeah, it sucks, man. It's like getting out of the pool and jumping into the jacuzzi and jumping back into the pool.
But this time it's like an ice pool.
And it's like pins and needles and stuff. Whatever that game we used to play.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
that game.
I guess I'll finish reading this letter and then we can have some tilted lawyer commentary.
Oh, I got a lot of opinions.
Me too.
Please, sir, let me into the penthouse.
Oh, Jesus. What the fuck is that?
Was that butter?
Yes. Hi,
Um,
everyone. Butter wants to say hi.
Isn't it funny that there are some dogs that like have better lives than all of us?
Say hi to the camera.
No, I think that every time I have had a bad day, it's like, God, I wish I could be you. Just sit on the couch all day long, lick my balls.
Ball buster.
I love doing that.
Let's see. Okay, I think I stopped around here. If the production is unwilling to accept and uphold these protections, our client is prepared to pursue. Okay, that I read. It is not intended to be, nor shall it be construed as a waiver, release of, or relinquishment of any of our clients' rights or remedies, legal or equitable, all of which are hereby expressly reserved. Sincerely, Lively's counsel. Do you want to continue or have some commentary?
You can talk. I'm gonna put my screen back on. What page were you on?
76. Oh, sorry, 46. Number.
I was like, please tell me we're actually on 76.
I read so fast.
Okay. We're gonna try to speed it up a little bit when we get to reading, but yeah.
It's like there's no way, Lauren, you're gonna get through 179 pages. There's just no way. I tried to do this earlier.
I will not rest until I finish this document. I'm not kidding.
Man, this is gonna take stamina.
I got it. We're good.
I'm not sure that I have it. I crapped out on page 46 or paragraph 46.
Oh man.
27 pages into it. It's like, you know what? I'll do the rest on Monday. How about that?
Did you read this email already? You read the whole email?
Yep, I just finished it.
So you got this right here, 76?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Both Wayfarer and Sony attempted to revise the document to make it factually accurate, being that their representation of set culture was inaccurate, and sent comments through Wayfarer's attorney, who incorporated Sony's notes. But Lively's counsel response made it clear that the list was not open for negotiation. This is to the Wayfarer team. The list we provided was not intended as a starting point for a negotiation. Okay.
This is 4 days later.
Rather, it is a set of protections that needs to be in place in order for our client to return to work. Please let us know as soon as possible whether Wayfarer will agree to accept all the protections included in our original communication, including without limitation number 11 and number 12, with the following additional clarifications. Number 14, in addition to the stunt double, Wayfarer to engage BL-approved body doubles for both characters for all simulated sex scenes. Okay, I didn't know there were different doubles. Okay. Number 15, this requirement applies to any future filming as well as to any footage that has already been how do you retroactive? Never mind. Number 16, we can limit this requirement to scenes involving nudity, partial nudity, and or simulated sex.
And again, this is something that should have been addressed by them at the beginning with that whole nudity rider that they took like something, I believe, like 3 months to sign when they were supposed to sign it within 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't. And this is not, I based on everything we've seen, I cannot see him or his team saying no to any of these things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go ahead.
Here's what I was saying earlier on. So I didn't get this far. And so I don't even know what they're on about right now. But I know back in like 46, at paragraph 46, when I stopped, it's like, okay. So when she's calling herself the dragon and all, she's the Khaleesi and all of this stuff. It's like, if she's so difficult to work with, and you guys spent all this time drafting a production contract where everybody had contractual obligations, and she was trying to overstep the boundaries of the contract, there was nothing stopping them very early on from saying, you know what, we're going to go get somebody else. I even threw out Jenna Ortega. They could have got like Margot Robbie. I don't know. Somebody else that wasn't going to be the dragon Khaleesi and trying to like run production, rewrite the script, and redo the wardrobe, and 5,000 dresses and all.
He said that he heard that she was difficult to work with, but he did feel like she was a good fit for the role, and he wanted to give her a chance. So I mean, I guess it was his innocence that was the downfall here. I'm
not trying to defend Blake. I'm just saying that when it got to the point where he was like rewriting the rooftop scene, I've never seen the movie. I'm never going to watch the movie. And when she's like changing it to, I think that this character who's 23 years old is going to wear $5,000 shoes.
Right.
It's like, you know what? There was a best-selling book and it already works, and we don't need your opinions, and we have a vision. We're going to go get Margot Robbie or somebody else. But like I was pointing out, every single time that Baldoni makes this concession with her, all right, fine, change the wardrobe. Okay, fine. Change the script. Okay, do all these things. He's making these concessions for her. And so through his actions, he's acquiescing to these things and then like trying to attack her for it. I don't know where he's going with all this other stuff. I guess they're changing things about the intimacy contract now. But she was doing this at every step of production. And I'm not criticizing Baldoni. My only criticism is this: as his attorney's like, why didn't you just like cut ties like back in August and shoot?
I'm sure that like there was a lot of pressure from maybe even places that, or maybe it's later in the document, I don't know, but maybe from different people to have her there, to keep her there, and then also the fear of what is she going to say if you take that stand? Then what is she going to go tell the media about you?
Well, at that point, you have it all in writing, and then you got your witnesses, and then we're having a different conversation. It's like, look, it was about artistic expression. There was a book and there was a script, and we had contracted to write this story. She wanted to change key parts of the movie that was going to make it unrecognizable from the original story. Mm-hmm. Therefore, we decided that it wasn't the right project for her, and we had other people in mind that were willing to stick to the main script. Therefore, we went with them. And look, it's her and Ryan Reynolds. She doesn't control all of Hollywood. She's not the dragon like she thinks she is.
But she has the keys to the penthouse.
Maybe. I didn't even know who Blake Lively was before this lawsuit. Dominic doesn't even know who Blake Lively was, but I know who like other people are. I was just saying they're looking for a 23-year-old love interest. Jenna Ortega just happens to be 23 years old. She's an up-and-coming star that would benefit greatly from a movie of this magnitude. Why not just go get her? I'm sure she's down for whatever the script is and has less opinions about whether or not a 23-year-old should be wearing $5,000 shoes.
Mm-hmm.
You have to wear those shoes. It's the dress code for the penthouse.
I'd be curious to see what the casting process was and how they decided on Blake, who was for Blake. all that stuff. I also want to say, I already said it earlier, but it was either, if it wasn't his first, it was one of his first, I think it was his directorial debut.
Baldoni?
Yes. So
Didn't he did one before that. I think it said in one of the earlier emails.
okay. So
Christian
he was
maybe.
I mean, I feel even a movie of this magnitude. So maybe he didn't know exactly how to navigate all of this stuff going on too.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess so. He was intimidated by the prospects of what happens if Blake Lively goes out into the industry and says, "You know what? Don't work with Baldoni. He's a dick. He's difficult to work with. He's a bad producer." And she did. She's doing that anyway. So, like, what are we gaining from all of these concessions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am also a pushover, and I'm a people pleaser, and so that's something that I've been trying to work on.
Yeah.
In my personal life. So I mean, I can empathize with him, but I do think, yeah, had he taken a stand early on and like gotten that support from the studios to like go a different direction, we could have avoided all of this.
I mean, she was going there anyway. I mean, when she starts writing stuff like she's the dragon, I mean, what are we doing? So you go be the dragon over there then, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She's the Khaleesi. Okay.
Apparently.
Oh.
All right. On number 77. We're to number 77. Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I heard that the sex scene in this movie was like 3 seconds long. And it wasn't even, they didn't even show nudity. It was all like more suggestive, like bullshit.
Well, and that's her cut, right? That's what she chose to put in the movie.
I mean, I watched the movie and I don't even remember the sex scene. Like,
so, I mean, it was like dozens of pages of nudity writers for that.
Yeah.
I'm just,
And the scene that they rewrote was the only scene in the movie that I really hated. So.
You know, when I first did I did a stream a couple weeks ago when the initial lawsuits came out, and I called this a rom-com. Yeah. Come to find out it was about like domestic violence and.
Well, way to go, man.
She was trying to make it like that, like just go out with your girlfriends and have a great night, and have one of my drinks, like my non-alcoholic drinks, and use my hair product and get your florals and go out and enjoy an evening with your girls.
Go have your Truly and your spicy margarita.
Yeah.
Put on the $5,000 shoes.
Jesus. I don't even know what kind of alcohol does she sell. What is it, like wine coolers or something?
I think isn't it a non-alc brand?
Is it? Because they were saying alcoholic. Because they said up above, they said promoting alcohol, her alcohol brand, because alcohol is like involved in 55% of domestic violence situations.
Betty Buzz.
Betty, that tracks.
Tracks. A premium sparkling soda. What else does it have? I don't know. Not
would you have to be the size of Blake Lively to get drunk off of that? I mean,
oh my God, how much does she weigh? Betty Buzz is in the assortment.
You can't ask that.
This is an assortment. I need to know because I need to know if I'm going to get drunk. Assortment of premium gluten-free, non-alcoholic sparkling sodas and mixtures made from clean ingredients.
Okay.
So, right. But it's called Betty Booze. And then the one drink that they named after Justin Baldoni's character, after a domestic abuser, she chose it to name one of the beverages after him.
Rile you wait.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh boy, these are so not my people.
Oh, me neither. I can't relate to these people at all. But like at the same time, I'm just kind of like, well, one of you did some really shitty stuff, so I don't know, maybe both. Okay, 77. It was clear that Wayfair would have to sign the documents as is, despite the falsity of its insinuations. The alternative was to lose millions of dollars, cost hundreds of people their jobs after they had been out of work for months, and destroy their relationship with Sony. Nonetheless, the demands themselves were agreeable. Indeed, some were already in place. To illustrate the distorted and downright fictional bases for the 17-point list of demands, each of them is addressed in turn below. Point 1, intimacy coordinator. Lively demanded that an intimacy coordinator be present at all times when Lively was on set. In fact, an intimacy coordinator had already been engaged during the first half of the production, so Wayfair took no issue with this request itself, despite both Lively and her attorney knowingly insinuating there was not one. On or about March 20th, 2023, nearly 2 months before filming began, Baldoni met with the intimacy coordinator, and in early of April 2023, more than 6 weeks before production commenced, she was engaged. So I think she was involved. Okay. Because the first time I read that sentence, I was like, what do you mean? Lively was
You were in pain.
Lively was aware, as Baldoni had informed her in writing on or about April 6, 2023. Lively's attorney was also aware, as documented in May 8th, 2023, emails between her and Wayfarer's attorney, within which Wayfarer provides her the intimacy coordinator approved nudity rider, followed by written confirmation of said approval. Okay, here's the nudity rider. It was sent from Wayfarer counsel to Blake Lively's counsel. Okay, has been approved by a SAG intimacy coordinator. All right. Do you have written approval from the intimacy coordinator for the exhibit that you can share? All right. And then it says, hi, confirmation for blank attached here. Let me know if you need anything else. Okay. I don't know if that was you that just messaged me or what.
Nope.
It was not you. Okay, I'm going to close Discord then. All right.
Only from me will you read.
Whatever. Right. Although the presence of an intimacy coordinator is not a SAG rule, but rather a recommendation, Baldoni was eager to engage one from the start to ensure talent, himself included, felt safe during intimate scenes. It was also important to him that the intimacy coordinator be a woman to help craft sex scenes that would speak to the mostly female audience of the book, i.e. be written from the female gaze. A fact Lively later mocked in both her complaint and her CRD complaint.
Oh, also, I want to point out that Michelle corrected. So Betty Buzz non-alc drinks mixers and Betty Boo's alcoholic canned cocktails. So she sells both alc and non-alc.
Okay. Gotcha.
Is it okay to classify those drinks as gay?
Yes. Okay. I'll allow it.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
I defer to Lauren.
I'll allow it.
Like if you saw a guy drinking that, like, would you have opinions?
Yeah.
It probably depends on which one it is and what the other options are, where they're at.
Sitting here drinking a Betty Boop or whatever he said.
Oh, a Betty, but if it were that specific brand, oh, well, yeah.
But you have to have a schnitzel talk. It's like, hey, talk.
Sorry, I just saw the Discord was from one of my mods. I'm gonna read that, just not right this second. DFW Jamie Henderson, thank you for the $2. Lauren, you look so good. Love to see it. Well,
yes, you do. That new haircut
I'm just a pretty girl standing out in the cold snow with my crop top on, you know.
And your beanie.
And my beanie.
And your $5,000 shoes.
Oh yeah, right. You don't want to forget about those. All right. It's kind of funny because I was in Nashville last weekend and I forgot to bring warm pants, and I was like walking outside in these thin, like shin high yoga pants in the snow, like an idiot. But nobody paid me millions of dollars, so like, what's the problem? I didn't get any magazine covers or interviews. God, celebrities are so privileged. Okay, all right. Given both Lively and Reynolds' firsthand knowledge of these facts, Lively's insistence in her November 9th, 2023 return to production demands. I should send one of those to my boss one day and just see what happens. After like a long break or something. After a PTO week, just be like, these are my demands for returning to work. See, because the real world, we can't do these things.
$500 an hour. No wiping asses.
I need a penthouse in Manhattan. All right. The constant presence of an intimacy coordinator was baffling. However, because Wayfarer had already engaged an intimacy coordinator and had no issue with the request, and given the request came with the threat that Lively would not come back to work after months of filming and planning, Wayfarer acquiesced. This acquiescence, given with the written caveat that Wayfarer disagreed with the characterizations, was later used by Lively to falsely suggest an acknowledgement that there had not been an intimacy coordinator at all.
I also want to add that the letter that I read, so that gave the 17-point thing, it was sent November 9th, the same day the strike ended. And I found it really interesting that they, I think, waited until the very day that the strike ended, and they knew people were, they're going to call people right back to set, right? To get this thing filmed, that they chose that day to send this. So basically forcing Baldoni and his team into a corner to either sign this, or you're going to have to fire her and reshoot everything you've already shot.
Great. Fire her then. I'll just on. That would have been an easy decision for me.
But sir, then we would lose the budget for the penthouse. I'm never not going to mock people with that much money. I'm sorry. It's not gonna happen.
Love it. Do it.
I mean, my God, what do you need? Like, How do you want for anything at that point? I would just sign a piece of paper, be like, yeah, I'll do the job. Just keep my current salary and we're good. My Lord. I cannot imagine. All right. Okay. Given this was already standard practice in the film industry and in practice on the film set, all right, they readily agrees to the demand, but without the reason to believe the demand was made in response to any inappropriate conduct. Despite having filmed for over a month and despite having been provided a nudity writer and the opportunity to negotiate, finalize, and sign, Lively had never asked for a closed set. However, production had always adhered to this and had no problem agreeing to this demand. For clarity, no intimacy scenes were even shot prior to November 9th, the return to production demands. Therefore, under no circumstance did Lively shoot intimate scenes without a nudity writer, as suggested in her complaint, and production did not violate any SAG-AFTRA rules. The one simulated nude scene filmed prior to the strike break and the November 9th return to production demands. Can we get an acronym or something?
Or you could just not read it. Like I just skip over it.
I will not, sir. All right. It's in my writer. I have to read every word. All right. Was a scene that Lively wrote, knew of in advance, and directed the action for, and she never requested a nudity writer or intimacy coordinator for that scene. What is this? Oh, okay. That's just setting.
You know
what? Can I get some clarification? So the sexually demeaning comments that Baldoni allegedly made to Lively, was that during the filming of the sex scene where there was coordinators present, or did that occur when they had the conversation that her wardrobe choices were not flattering?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure about the time.
I read that in the complaint this morning. Is that what she's talking about? Is that the fat shaming comments? Her wardrobe was like non-flattering to her. It's like the fat shaming makes sense. You pick up $110 at best, maybe 115 pounds on after a good vacation. I don't know, but I haven't seen it described what the nature of the comments were and when they were made.
Mm-hmm. In the context, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine being that fat and having to. I can't even finish that.
And also, again, if he's already like on eggshells with this whole thing, and like people knew from the very beginning, which again should have made a different decision, sure. But if he was already walking on eggshells with her, can you imagine that he's going to go and sexually harass and disparage her for her weight and all this stuff? We've only seen evidence that proves, the opposite of that.
Well, the only context we have is he's not going to do that in front of.
Only seen evidence that
proves.
God damn it.
Oh no. Okay, we're good.
The only context I've seen for that is he's not going to do that in front of the nudity coordinators, in front of all these people during a nudity scene. And apparently he goes to her trailer to have the wardrobe discussion, and that discussion ended up with him crying for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, his counsel here is claiming that it's because he received a compliment from her on his.
I remember that, yeah, but it was like, okay, so that's why I was like, is she trying to say that in that moment, that's where the comment was made? And, because there's some insinuation that he was in tears or crying for some other reason. And then he's trying to frame it. Oh, no, it was a compliment. And that was the reason for the tears. So clearly something happened in the trailer. We have two people that are going to tell different versions of the same story. Mm-hmm. There's not going to be corroborating witnesses on either side. We're never going to get to the bottom of any of this.
Right. Yeah, that stuff that happened in private.
Yeah.
We'll never know. Mm-hmm. I was going to say, I think Shailene Woodley would have been great in this movie.
I don't even know who that is, but I'll take your word for it.
Wasn't she dating Aaron Rodgers for a bit?
She was. Yeah. She's been in a lot of movies. What
you probably do know who that
is. Is Divergent the one? The big one?
Divergent. She was in Secret Life of the American Teenager. She was in
Stir Crazy.
Stars. This
Little Lies.
Stir Crazy wants me to be corrected. I got something wrong according to Stir Crazy. I don't know what.
Something about the crying, I think.
I think I said
he was not crying over the weight thing, I think.
Right, yeah, okay. That he claims that it was because of a compliment.
Because well, I remember reading that this morning. The whole thing just seemed off to me.
Anyways, this is Shailene Woodley. Sorry, you know her, don't you? I mean, come on.
Neidigh? It's about all I know about her.
Have you not seen her before? I mean, damn,
on what would I have seen her from? What is she on?
Oh my god, we just went over this. I refuse. Hang on. Okay. 83. This demand as written suggests nude or intimate scenes were filmed with non-essential personnel present. Later in her complaint, Lively alleges that during a scene, the birthing scene, she was mostly nude with her legs spread wide in stirrups and only a small piece of fabric covering her genitalia. I definitely didn't see that in the movie. And there were non-essential persons present. This allegation is knowingly false. To begin with, to describe Lively as mostly nude and naked from below the chest down is dishonest. Lively was wearing black briefs and a pregnancy suit that covered her midsection, and her top was covered by a hospital gown. Her legal complaint deliberately suggests...
gown?
Oh, God. Her legal complaint deliberately suggests that she was wearing a small piece of nude fabric glued around her genitalia. Well, that's...
Genitalia.
I guess rich people, they are just like us, you know?
Do you know that song? Show me your genitals. Your genitals. What? Show me your genitals. Genitalia.
In the hell are we doing?
Look it up.
By stating this is generally what people have to do to provide some minimal privacy.
What is that?
You're welcome.
To provide some minimal privacy without disturbing the shot, leaving the reader to believe Lively was only wearing this small fabric. Lively was aware of this birthing scene as she was heavily involved in rewriting the script and gave creative input for the specific scene, even against the director's creative vision. Moreover, film footage clearly demonstrates that the set was not chaotic, as she alleges, and only essential individuals, e.g. film crew and talent, well, I wasn't there, so that's not true, were present for the scene and doing their jobs. Importantly, Lively knowingly and falsely alleges that the film's financier was present during these scenes and insinuates he was watching her nude. Well, she had a little taped thing on. What's the problem? Which she had no desire to do.
Officially nude. She was movie nude, I guess.
He was not even on set during the filming of that scene. He arrived later, merely stopping by for a brief moment amid his busy business schedule, and was present during the filming of a scene in which Lively's character spoke with a female OB/GYN doctor, a scene in which she was fully clothed.
Now, I want to say, too, that I totally understand somebody wanting a closed set, right? And so that it didn't used to be that way.
Right.
Like, women in Hollywood were...
Oh yeah,
and ogled by like a lot of people, whoever wanted to be in the room, who was like a part of the movie.
These are really bad.
Yeah,
really
yeah.
bad.
So I get her wanting that. I think everyone deserves that, men and women.
I've never heard of a situation where people requested that or some kind of privacy and it not being granted.
Right.
At least not in the 21st century.
Right.
Or post Weinstein, let's say.
Post Weinstein, exactly.
Right. All right. Point 3, no spontaneous improvisation. Wow, that's a word. Of scenes involving physical touching, simulated sex, or nudity, which must be choreographed with intimacy coordinator. Contrary to Lively's knowingly false claims, it was Lively who refused to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out their scenes, putting Baldoni in the awkward position of meeting alone with the intimacy coordinator. And later, that is a little awkward, and later relaying sex scene suggestions and plans to Lively in the intimacy coordinator's absence.
I don't understand why they didn't FaceTime. Like, if he and Blake got together to discuss it, why wouldn't they FaceTime the coordinator then?
I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me either.
I didn't know where you were going with the FaceTime thing.
Like, so he didn't just have to relay the messages from the person, so that person could, while they were all together, relay the messages rather than putting it on Justin.
I see. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it would be more clear exactly who the suggestions were coming from.
This whole thing is just kind of silly, man. And by the way, like, nude scenes used to be a way bigger deal. Like 10, 15, 20 years ago. Like, this was like a 3-second nude scene, and we're like having all of this. Like, there's literally 100 pages of litigation of contract law and languages and court.
I mean, there's still a big deal in my household, but I only have a Ring camera, so.
Well, back before the internet was a thing, and you had VHS tapes, you had to like rent Basic Instinct, and it's like, hey, what's wrong with the tracking on this Basinger part where she does the leg thing? Because there's just people were perverts back then, and
Sharon Stone?
That's what I meant. Sharon Stone.
Basic Instinct.
Basic Instinct. What year was that? 92, 91, 92. That's the way people used to get their jollies back then before the internet, because, but nowadays it's like, it's all over the place. And so it's not nearly as big.
But I will say, That may be so, but I will say as a woman, like it could still be a big deal, and that's okay if that's a big deal to that person. Like
For
put the
sure.
things in place that will protect them, which it sounds like they already were, or at least the protection was trying to put those things in place, and she wasn't necessarily complying until she realized she had a position of power and puts it in the 17-point document.
And she's like being like difficult. So check this out. Do you know that movie Last Tango in Paris? It starred Marlon Brando.
You mean Emily in Paris? Yes.
I don't mean that.
Wrong century.
This movie came out like in 73. Marlon Brando had a sex scene with a young lady. I don't remember her name. But they didn't have nudity writers back then.
Right.
The climate was a lot different. They literally digitally penetrated her, and she didn't know that that was going to happen. And the whole reason why Brando did it was because I wanted her to have a genuine reaction that she was getting raped.
Wow.
Basically. And so they did that. They traumatized the shit out of this lady. And, you know, it was the 70s back then. And so what I mean by like nudity scenes are not as big of a deal is because obviously we're going to have like dozens of people aware that it's happening, when it's happening, and nudity writers and contract coordinators and
even choreography
and all this stuff. Like it's so overly protected. It's just not the same climate. Like all of this contractual complaints that Lively is having just seems overblown.
Yes.
A bit much.
Yes.
But again, it could have been, I'm going to say it a bunch of times. They could have done away with her a long time ago. I'm just saying that whatever she's trying to claim happened in these film scenes doesn't seem likely given the amount of people that were aware that it was happening, that it was filmed, that there was witnesses, that there was contracts, that there was phone calls, text messages. Just unlikely. I'm skeptical of her claims.
Yeah. And also if so they say it's normal practice that when you're in character in a scene, most of the time you can have a conversation about it before and say like, are you comfortable with improvising certain intimate things like a kiss, right? Not getting fingered.
Yes.
Something
lay
like
it
that.
on me. Lay it on me.
But something like that. And that is a basic general practice generally in Hollywood in these movies that like, yes, if you're in the moment and feel like the characters will do that, you could also stop and say like, that didn't feel like that would really happen. Can we try that again and not do the kiss? Or you can say, whoa, this is the first time you've kissed me when it wasn't choreographed. I really felt uncomfortable. Could we not do that again? And it would be taken care of as simply as that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do.
Okay, hang on. Where were we on this? Okay, we'll just read this text.
Page 3.
Fuck off. All right. Blake, this is a text from Justin, I think. No, because it looks like it's from Blake's phone. Right? No,
it's from
Blake.
Justin's.
It's to Blake. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This gets confusing when they screenshot a screenshot.
Yeah.
All right. Just hired intimacy coordinator who I love. We'll set you up to meet / FaceTime with her next week for intro. Blake says, I feel good. I can meet her when we start. Thank you, though. So I guess she turned down the FaceTime. FYI, just wanted to tell you about this. And he's talking to the producer now. She doesn't want to meet the intimacy coordinator till we start, which may mess up the workflow, but I can still meet with her, of course. All right.
I do not get that. I do not get just having a simple FaceTime meeting. Mm-hmm. And also if she knew what the damn movie was about, she would have probably realized how important that was.
Like if she read the book.
It's a chick flick, right?
Or even just to do fucking Spark Notes if that's even still a thing. You know, I mean, it's not hard to find information. I don't know.
You could just AI it now and just get a summary.
Right.
That's true, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I listened to a YouTuber who recapped the books, so it's easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's out there. Yeah, easily accessible.
Yeah, I won't tell her because apparently people sue stuff for summarizing now. So another conversation for another time. Anyways, as a result, many sex scenes were not written with simultaneous collaboration and input from both Lively and the intimacy coordinator, as Baldoni had long intended the female gaze that Lively distorted in her CRD complaint and on information and belief circulated to the New York Times for his publication weeks before filing her complaint with the court. In the end, Lively rejected all of the intimacy coordinator's proposals to rewrite the scenes herself. Most egregiously, Lively later used these circumstances created entirely by her to accuse Baldoni of insisting Lively do uncomfortable or gratuitous scenes that were in fact proposed by the intimacy coordinator and by all accounts very typical as of any actor performing simulated sex scenes. This is well documented in handwritten notes Baldoni took during meetings with the intimacy coordinator and later read to Lively. Lively, in her recent allegations, misrepresented these ideas as personal, despite the fact that they were workshopping scenes for their characters. Lively's inability to discern the basic premise of the divide between collaborating on a film and personal interactions with her co-star and director is woven throughout her claims of sexual harassment.
So if this goes to court, they can subpoena that person,
right,
and say, "Did these suggestions come from you?"
Bro, this is gonna be like, I didn't mean to call you bro. This is gonna be like 5 years of litigation. This is a mess. This case is a mess.
It is a mess.
Yeah. In support of what Lively positioned as the impetus for these demands, she alleges Baldoni personally added graphic content, including a scene in which Miss Lively was to orgasm on camera. This is false. During a creative meeting, which Lively requested to take place in her home, God, everything has to happen in the penthouse. Again, the penthouse! I'll never get over that. Baldoni read to her his notes from the intimacy coordinator, including a suggestion that Lively's character orgasmed during the scene, similar to the book she didn't read.
Like they believe that he's not a competent lover.
Lively remarked, "Oh no, I'm too old for that." What? You're not too... She's like not that much older than me, right?
Have a no face?
I mean, I think she means like to be doing that in movies. Like she's had too long of a career to be made to fake orgasm in a movie.
You signed on for a movie that involved a relationship. Like, what do you expect?
I mean, she is not... Man, the number of A-listers that have done... Oh, gosh.
Right?
Freaking Halle Berry, Sharon Stone, for F's sake, Meryl Streep. Think of a prominent A-lister that hasn't had an O-face in film. What does
about
that say?
Harold and Maude, guys? Harold and Maude? Come on.
God damn it.
Nobody's seen Harold and Maude.
No.
It's a movie about...
Not since that one night in Vegas.
If you guys haven't seen Harold and Maude, you need to watch it. It's like this young guy who, like, his mother's trying to set him up with people his age, and he, like, every time he sabotages it on purpose, and he meets this like old as hell lady, and they fall in love and shit. And it's really funny.
Also, he has an old...
Tom Hanks has orgasmed on camera. For Christ's sake. Forrest Gump. Like he saw Jenny's breast. He touched her breast and he orgasmed a couple of times. She's not bigger than Tom Hanks.
It's just like I think this shows like her view of herself. Again, like I'd like to thank me, kind of mentality.
Oh, Gary says Harold and Maude scarred me as a child. I think it's better, even better now that I'm older. Oh my god! All right.
Yeah, when Harry met Sally, Gorilla BFF.
Famous in 87? Jesus.
Okay. So anyways, she remarked, "I'm too old for that," and Baldoni offered another suggestion instead, also from his notes from the meeting with the intimacy coordinator. Baldoni then moved on. Lively's later complaint sheds light on what this point was alluding to in this demand, which at the time was baffling, and upon review of the filmed evidence is unequivocally based on a lie. Production was filming a romance montage of Lily and Ryle on their date. One of the producers played music to set the mood so the characters could slow dance. Lively, consistently unable to take direction, insisted she really liked the idea of the characters constantly talking because, as she described, she and her husband liked... Oh, God. I don't need to know that. All right. She and her husband liked to keep talking and talking and talking.
Well, it doesn't surprise me for some reason.
All right.
I somehow don't believe her.
Baldoni, her director, and the film's assistant director, who was directing the scene, disagreed. In an attempt to encourage her to take his direction, Baldoni offered up that he and his wife often just look into each other's eyes silently, to which she responded, "Like sociopaths," and left.
Oh, that would be kind of weird. Imagine like
I feel like, I mean, but it also depends on like, are they, I don't even know what classes it is, but where you're like connecting to, like if you see on shows like where people go to something to just connect and they'll say like, just look at your partner, just be in the moment. So maybe
uncomfortable. I'll tell you what, I took an acting class in college and we had to do this exercise, and it was exactly that. Just stare, just look at each other and do nothing. It was so uncomfortable. Like,
Well,
this
that's
is
different with like a classmate, but if it's your partner, I can see like that is a thing that some people do. Also, talking and talking and talking to me is like you can't just be still and quiet in a room together, and that's maybe a problem.
Enjoy a moment of silence together. We always got to fill the air with some stupid shit that we got to say. It's like the thing, you know? Uma Thurman. You know, there's some therapists that prescribe what you just suggested, like with your partner, just stand there naked in each other's arms and look in each other's eyes.
I want a divorce.
For like,
I'm not saying it's comfortable, like, but if you're into that kind of stuff, and you know,
it's supposed to create like these bonds that you wouldn't normally have. There's the theory behind it.
Yeah.
So
we don't have to even know the veracity of that, but never mind.
Kind of random. But Gary P says, "I'm a trained counselor. Silence makes people uncomfortable and a tool to get people to talk in counseling." So that's not the random part. The random part is I had a counselor when I was a student athlete, and he was like working for the department, and so I had no other choice except to see this specific therapist because I didn't have to pay for it. And he would just sit there quietly, and after I would say stuff, and I stopped saying what I had to say, and it would just feel like forever went by before he would say anything, and I would basically just sit there and like we would like play chicken with each other, and it did not make me want to talk more. It made me not want to make another appointment. So it's like, that works sometimes in counseling, but sometimes it's
worked in
terrible.
Good Will Hunting with Matthew Damon and what's his name?
Matthew Damon.
Yeah, when he was getting therapy from Robin Williams, they just sat there. And then one day, just Matt Damon just opened up, just like, hey, so what about that painting over there? And then they had the whole thing. And then he had the famous, I will end you conversation. And then the movie ramps up. It's a good movie. Good Will Hunting, 1997.
Great movie.
I recommend it.
Did you see you got a super chat?
Oh, no, hang on. One sec. Natalie, thank you for the $10. Highly recommend watching Hollywood journalist, is it Kirsty?
Yep.
Flaws? Okay. YouTube video from yesterday. I called another Blake Lively victim. Oh, I saw that. Right.
She's the reporter or the interviewer.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Like that main video showing on
when
Blake was like, "Oh, are you pregnant?" or whatever.
I looked that up. I looked that up because I wanted to see the original interview, but I haven't actually watched this one yet. So thank you, Natalie. I appreciate that. I will definitely watch that. Interesting, informed industry perspective, unlike any I've heard so far. All right. Well, that's good to know. Thank you. All right. Where do we get to? Romance montage, blah, blah, blah. Keep talking and talking. I silently. Oh, God. Okay. Baldoni said, I think. Oh, no. Here we go. And laughed. Baldoni laughed and shook it off while Lively once again started talking about how she and her husband can't not talk. Baldoni said, I think that's cute, and complimented the couple, to which Lively responded, I think it's more than cute. More than cute? What, talking nonstop? Is that
where she's saying like, oh, you guys are sociopaths. Well, I think my way is more than cute. It means we love each other.
Like, wait. But in response to her saying, once again, talking about how she and her husband can't not talk, he says, I think that's cute. I'm confused. I'm confused.
He thinks it's cute that they just talk and talk and talk. Like almost like, high school, like best girlfriends who just like can't go to sleep at night at a sleepover. Like,
what does more than cute mean?
Oh, she's like that he dismissed it by saying, oh, that's cute.
She's like, it's not just cute. It's like we love each other and we're soulmates. So it's more than cute.
She wanted him to acknowledge that her plan was superior.
Right. At the same time, she's saying that he's a sociopath for staring into his wife's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Sociopath. That's cute.
These people, man.
All right. Lively continued arguing and tried to direct him for the scene while they were supposed to be in character filming the scene. At some point, Heath and another producer, irritated, called Baldoni aside to express they can't capture the intended shot because Lively wouldn't stop talking. He was instructed to somehow get her to stop. While there was a brief verbal exchange, Baldoni, heeding the instruction of their assistant director and producers, continued to try to bring them back into character. As they were acting in this montage scene, Lively continued to break character and speak as herself rather than as Lily, which was extremely confusing for Baldoni, who was trying to balance directing the scene within his artistic vision, while also acting in character while filming and trying to get Lively to do the same. Lively apologized for the smell of her spray tan and then body makeup. Baldoni responded, "It smells good," That's sexual harassment, folks. All right. And continued acting, slow dancing as he believes his character would with his partner, which requires some amount of physical touching.
This part makes me really pissed. This next part.
Lively took them out of character again and began to joke about Baldoni's nose, which he laughed off and joked in turn, even as Lively joked that he should get plastic surgery. Lively incorrectly alleges that this scene was filmed without sound. Baldoni was wearing a microphone, and the entire exchange is captured on camera.
Hell yeah.
Any suggestion that this scene was filmed in any manner other than the pure professionalism by Baldoni is unequivocally countered with actual evidence. Her allegation of sexual harassment is a documented and knowingly fabricated lie. This is not good for her.
Will you read the footnote?
I want to see the tape.
The footnote says Lively alleges Baldoni inappropriately commented on her physical appearance. It was the other way around. Thanks.
Just going to say that.
Moreover, it was Lively who engaged in unchoreographed kissing scenes. Oh, God. One scene, again captured on camera, exhibits Lively pulling Baldoni in to kiss her. It is clear Lively was initiating unchoreographed kissing. In one take, God, okay. In one take,
so nervous to ever have to do like a kissing scene in Hollywood. It's like, okay, just whatever I'm not supposed to do, just tell me. And I feel like I'd be like frozen, paralyzed in fear. I don't know what I'm not. Just, you know what? You do it then.
Right. Well, and this is the thing. I don't think, like he's not complaining about her doing it, but he's saying she said that I did it to her, but in actuality, she did it to me. And these are the examples.
I'm just never kissing anyone again. I don't want to complain like this.
You can kiss me.
I need to talk to your husband. Please don't do that. No, please stop it. Stop it. Okay. All right. Anyways, moreover, it was Lively who engaged in this. You need to mute your snorting. Lively who engaged in unchoreographed kissing scenes. Yeah, that's why. Your brain's been congested, all right? And one take, she pulled Baldoni in and kissed him once and another twice, and the number of kisses entirely initiated by Lively changed at her whim. Baldoni is a professional actor who, among other roles, played the lead's love interest in television's Jane the Virgin for 5 years, 100 episodes.
I love that show. I
do too, but that seems like kind of a flex. All right, is like most actors accustomed to rehearsing or filming scenes multiple times, often with variations, without needing permission while in character. While Lively now takes issue with any innocuous improvisation Baldoni, as Ryle, may have allegedly initiated while in character, Baldoni treated their relationship on camera as professional, each playing their part, each doing their job. If no one was supposed to improvise, Baldoni would have no way of knowing based on Lively's own actions. Lively demonstrated again and again that this was normal and acceptable part of filming romantic scenes. Lively also complains there was inappropriate and improvised kissing during the first period of filming before the strike break. But in fact, the only 2 kissing scenes filmed during the initial filming period were both scenes that included kisses as written in the script. These kissing scenes were not improvised. All right. Point 4, no physical touching of Lively, including hugging, or comments on her physical appearance except in connection with a character and or scene work. Not as to Lively personally. Okay, I mean, this is getting a little... okay.
Could I ask you guys a question? How would you navigate a scene like that when your partner has like hit you with this myriad of rules? No hugging, no touching, no improvising, no this, no that. Like, what would you? How would you even handle that during the production?
I think that you would have to have a meeting with you and other people so they can, like, you have witnesses, right? And say, step by step, this is what is happening in the scene. No improvising on lines or physical touch or anything. This is exactly what's happening. Now let's go shoot it. That's what I would want to do. If
you like misstep with your lips in a kissing scene by 1 centimeter, and all of a sudden that's labeled an unauthorized improvisation, and you're reprimanded and sent to the corner to think about what you did and review the script. I mean, gosh, what a shitty work environment.
I mean, a lot of times in Hollywood, they will do, kissing with no tongue, right? It's just like a lips touching and maybe make it look a little active, but it's not really, because a lot of people don't want to give consent to more. In a movie like this, I feel like there should be more to like tell the full story of it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, you'd have to have very specific conversations about what each person is doing.
I'm thinking as an editor, like having you got a shot of him or her like pulling the other one in close. They're almost touching. Then you flip to another angle where it's like another blonde person, not her.
Mhm.
And they're like kind of doing their thing where you can only see his face, because like if I were this guy, I would not want to work with this person in any sort of intimate way, to where I
Right.
would be like, I'm not having you accuse me of shit I didn't do,
Right,
because
you can't trust
clearly
her.
you already
Mhm.
did this weird demand thing. I am absolutely not touching you that way. Like, I need you to have a double.
If I'm the production studio, I think the solution would have been to just, you know what, just we're going to get a body double for the kissing scene and like film her from the back.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, they
Yeah.
did that in that one Christmas movie that Lindsay Lohan did on Netflix. Did you guys see that?
Oh, I watched part of it and I was like, I'm bored.
So, well, it was not great, but at the
This isn't
end,
Katie Heron.
right? At the end, they have a kissing scene, and it's completely obvious it's a body double. So she did not want to have a kissing
no.
scene in the movie. So
I wonder what that
So-
guy did.
right. So I mean, that kind of stuff is definitely possible for a kissing scene. You can get a
Yeah.
body double.
Just do that. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. I would not feel comfortable with this level of liability with her having this many peccadillos about, whatever she's on about.
Justice for Clayton says, how late am I? About 2.5 hours. It's all good though. It's all good. All right. Anyways, to be clear, none of the named parties touched Lively when not in character, especially not the manner suggested. Well, Baldoni and Wayfarer clearly agreed that coworkers should respect physical space. Lively's constant confusion of references to her character as played by Lively, as opposed to Lively herself, became problematic and interfered with production. This was caused in large part by Lively's persistent desire to direct and inability to accept direction. For example, her allegation that Baldoni inappropriately called her sexy was in fact a reference to a scene where everyone was wearing onesies. Oh yeah, that's right. No, I remember the scene now. Yeah. Oh, dude. Wow. Way to take that out of context.
What?
Okay. The scene, I can't really explain it. Like, he and everybody was wearing onesies in that scene. I think it was supposed to be like a sarcastic thing where they was like, oh, that's sexy or whatever.
Probably. I feel like, some of these people should have thicker skins.
Right. Well, I don't even know if that was necessarily off book. Like, I think that might have just been like them playing around in the scene, like
joking around.
Yeah. All right. Was in fact a reference to a scene where everyone was wearing onesies, but Lively was covering her onesie with a big coat. Baldoni, her director, a big coat. She's covering her onesie with a big coat, but she's also talking about a crop top in the snow. All right.
Mhm.
Baldoni, her director, asked that she take off the big coat so that her onesie would be visible in the scene. Baldoni said it will be hot, as it was 90 degrees in the small bar with no air conditioning. Lively mischaracterizes this in her complaint as Baldoni referring to her personally as hot, using the slang meaning of the term. Given that Lively what does that mean? Given that Lively herself had earlier expressed to him that she wanted her character's wardrobe to be sexier, Baldoni encouraged her to accept direction by saying it's sexy, meaning that without the big coat, the wardrobe was sexier, as Lively had said she wanted it to be. Lively took this personally. She was unable to take the direction, later alleging his behavior was inappropriate, regarding her self-chosen wardrobe, stating, that's not what I'm going for. Isn't that what she said she was going for?
Well, maybe not in that scene, but it also shouldn't be what she's going for. It's what is the character going for? What if the writer's written? What does the director see?
Mm-hmm. Baldoni, recognizing that she may have taken his direction personally and appeared offended, apologized more than once. And then the footnote here in regards to the onesie thing says this is documented on camera while filming. So again, like, not a good look for her. All right. His statements were immediately followed by his gesture that she had something in her teeth. And a request for someone on set to get her a toothpick. This exchange, all of which is captured on camera.
You know they went back and watched this footage and they're like just saying what they saw.
Demonstrates how ludicrous and deliberately malicious Lively's allegations are. While on the one hand, Lively accuses Baldoni of making comments about her appearance, like the tooth. On the other side, she made derogatory comments about Baldoni's appearance, telling him he should undergo rhinoplasty. something Baldoni has publicly expressed insecurities about and has discussed on an episode of his podcast, Man Enough, exploring the topic of body dysmorphia. Lively's comment about Baldoni's nose is also captured on camera. Baldoni, rather than write down a list of grievances against Lively, pressed it off and moved on with the scene. God. Baldoni's sincere dedication to what he has repeatedly described as holding himself accountable as a man was being used against him, just as Lively is attempting to do now. To characterize his sensitivity to her personal reaction to his creative direction, which was not only innocuous but well-intended, is malicious. To then share this knowingly false characterization with the New York Times for publication months before filing any formal complaint, then waiting nearly 2 weeks to file the complaint with this court, thus depriving him the opportunity to engage in discovery before the damage is done, is inexcusable. Despite the flawed factual premise underlying Lively's demand in the face of Lively's refusal to return to work, Wayfarer agreed to this condition.
That was all point 4.
Point 5, no discussion of personal experiences with sex or nudity.
Jesus. All right.
Okay. All right. We're fine. All right. When Baldoni was faced with this demand, he was utterly confused. By the time Lively and Baldoni were developing their intimate scenes together, they had developed a friendly relationship and were communicating often over text message. Lively felt comfortable expressing herself and appeared to do so freely. She took photos of Baldoni holding and comforting her newborn in her home. Baldoni filmed her uncontrollably laughing with him as they rehearsed late into the evening, often delirious with exhaustion. Nothing about their interactions suggested Lively was uncomfortable around Baldoni. Though confused by this demand and denied the opportunity to revise the return to production demands to make them factually accurate and less misleading, Wayfarer had no choice but to sign the document and did so, knowing no such instances had occurred.
If she had been uncomfortable, she could have hired somebody or asked whoever would be in charge of this, the HR person on set, like, I need someone in the room with him and me at all times, even if it's in my trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not
filming with her baby and stuff, and
right,
he's holding her baby, taking pictures,
right. And if you don't trust somebody, you're not going to do that. You're just not.
That's a pretty easy contractual demand to, all right, I won't ask you about your number or whatever, or your past anything. We'll stick, you know what? Why don't we just method act? I am the character, you're that character, and we'll just not ask anything about our personal anything. How hard is that?
Right. And this, you will see here in a little bit, this next paragraph, the conversation was about porn and how she hadn't seen she claims she's never seen porn.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
It's all good.
And he claims he was in one. No, I'm kidding. He claims he says that he struggled with an addiction and just shared that with her. And anyway, go ahead and read.
Oh, don't even tell me what to do, girl. All right. Joanna S., maybe we should run the rest of it through ChatGPT. That would be easy, right? That would be the easier option. I refuse. I will not stop until I finish this document. I will not stop. Yes, says Lauren will be the world record holder for reading this entire thing.
You're not even a way through. I don't think you're going to make it, Lauren.
Well, to be fair, that's because we keep chatting about stuff. And also, I like to listen to my own jokes. So, all right.
Yeah.
Anyways, later Lively references in her complaint. Did I get to that already? No. Okay. Later Lively references in her complaint instances that were shockingly mischaracterized and in no way inappropriate or unprofessional. For example, in response to a proposal from the intimacy coordinator that Baldoni's character Ryle not orgasm after he satisfied Lily, Lively remarked, "I'd be mortified if that happened to me," personalizing the character's sexual act. Baldoni, following Lively's lead in what he understood to be an attempt to connect with and develop their characters, remarked that those have been some of the most beautiful moments between himself and his wife. I mean, personally, I wouldn't have said that, but it's not like that big of a deal.
But also, like he said, like she made it personal first.
Right. Yeah.
So how is he supposed to take that?
I mean, I think they're both being a little weird here. But anyways, if I were the guy's wife or her husband, I don't know, Ryan probably likes attention. But if I were his wife, I would be like, why would you say that?
Like maybe they had conversations of like, I'm going to be really like open and honest in this whole process. And like, do I have your permission to share all of this stuff? He had the rights
jaded.
for the movie for 5 I mean, since 2019, I think. So I'm sure he had conversations, for
Mhm.
the 4 years leading up to shooting it.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. They then moved on. In another instance, as Lively and Baldoni were developing their scenes, Lively said, "I don't want it to look like porn." All right. Okay. And then offered up that she had never seen porn in her life. A very personal fact. I mean, I don't believe it, but okay. I don't believe that at all.
She is a
No.
pill.
Well, I can bet your husband probably has.
Oh god. Let's see. Baldoni complimented her and said that's wonderful because unfortunately he was first exposed to it when he was 10 years old. Oh, that sucks. Thanks. And struggled with a porn addiction for a period of his life. Okay. He writes openly about this in both his books, Boys Will Be Human, written for young boys, and Man Enough, written for men, addressing pornography as a societal problem. Anyone who knows or has done any research on Baldoni will have knowledge of this, and it can in no way be characterized as inappropriate, especially after opening the door to the discussion by disclosing something highly personal. Yeah, I don't, I mean, the way that he, said that, it's not like sexual at all. He's just describing a struggle. So it's not like... All right. At every turn, Baldoni was entrapped. Moreover, Heath, who had nothing to do with this exchange and has never had a porn addiction or even mentioned porn in Lively's presence. Why do I feel like you're... Okay, never mind. Like, I totally didn't.
I swear I didn't. I wasn't even there.
I don't know anything about the Heath guy. I really don't. So, was falsely and knowingly lumped into this accusation. Lively continued with an outrageous and knowingly false suggestion that she was shown pornography or naked images of Heath's wife on set. This allegation knowingly and maliciously misrepresents an instance when, in connection with the birthing scene, Heath, at the director's request, attempted to show Lively a video that demonstrated the director's vision for the scene. This video, which ultimately was not shown to Lively, even though she stated she'd like to see it later as she was eating,
is by a live birth while I'm having my dinner.
God damn it. Placenta soup, I guess. All right. Is by all accounts.
I got my placenta turned into pills, and I took every single.
I'm not doing
I was gonna ask, but did you cook your placenta?
They did actually. It was funny because I was moving apartments the day I went into labor, and anyway, so we had both apartments at the same time. And they did the cooking of the placenta in the apartment we had just moved out of, so we didn't have to be around the smell or anything like that.
Well, did it help? Did you get any help?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would have been crazy suicidal if I hadn't taken them. I don't know.
I don't know.
Homie, I tuned out of that. All right. Rob says, I'm here for the duration, Lauren. It's just going to be me and Rob in a couple hours. All right. All right. Let's see. Continued with outrageous and knowingly false suggestion that she was shown pornography. We read that. Okay. Okay. This video was not shown to Lively. Is by all accounts beautiful. That's subjective, but okay. Since Lively wanted to see it later, what she saw was the first image at the start of the video, which shows... Oh, no. I kind of agree this is a little much. Which shows Heath's wife, himself, and their baby. Okay. Never mind. After his wife gave birth at home, a natural birth or home birth. Okay, so what I read in her complaint was he showed a birthing video of his wife.
Post birth.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
And it said she saw an image. They're claiming she saw an image and never actually ended up seeing the video.
Yeah. To characterize this image that captures such a beautiful moment with their newborn baby, shared with the consent of his wife for purposes of the wife consented, okay, for purposes of the film, as a naked photo or worse, porn, is deplorable. Nonetheless, Lively did not object and asked to see the video after she ate, having managed to convince the director to write and shoot the scene according to her specifications.
They should, when they depose her, they should say, "Describe the video they showed you.
Yeah.
What did you see?"
And then show the video to everyone. Please don't.
Well, they're going to be asking her that for sure. They're going to be asking her that. Give me a play-by-play. What was it that? And then they might play the video for her there at the depositions. Like, is this what you saw?
There was blood and vagina.
Yeah. When you say that it looked like porn, describe the porn that resembles what you saw.
And she doesn't even have. If she says she's never seen porn,
Yeah.
how can she say that she was shown porn?
Kind of where we're going with that. It's like, so
Right.
what about this resembles porn to you?
Right.
You claim to have never seen porn. Have you actually seen porn and just misremembered? And they're going to get into all of this conversation.
Did you make a misstatement?
Miss
Yeah.
Danielle says there's nothing as frustrating as someone finding offense to everything you say and do just because they don't like you. That's called a bitch eating crackers.
Hell yeah.
Bitch eating crackers.
Crackers.
Is that what it's
Bitch eating
called?
crackers. Yeah, that's like when you like hate someone so much or dislike them so much that everything they do annoys you. Like, look at that bitch eating those crackers.
I think I know some of those people online.
I have some of those. I have some bitches eating crackers. in my
I
life.
can has a bitch cracker, please. I can has bitch cracker.
All right. Anyways, nonetheless, Lively did not object. Okay. These brief exchanges were distorted beyond recognition in the 17-point list of return to production demands that Lively served on Wayfarer. Still, without conceding that anything remotely inappropriate had happened, Wayfarer agreed to this condition so they could resume production. Point 6, no one to enter Lively's trailer while she was undressed. Okay, fine. The suggestion that this
a pretty common rule. You know?
Right, which is the rule itself.
Why do you have to put that in writing?
Well,
Yeah.
you know, right.
The
Just not
suggestion,
for the answer or see what you see.
the suggestion that this ever happened is illogically and categorically false. No one would or did enter Lively's trailer without knocking first and asking permission. More than once, Lively invited Baldoni, Heath, and other producers into her trailer so that she could multitask, understandably balancing motherhood with her work obligations. Regrettably, while accommodating Lively, Baldoni and Heath were led into situations that would later be characterized as harassment. Lively herself invited Baldoni to her trailer to work on lines while she pumped breast milk. Lively regularly breastfed in front of Baldoni while they had meetings. Heath was invited into her trailer for a meeting at her request while she was having makeup removed from her collarbone because she was not able to meet at another time. Her nanny, makeup artist, and assistant were present, and you're going to have to testify, aren't they? And Lively was not topless, as she claims elsewhere, but was fully covered while either nursing or pumping breast milk. In this instance, he was instructed to turn away while they spoke and respectfully did so, while they figured out a time to meet with the other producers standing just outside the door, and as Heath pleaded with Lively to have the meeting the next morning to avoid her getting home late and losing shoot time the following day. While it's possible he inadvertently made eye contact at one point, this sucks so much for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He does not recall, because why would you? Lively later mentioned he did, and it made her uncomfortable, to which he responded, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I really didn't realize. Lively responded, I know you weren't trying to cop a look, and they moved on. Okay, so
And by the way, when like a woman is doing that, like when in the process of like pumping milk, there's nothing sexual about it, man. It's like they do it like at all places. Like they'll go into a different room or whatever.
Well, if you're a woman and you're doing that and you feel uncomfortable, you don't fucking have people in the room.
Yeah.
Or if you have to, you cover up. There are so many devices, and he'll mention one that it's in the next part here.
One of them
Anyway,
little pumpkins.
there are so many options to protect yourself if it is a necessity to have people in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lively's suggestion that not one, but two professional and conscientious men barged into her trailer several times, or attempted to enter or pressured her to allow them to enter, offends not only their long-established integrity, but the sanctity of their vows to their wives and their dedication to their children and families. I like this lawyer's writing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's great. It's really great.
I didn't like it for the first 46 paragraphs, but it gets better.
Oh, I think it's very clear and like it's not like too legal at all.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it anyway.
I was very critical of it in my video today for the first 46 paragraphs because it sounded like a guy that was trying to reset the context of the bad allegations against his client. And I was asking him to get to the point multiple times, but then the points were coming. I just had to read a little bit further.
Mm-hmm. A little bit further, 100 pages further.
He gave you blue balls for a little bit.
Oh, man. I'm terrified. All right. Lively is aware that both men are incredibly supportive and respectful of motherhood, to say the least. Heath's wife is a vocal advocate for postpartum mothers. Baldoni's wife co-founded a company that designed a breastfeeding garment. Maybe you should use it, Blake. Mm-hmm. A prototype that originated with his mother when he was an infant. Baldoni had gifted Lively one. Oh,
There we go. Mhm.
While those facts would never be an excuse for barging in unannounced, it is indicative of the nature of their relationship with and respect for women. Simply put, such allegations are categorically false claims that would have been wildly out of character if they were true. All right. Point 7, no filming nude or sex scenes except per nudity writer, and no use of prior nude scenes without nudity writer.
And they offered her a nudity writer.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is she talking about?
It's me. Lively was provided a nudity writer approved by the SAG intimacy coordinator and was given ample opportunity to provide notes before production commenced. Despite constant pursuit over several months, Lively's attorney never produced notes, and Lively not only didn't sign the nudity writer during the first phase of production, but never even signed her employment agreement.
But demanded money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
As they said.
Her main concern while Wayfarer's lawyers were all but begging for signatures was ensuring her fee was deposited into escrow. In order to move forward, they had to pay her fee even though she hadn't signed her agreements. Well, damn. The Screen Actors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, states that producers must provide actors at least 48 hours notice before call time to review and negotiate a nudity writer. A nudity writer approved by the SAG-AFTRA intimacy coordinator working on the production was provided to Lively's counsel on May 8th, 2023. Wayfarer's attorney communicated they would like it signed by May 11th, 2023, so that's like 72 hours, right? And requested they send any notes they may have. On May 12th, 2023, Lively's attorney finally responded that they were reviewing the nudity writer and would come back with notes. Their focus then shifted to ensuring Lively's fee was deposited in escrow, and they became fixated on that, despite Wayfarer's repeated requests for Lively to sign the customary certificate of engagement first. Ultimately, despite constant pursuit, it became clear that Lively had no intention of signing the nudity writer or her contract at that time. Jeez. Yeah, why work with this person?
Right.
I said that from the very beginning.
Well, here's a footnote. When working with an actor who may take time to sign the main actor agreement, it is customary to send a certificate of engagement to protect the copyright of the film. Wayfarer negotiated the terms of said certificate of engagement, but though it was approved by Lively's counsel, never received a signed copy. So, like, what are you doing?
That's crazy. It's like she didn't want to be held responsible for whatever. That's the feeling I'm getting.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, this whole thing is just screaming, like, don't hire this person to me. All right. Lively's counsel sends this. It says, hello, I hope you enjoyed
this is
the 4th of
July 5th. That's like a couple months after.
Right. Very confused at what's going on here. Escrow was made in good faith, and we still don't have a signed COE that has been confirmed for almost 2 months. Also, we still don't have the SAG start paperwork, which has been outstanding for over a month. Lastly, please confirm the last 2 payments are still being held in escrow. Thanks, Wayfarer's counsel. Okay. So it was 2 Lively's counsel, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Months later, the demand for a nudity writer became a part of the 17 demands. Oh, God. And presented as if it were Wayfarer and not Lively who was the cause of its absence. The demand also stated that any footage previously shot without the nudity writer in place may not be used without Lively and her legal representative's consent, despite the fact that no simulated sex had been filmed yet. In fact, only one scene involving simulated nudity had even been filmed, and it was a scene that Lively knew of well in advance, given that she wrote it herself, knew when it was to be filmed, and directed the action herself, never requesting a nudity writer or an intimacy coordinator. Well then. Okay.
But don't they get one anyway just by virtue of that's kind of like what happens under SAG's policies?
I mean, they had one, but I don't know, like, if she needed to personally request them to be there, or she maybe she even asked for them not to be there. Maybe she said it wasn't necessary.
I would think that it's a liability thing. Like, you don't want to take a chance. Look, somebody's going to be in there regardless. If we're filming, someone's got to be in there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, and the thing is, this is all going to be on film, right?
True. Well, yeah, except for the parts that don't make it to film.
Well, but they probably still have cuts of,
Yeah,
they
still have the footage, but
I mean, for 30 seconds of movie, you probably have in a scene like that, I don't know, 45 minutes of footage that you got to sift through, multiple takes. If you're doing multiple takes, very seldom do you get it in one shot. And so, and aside, apart from all of that, the cameras are constantly running.
Right.
So if they're taking a half hour, 45 minutes to film a 30-second scene, it's all on camera somewhere. And so therefore, I would just prefer to have a coordinator in there. Let's just, you know what? I know nobody requested it. We're just going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Timmy the Dog 5 watched the movie, says the movie's pretty good. The ending could have been better. Timmy, I kind of agree. I thought the ending was it fell flat for me. Like there's a good scene. I didn't read the book, so I don't know. But I liked the scene like right after the birth where she like stood up to him and it was like, what would you say to her? Like, because they just had their daughter.
I've seen
like,
that
what
clip.
would you say to her? Right. If her boyfriend was beating her or whatever, and he says, I would beg her to leave him.
Mm-hmm.
I liked that, but then the rest of the short bit that followed that, I was like, this fell kind of flat. Like I don't know. It just felt like unfinished. Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Anyways. Point 8, Lively entitled to personal representative on set. Wayfarer had no objection to allowing Lively a personal representative on set. Point 9, notice of COVID-19 exposure. On April 26, 2023, weeks before principal photography of the film commenced, Wayfarer sent crew a COVID-19 protocol update, informing them that the AMPTP return to work agreement expires on May 12th, and as such, there would be no pre-employment testing and no mask requirements after May 12th.
Which is pretty in line, I think, with other businesses at that time.
Yeah. Although the return to work agreement that established COVID protocols expired prior to the start of principal photography and no testing or masking was required, Wayfarer agreed to inform Lively if production became aware that she was exposed to COVID. All right. Point 10, no retaliation for requests. While Wayfarer in no way conceded that Lively's demands amounted to a report of genuine sexual misconduct, Wayfarer had no interest in retaliating against Lively for making these demands. Their only desire was to make a great movie. In the interest of maintaining a professional and productive atmosphere on set, they agreed to meet all of her demands, including a broadly defined statement that they would not retaliate in any manner, including sarcasm. Wayfarer agreed, though it later became clear that Lively would consider any future effort to push back against her demands with respect to the production as unacceptable retaliation. On information and belief, this demand was included to safeguard Lively not from retaliation, but to secure her place as leader of the film with the threat of claims of retaliation if Wayfarer or Baldoni pushed back. Point 11, mutually agreed Sony representative required on set. Wayfarer agreed to the concept of having a Sony representative on set whenever Lively was on set, though it gently pushed back on the idea that it always be Angie Giannetti, who might occasionally have other pressing work obligations. Overall, however, Wayfarer agreed. Point 12, additional Lively approved producer to be hired to... Wow. Okay, supervise filming. Jesus. I'm surprised she didn't hire her husband. All right. Wayfarer pointed out that the additional expense and the contractual implications of hiring an additional producer would have a detrimental effects on the production, especially after her wardrobe thing blew up the budget. In the end, Wayfarer agreed as it would cost production more if Lively refused to return to work. Todd Black, suggested by Sony and approved by Lively, was ultimately brought on as an additional producer.
And I think I read that the producers, I don't know if it's this person specifically or other people later, but that they worked with Ryan on a bunch of movies. They were basically his producers, and that's who she hired as his team.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Huh. Okay. Existing third-party producers empowered to actively supervise the production. While disagreeing with the suggestion that any producer did not have appropriate and customary authority to actively supervise the production and their capacity as a producer, Wayfarer agreed to this term. Any third-party producer was already empowered to do so. Point 14, Wayfarer to use Lively approved body and stunt doubles for intimate and sexual violence scenes. Despite not requesting this at the contract negotiation phase, Lively's pre-approved stunt and body doubles were fully acceptable to Wayfarer, and so they agreed, despite the fact that was an additional unplanned expense to the film. Ultimately, no body doubles were used in the film at Lively's request. Okay, well. Lively and Baldoni displayed a courteous and professional relationship throughout Phase 2 of production. Point 15, no filming nude or sex scenes of any actor's portrayal of Lily except per nudity writer, and no use of prior nude scenes without nudity writer. So any actor's portrayal of Lily, including the one who played younger Lily, that's weird. Okay. 118. This was an overstep, I agree. An attempt to expand Lively's right to her own nudity writer to assert control of the nudity writer for another actor, the actor who portrayed young Lily. While seeing this as infringing on the young actor's independent right to her own nudity writer, Wayfarer once again was forced to agree while informing Lively that young Lily had already filmed her intimate scenes pursuant to her own nudity rider.
And already agreed to it.
Yeah. Point 16, all day players must be hired through talent agencies, not personal connections. Okay.
You know what? I got to make a practice because I'm about to dip out in like 2 minutes. But just practically, when you write a complaint, every single paragraph becomes discoverable for like a dozen different reasons. All of the people, all the witnesses, all the evidence that was attached to why they're pleading what they're pleading, all of this, the discovery from these complaints is going to be insane. You're talking about millions of dollars in attorney fees.
Jesus.
On both sides to litigate this shit. Man, it's this lawsuit is crazy.
Well, I wonder if it's even going to go to trial partially because of that. I feel like one of the main reasons for him doing this is so that all of his side got out, and it's an illegal way.
Yeah, the problem with that is when you write a complaint that's long, that is this long, she gets to discover all this stuff. So his law office is going to be shuffling for months, if not years, trying to fulfill discovery requests as the basis of this complaint. Obviously, they're going to be doing the same thing. And they're going to be going back and forth. And you got celebrities that are this ego-driven. There's no chance they're not going to trial. There was who was Gwyneth Paltrow? She said, you know what? She was getting sued by that guy because
for
the skiing thing. And she's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm suing him for $1.
Yep.
It wasn't about the money. And she litigated that case for like 7 years.
And she won.
And she won her $1. It was not about anything other than her ego and her day in court and all of that. There's no chance this is not going to trial. This is not the kind of case that settles. They're definitely going to try this case.
Well, I'll see you guys for the recap in 7 years. All right. All right. This point appeared to relate to Lively's misleading claim that Baldoni inappropriately cast a personal friend to play the obstetrician during Lily's birth scene. Baldoni casting an experienced actor who happens to be a friend is no different than casting Lively's sister, who was cast because she is Lively's sister. The actor portraying the obstetrician is an award-winning Shakespearean-trained actor with an MFA in acting from UCLA, and in addition to appearing on numerous hit television shows, has toured nationally with a Tony Award-winning acting company and attended Oxford's acting program on full scholarship. His accolades and performances speak for themselves. Lively's current complaint states she was alarmed when Baldoni introduced him as a friend and allowed him to play this intimate role in which the actor's face and hands were in close proximity to her nearly nude genitalia. Categorizing this experience as invasive and humiliating, it is Lively's suggestion that a highly trained and experienced actor would have an unseemly interest in being in close proximity to her nearly nude genitalia, which, as previously established, was not nude or exposed. That is inappropriate, invasive, and humiliating to the actor. To reiterate, Lively knowingly made a false statement that only a small piece of fabric covered her genitalia during the birth scene. In fact, Lively was wearing briefs during the scene and was covered by a hospital gown and was wearing a pregnancy suit. I know someone else who's used that. Covering her midsection. This was not in any way a nude or partially nude scene. Once again, Wayfarer agreed despite being wholly offended by this accusation. Point 17, all hands meeting before production resumes.
When she goes through and then hires like all the friends of her husband, like it's just disgusting to me.
Yeah.
Well, it's not against the law to do that.
But she's saying it is. She's saying like, no, you can't hire anyone because of personal connections. But that's what she turns around and does.
Well, she can say whatever she wants. It's not against the law to hire who you like. And
no, I know. I guess I'm saying that like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Hypocritical.
Yeah, it's hypocritical. Thank you.
Very. Yeah, it definitely looks bad on her. Like now that I'm reading this complaint, it puts a lot of the stuff in her complaint that I looked at like 2 weeks ago in a much dimmer light, I guess. I don't know, but I'm imagining reading this as like the judge or like the clerk that works for the judge, and like if I hear nudity writer one more time, I swear to effing God.
Nudity writer. Nudity writer.
Oh, her.
Well,
That is
It's
more
gonna
like
devolve into that at some point.
Too far.
Hmm.
Oh.
All right.
All right, folks, I'm gonna dip out. I gotta go home.
All right.
I'm going home. I'm gonna
I support that.
end my work week with you all. I love you all. And
Love
I
you
hope you
too.
guys have a wonderful weekend.
You.
If
Yeah,
I
stay safe.
check on YouTube and it's like 4 hours later and you're still on this thing, I'm coming back on to talk shit.
I'll be here. Bye.
All right, you guys, take care.
All right. Okay. Wayfarer understood this request to be a sincere offer to meet and discuss the needs and preferences of Lively and other cast members to ensure comfort and security while filming a movie that dealt with difficult themes. In that spirit, Wayfarer readily agreed, believing that an opportunity to discuss concerns openly and to plan resuming production would be welcome. As will be established, Wayfarer's good faith belief could not have been further from the truth behind this demand. Lively, with the support of her husband, I love that he's being referred to just a husband. All right, used this demand to justify an ambush of Baldoni and Heath on the eve of the first day of filming in Phase 2 of production. Importantly, Sony found the 17 requests confusing as well. All right, Sony Business Affairs wrote this email to Jamie Heath. It says, took a look at this following our conversation. Items 1 through 10, 15, and 17 are basically just yes, of course.
So this is the next
Interestingly-
day. Anyway, sorry. This is the day after
Uh-huh.
he was initially sent the
Okay.
email.
Interestingly, I'm surprised that you all don't already have a negotiated nudity writer in place given the subject matter and content in the book. Or am I misrepresenting her comment? No, she's just being weird. Items 11 to 13, I'd want to hear more about what is underlying and what she's hoping to accomplish, respectfully, of course, in the hope that some combination of the studio representative and the empowerment of Alex, presumably whatever that means again, hoped for clarification, might mitigate the need to engage an additional A-level producer. Item 14 is another question mark since it sounds like she approved the engaged stunt double. And for item 16, I guess I'm confused about this one as well and why the engagement of day players has found its way on this list. Perhaps some of the upcoming sensitive scenes involve day players / extras, and this is an attempt to manage the perception of their professionalism. Anyway, again, another clarification point. Further, as discussed, overall, the tone of the response has to be part denying the underlying insinuations / allegations, but doing so in a way that doesn't inflame or escalate further, since most of what's on the list Wayfarer is acknowledging / addressing. And of course, any unease on her part is of paramount concern to the production, and you are all committed to working with her to ensure that she's comfortable with the plan and execution of the next few weeks in order to complete photography. Right? Right?
Right to you.
All right. Before returning to production, Lively had even more script notes and changes beyond what was already performed during Phase 1 of production. In
Oh,
the face of these...
Sorry,
Huh?
there was a at the top of the page, there's the end of the email. I don't know if it.
Yeah, I ignored it because it looked boring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. In the face of these terrifying and false accusations couched as demands, as well as Lively's threat that she would not return to production, Baldoni realized he needed to cede control of the script to Lively as she wished. His film would be taken from him by threats and coercion, and there was nothing to be done about it. In an email to his team containing the notes on his revised script, he expressed his sadness and frustration over Lively's takeover of a film that they spent years developing, writing, and funding. Having no energy left to fight, he sadly declared he was waving the white flag and submitting and would give Lively 98% of what she wants. He also expressed serious concern over how to handle the intimacy scenes, given the accusations inherent in Lively's return to production demands. Baldoni asked his producing partners to guide him, as he was rightfully afraid of the risk that something innocuous or not to Lively standards would very likely be used against him, as it already had. Continuing that creativity is impossible in an environment shrouded by fear. By now, we all know what she's capable of. Baldoni's fear of Lively's retaliation was palpable, but he was determined to get the film to the finish line for everyone involved.
I need to run and grab some water. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Somebody just asked too, do we get a snack and potty break? Yeah, she's taking hers. I'll take mine after that. All right. Let's see. I did not mean to put that up there. Sorry. So this was an email from Justin to the members that was just outlining what they just talked about. The big issues are going to be intimacy, how and what we're shooting for those scenes, the only way out is through, that kind of stuff. A producer thanked Baldoni for his thoughtful breakdown, especially considering the circumstances. And this is from Justin to Jamie Heath. Thank you for this thoughtful breakdown, especially this week and especially considering the circumstances. Okay. As producers continued to request the final shooting script, as they were just 4 days before commencement of filming, Baldoni worked hard with very limited time to rework the script and direction to meet Lively's demands, recognizing that they would be in a negotiation for what the final script looks like. Lively's demands continued to cause additional work and stress for the production team. This is from Justin to Jamie. I'm not quite sure how to handle it, but I'm doing these small rewrites, and I'm going to be sending back to the producers and all of you, and then they are going to send it to Blake. And then we will be in negotiation for what the final script looks like. Meanwhile, on the day before commencement of the second phase of filming, Lively casually reached out to Baldoni, together with Heath and the film's producers, to meet in her home. Lively's return to production demands required a meeting before filming resumed. On the day before filming, Baldoni, Heath, a Sony representative, the film's first assistant director, and 2 producers arrived with production binders in tow, excited to discuss details of resuming production, but Lively and her husband had a very different meeting in mind. Lively brought Reynolds as her chosen representative. Notably, she did not request any attendees from her union, the Screen Actors Guild. Together, Reynolds and Lively blindsided the rest of the group with a list of grievances, read aloud by Lively, that were as troubling as they were fictional. Reynolds then launched into an aggressive tirade, berating Baldoni in what Baldoni later described as a traumatic encounter. As Baldoni later said, he had never been spoken to like that in his life. Reynolds demanded that Baldoni apologize to Lively for actions that had either never happened or had been grossly mischaracterized. Baldoni resisted apologizing for things he had not done, further enraging Reynolds. Everyone, including the producer Lively had asked the production to engage and the Sony representative, left the meeting in shock. The producer said that in his 40-year career, he had never seen anyone speak to someone like that in a meeting. The Sony representative said later that she often thought of the meeting and her one regret was not intervening to stop Reynolds' tirade against Baldoni. Baldoni and Heath left the meeting deeply unsettled by Lively and Reynolds' behavior and the power dynamics at play. It was clear to him that this was the latest escalation in Lively's concerted campaign of extortion to extract concessions and creative control over the film, a campaign now apparently joined by Reynolds. Nonetheless, faced with preserving in the face of extortionate threats versus shutting down a film halfway through production, with all the attendant financial and reputational implications, Wayfarer had virtually no choice but to resume production and finish the film despite the newfound certainty that Lively was intentionally manipulating, distorting, and inventing facts to use as a cudgel against Wayfarer. The stakes could hardly have been higher for Wayfarer. Financiers had invested substantial resources, hundreds of cast and crew members had endured months without work due to the strikes, and years of development had gone into bringing the film to life. Moreover, Baldoni and Heath shared a conviction that It Ends With Us could still provide a powerful opportunity to center the voices and stories of domestic abuse survivors. It is crucial to note that the list of grievances read at the January 4th, 2024 ambush were new, separate and apart from the 17-point return to work production demands, and were never presented to any of the parties present. Through Lively's CRD complaint, misleadingly suggests the parties agreed to a list of 30 items. Many of the items listed on the CRD complaint were new, entirely based in lies, and neither read nor provided to any of the parties, let alone agreed to. The only document presented to the parties was the 17-point return to production demands presented on November 9th, 2023, and signed over 2 weeks after this meeting, on January 19th, 2024. Lively's CRD complaint, which on information and belief she disseminated to the New York Times well in advance of any legal filing, is riddled with blatant and deliberate misrepresentations, as is her complaint here. As Lively admits, filming resumed the following day and then concluded without any further grievances or references to previous disputes by Lively. The parties agreed to implement and follow the protections for return to production to ensure the film could be completed, marketed, and released safely and successfully. All right. Now that Lively had unleashed Reynolds on Baldoni and Wayfarer, they felt powerless to oppose the couple. Just as Lively had warned in April 2023, 9 months before, Reynolds would ensure that Lively's demands were met at every turn. From then on, Lively would get her way or else. Unmistakably, Lively would use her carefully constructed paper trail to destroy Wayfarer, Heath, and Baldoni, and the film. Okay, we're to point F.
Did you read something?
Yeah, because I gotta pee, man. All right, hang on, wait. Your screen's still up? The thing's still up?
Should be, right? If I already uploaded it.
Yeah, right there. Go to page 71.
Okay.
And then start at F, where it says live. All right. Oh, God, I'll be right back.
Okay, F. Lively completes her, oh my God, usurpation? I don't think I've ever seen that word. I've seen usurpation. Okay, of the film. The Directors Guild of America, DGA, requires a 10-week editing period for directors to privately edit and assemble their director's cut. This period is sacrosanct. Sorry, guys, as it gives the director uninterrupted time to creatively shape the final product, a time to experiment, take risks, and refine until the film fully reflects their artistic vision. For Baldoni, this period is the peak experience of the filmmaking process, a time to immerse himself in the creative craft, free-form external influences. But Lively denied Baldoni this experience on this powerful and deeply felt film. Lively requested through producer Todd Black to join Baldoni in the editing bay. As a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in film and television, not to mention growing up in a family deeply involved in the industry, Lively knew full well the implications of her request. But in the aftermath of the seriousness and false allegations that she had leveled against Baldoni, Heath, Wayfarer, and the production, and with pressure from Sony, they reluctantly agreed to grant her access to the editing bay for 2 days. Notably, despite her allegations that Baldoni made her feel uncomfortable, Lively insisted on working closely with him through this process. This is 2/25/2024. Good morning. So this is Justin to Blake. Good morning, Blake. Blank and I had a great chat the other day, and he let me know you'd like to come into the edit before you leave for your film, and I think it's a great idea. Interesting. I agree that we work really well together, and with all you've put into this film, I completely understand wanting to give notes and have input before you leave for your other movie. With that, I started my cut on Thursday, so tomorrow will be day 3. The movie is currently all over the place, and I need a few weeks to get it into some sort of shape to even present to you. What I would love to do is bring you in on the 18th and have us work together until you leave. Did I hear first week of April? Then once you are in Italy, as things progress, you can jump in on any free days or even on days you have a long wait between scenes. I'm also happy to send you progress scenes, etc., with my big changes that are made as well. As we all know, things change all the time. Sorry, this is hard to read on my screen. During a cut. For me, the editing process is the time to read things and throw it all against the wall to see what sticks. It's my favorite part of the process. So once you take off, we can just keep you in the loop and send you stuff to the extent you want to see as we get closer to locking pictures. Thanks, Jay. She responds, hey, thank you for the no. I appreciate it. I'd love to be in the passenger seat with you as soon as possible. I don't need you to formally present anything. I understand you've just seen the first assembly and have a mountain ahead of you. I will be invaluable to you in recall alone as you put together what you're looking for. I've also been rewatching all the dailies, so it looks like she got access to all of that stuff eventually. Tons of nuanced gems. The sooner we put our heads together, the better. Very excited to dive back into the work. Let me know. B. And he responds same day. Looks like. Oh, no. Wait, no, next day. Sorry. Hey, Blake, I hear you, and I do know how helpful you have been and will continue to be. I do need some time to get sorted with my editors and wrap my head around the film itself. I will reach out to you at the end of the week and let you know the progress I have made so we can figure out the best time for you to start with me. Thank you. In February and March 2024, Baldoni acceded. What is that word? To the request that Lively be let in to the editing process. Oh God, I'm going to look at this on my computer. It's just hard to read. Okay. So Dream Team, I think we've seen these before this filing. Editor 1, hey, just checking in. Hope you're hanging in there. We're going to get through this, damn it. Justin Baldoni says, thanks for checking in. I've sat with it, and I think the best path forward spiritually and what's best for the movie is that I suck it up and let her in. I've sent a message requesting that it start on the 18th, and then we would just let her in until she leaves, and then her cuts and updates throughout the process. I'll let you guys know what she says. Thanks for being awesome. Dream Team. Hi, Lauren in the bathroom. Editor 2, we got you. Editor 1, I think that sounds like a very good plan on all fronts. Justin says, side note, I offered for her to join on the 18th and she replied she liked to join now because she will be invaluable to me as she knows every take. I'm going to stick to the date and see how that goes and what comes next. Editor 1, oi. Editor 2, stick to it. Editor 1, when you get a moment, could I please get an ADR line from you? I don't think that matters. Editor 1, okay, let me put together some form of reel. The last scene was only half finished, so I will swap in the last version temporarily. Editor 2, and hopefully Blank is working on scene 11, sound pass this morning. Justin, also, I think a valuable thing to do next week is going to be to get both of your systems set up in a way that you'll be able to find all the takes very quickly based on whatever you're both comfortable with. Because I know for a fact that is going to be something that Blake is going to end up doing. And the last time we can spread searching for takes, the better it's. So the least time, it's going to be better for the overall process. Let me know, you guys, if you guys need anything. I'm in LA in my office until preview. For Blake, should say 9:30 to 3 each day. That gives you guys 3 hours of extra notes and other things, or 10 to 3. Okay. 137. Later in March 2024, Lively continued pushing for her demands as what had been a 2-day collaboration. Did I change this for you guys? Sorry. 2-day collaboration extended into 10, and Lively sought to work alone in the editing bay without Baldoni so that she would have full control. Though Baldoni incorporated 7 pages of her notes into his edit at the very start and consistently kept her involved in every subsequent edit, despite having absolutely no obligation to do so, Lively was not satisfied with merely collaborating with the director. She wanted to be the director and see her own creative vision for the film realized. I completely agree with that. And I personally think she has stepped way out of bounds from where she should have. I think she has shown a complete lack of respect for Justin as a director. And if she wanted to direct, she should have found a different project to do. And I remember there was, I don't know who it was with, but I remember an interview with Justin where he said, I don't remember the question, but he said, I think Blake is ready to make her directorial debut. I think she's ready to be a director. And now we have context to that comment. Okay, these texts. Editor 1, thank you for getting all those organized like that. Justin says, we should all hop on when we can tomorrow before she joins, whatever works for you guys. I let her know we tested. She's asked for all the cards and data as well. Wow. Editor 1, oh, wow. I was wondering if you were going to. I think that was the right call. Quote, the best defense is a great movie. End quote. I know we talked about the 11 a.m. start tomorrow, Blake. Blah, blah, blah. Just talking about working with Blake. She's fresh eyes. From Blake, she started watching a movie at 8:30 a.m. today on Pix. Did not watch this weekend. She doesn't have it yet. What do we want to do about falling in love montage? Talking about the music. I think we need to wait. Justin says, I think we need to wait on this to solve other Blake note of sex romance after Atlas. We may pull the onesie sex out or not. Blake wants to know when you could be there next week. I could fly out Saturday, or Sunday, or Monday, up to you guys. Justin says, would you prefer to be there or edit from home? Editor 2, honestly, I don't have a preference. Editor 1, and so it begins. Justin, we could push for you to stay home. It's up to you. Editor 2, both have pros and cons. I want Blake to feel like she's getting what she wants so we can move on from this need of hers. Justin, for the record, she's been getting what she wants the entire movie. Sorry, so much texting. As the editors noted, Baldoni bent over backwards for Lively 4 months on end. Editor 2 says, I understand. Justin says, and she's getting to edit, which is what she wants. Let's remember that. Editor 2, yeah, and yet. Justin, true. Editor 2, I don't want to give her any opportunity to say, well, because blank was in LA, we could only work certain hours, so we need more time and didn't really get that, what I needed, or whatever it may be. Justin says, point is, if you feel it's best and you want to go out there, no problem at all. And also, if you would like to stay home, that's something that we can say. I just want you to do what's best for you. That's a good point. Editor 2, I appreciate your protection and thought. I'm truly game for going if she doesn't care. So basically, it's showing this whole process of her trying to take over the editing, being willing to work with the editors. But, initially she's supposed to work with Justin. Then she doesn't want to meet with him. She wants to do it on her own. Now she wants to meet with his editors. Let's see. Underlined text, editor 1 at the bottom. Justin has bent over backwards for her for months on end. Justin says, all good, sensing a desire to go. And also some you time, which is great. I think the game is to ask for virtual and then give in and send you. As practice, we can't just keep giving her everything on exactly her terms. Like I said, happy to go, also totally fine to stay. I can find pros in either. Okay, oh my God, there's more guys. More text messages. So are we keeping the thrust? I'll drink to that. Okay, Justin says that's going to end up being a Blake call, honestly. If you guys can get her to keep in, and it's in the movie when I get back, it can stay in. She has approval over that scene, even for young Lily. So this must be like the sex scene. When she claimed she was unsafe, she redid the nudity rider to get approval of young Lily too. They said, got it. Let's see. Have I been reading this in the wrong order? I've been going down instead of across. Anyway, I think we get the basic gist. Honestly, it's all about control, so she could get where
Start over. You have to start
God, I think I did. I'm so sorry. Did you notice?
No, I just got here.
Okay. I'm sorry if anyone was like, oh, why did you read that? It's all about control, so she could get to where she will be next. All good. So this, I know it's I feel like this is pretty redundant. Are you good to move on to the next part?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll switch you're on page 79 or?
Yes, just got there.
Just give me 1 second. Yeah, Butter was very, very much having fun outside. He didn't want to.
Aw.
Come back in. Okay, top of page.
Uh-huh.
All right. We only have 100 pages left. All right. Finally, in April and May 2024, Lively's extortionate threats coerce Sony to allow her to create her own cut of the film, a right that is exclusively reserved for directors, at Wayfair and Sony's expense, and despite Baldoni and Wayfair's rightful protests. Sony's reasons for acquiescing to these beyond unreasonable demands were clear. Sony told Wayfair in no uncertain terms that Lively refused to promote the film. Oh, God. Well, her promotion was terrible anyway. So refused to promote the film unless her demands were met. Wayfair, feeling increasingly cornered into agreeing to Lively's demands, attempted to at least require that Lively finally sign her engagement contract. Damn. If her demands were to be met. Even this basic ask was refused, and Sony urged Wayfair to give in. Okay.
I don't understand. Yeah, unless she was doing it as a manipulative tactic to not sign that. And also, I would be interested to see what her contract said about her fee. Like, if she walks, does she get a certain amount of the fee, or does she get what she was already paid? Like, that's all. I still don't understand, because they say it would have cost them a lot more money to recast it and refilm it. But how much did they have to pay her?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I would be interested.
Like when they fire a coach before his contract's up. Like, here's $40 billion.
Right, exactly.
You suck at your job. Enjoy the rest of your life.
Don't say a word.
You know what? I'm just going to start putting my resume and everything out there. If I could just get one job on a decent film and get fired from it, I'm set.
I'm set.
Right.
Butter's like making a comfy space back there.
Yeah, he's got his little blanket there, but sometimes he wants it, sometimes he doesn't. So he's kind of like whipping it around right now.
Oh yeah, he's pushing it. Get the fuck out of here.
Sometimes he knocks all the pillows off the couches just for fun. And then he's like, yeah, I'm done. I'll sleep now. He was like snoring earlier. That's why I turned around while you were reading. I was like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? All right. Anyways, this text, this is from Sony executive number 1. Jamie, I have blank on here too. Blank has gotten Blake to approve the trailer we want with our narration, the chair kick, the bruise, etc. And Blake is calling Taylor to approve the song. Okay. It's the song though. Okay. So that's better. I thought we were calling Taylor about the script again, which is just like, please stop. She, of course, just reached out saying she is asking for time with blank, her editor. We know it was conditional on signing contract, but asking if you will reconsider so blank can release this trailer and Blake does not change her mind, recalling Taylor Swift. God, that card is overused. It's maxed out, bitch. All right. And I don't even hate Taylor Swift or anything like that, but I'm like, do not use... yeah.
It's another manipulation tactic.
Right.
Bullying.
I swear to God, like the last 3 people I've dated have been obsessed with Taylor Swift. And I just like, I never really got it, but I listen to her music sometimes and I'm like, I don't hate Taylor Swift, but the fact that she's being brought into this is like, it's annoying me a little bit. It's not her though. It's not even her. Like people are just using her name. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Blake honestly brought her into this whole thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
And I've never been a Swiftie. I always found myself like a little bit annoyed by her music because I'm like, what? Like to me, it didn't feel like as special as I guess like everyone made it seem. But I will say I have really respected her for the like political stances she's made, for how much money she paid her crew for this huge tour she did. I think she donates a lot of money that we probably don't even hear about. So I do think she's probably a very genuine, good-hearted person.
But guys, he is a private jet.
Right, exactly.
It's fine. I mean, what else are you? You can't have someone of that stature and celebrity on a regular plane with other people. It's just not going to go well.
No, and put yourself in her shoes. Like you wouldn't want to have to field all that shit every time you're traveling a lot.
And like you even put that person in business class. You got some freak in the back of the plane who's like obsessed with Taylor Swift is gonna like hijack the way up to the front of the plane to try to see her, and then they have to ground the plane somewhere they're not supposed to land. And just
right, and then she misses a concert or something. Yeah.
Anyways, you can tell I thought about this extensively.
Well, you do, right? Like you think like, does this person have a need? Like Kim Kardashian probably does have a need for a private jet. Taylor Swift does have a need for a private jet.
Right. Okay. Anyways, Jamie Heath, one of the plaintiffs here, says, I'm available to talk on the phone. Call me if you're free. Sony executive number 2, not the first one, but a different one, says, you guys don't want to play ball. You are going to delay and greatly hurt the movie. Good luck. That is only if you want to make this date. We are going to need to push. Finish director cut, and we can have multiple previews down the road.
Wow. A big push from Sony.
Baldoni and the film's original editors were not even allowed to see Lively's cut. That is bizarre. Yeah. Even if just to see how much of their work had been replaced. And then to Dream Team Heart. Okay, interesting. All right, interesting. But, cool, positivity, yay. Anyways, it says movie preview, combined report, and there's some sort of PDF. Editor says, this is great. Other editor says, I hope Blake got a copy.
This is the data. So I wonder if this is where they showed it to different audiences
and
tested higher.
And it's just data tables are there. So
yeah.
Justin says, no, I don't think so. Wouldn't matter anyways. She has her mind made up. We focus on what's best for the film. It will all work out. Well, we're out in the world, he says. And that's probably when it was released, I'm assuming. Yeah,
or at least maybe the trailer was.
Oh, I was about to say that's just a day later, so there's no way. Okay, just curious if you guys have peeked at her cut and if anything has changed. Editor number 2 says, I have just been told that we are not permitted to look. Justin says, haha, wow, when did that happen? Editor says, as per Sony, this evening through blank. Wow, okay then, says Justin. The editors and director isn't allowed to look at an actress's cut. Got it. Well, here we go. We will keep taking the high road. All right. Still believing that in a sane and just world, despite Lively's continued extortion, an actress would never be allowed to usurp his legal right as a director to create and release his cut of the film, he assumed that Lively's edits would simply supplement his work. Thus, Baldoni continued refining his director's cut. But as Lively threatened to refuse to promote the film or approve any related marketing materials, such as trailers, posters, and social media posts, a doomsday scenario for this major motion picture, Wayfarer and Baldoni were extorted into acquiescence to more and more demands. This included co-funding, together with Sony, a friends and family screening of her version of the film, which they had not approved or even seen, entirely at Lively's insistence. God.
I just, this makes me so angry.
Yeah.
That she felt she had the right to do this. If you want to do it, fine, but do it on a different project that you got the rights for and that being director was your position, and it wasn't here.
Yeah,
you weren't even supposed to be an editor. Yeah, ridiculous.
Ultimately, Lively replaced the film's editors with her own choice, an editor often used by Reynolds, and the film's editors had to be let go. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
She also replaced the film's award-winning composer with composers from Reynolds' recent project, even though the film's composer had already finished the score with an orchestra, which is costly. Sony supported Lively's demands and even enforced her dictate that the film's director and editors not be permitted to even view her cut.
So it sounds like they were bullied into supporting her as well. And they're probably thinking financially,
Right.
Like, we need this thing to go. We have a timetable. Like, I feel like that's probably where they're coming from. And it's not personal, but we just need this to move forward.
I'd be shocked if she ever got a decent job again.
I hope she doesn't, because it's like with Laura, unless she gets help,
Right.
I hope she doesn't have another boyfriend, because it's not going to be fair to whoever she's with, or it's not going to be fair to whoever Blake works with in the future, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, this is definitely out there, so I don't think anyone's going to have trouble finding it.
My cat's being a dick and knocking shit over, so we'll be right back.
It's fine. Wayfarer and Sony found themselves in the unprecedented and uncomfortable predicament of having two competing versions of the film. One made by the film's actual director. I would like to see that one. And one made by a person with no contractual or creative right to even approach the editing bay, let alone make her own cut. But in light of Lively's threat to withhold promotion of the film, as well as her thinly veiled threat to end Baldoni's career with a slew of false accusations, the studio reluctantly agreed to do an official audience test of both versions, again at Wayfarer and Sony's expense. This decision was made on the understanding that Lively had agreed with Sony that if Baldoni's director's cut tested higher, she would drop the matter and fully cooperate so that Baldoni could finish the film without further interference. Tellingly, in a side-by-side comparison of audience tests, Baldoni's cut scored significantly higher with key audience demographics.
Yeah, it did.
All right, so it's just showing here how there's, outperformed her cut. Editor number one.
Numbers.
Yeah, it's just too blurry. If I zoom in, it'll still just be blurry.
Yeah.
Editor number one says the only group she went up with in the excellent category was men, and they are absolutely not our audience. And that's only because she focused more of the movie on herself, and men like to look at Blake Lively. Men are such pigs. Is editor number one a girl?
And like Dave was saying earlier too, if you let an actor choose what scenes you take, or what takes of scenes and everything you do, they're probably going to pick whatever they look best and whatever performance they gave best, and not consider everyone else or the movie as a whole. So you end up getting probably a movie that doesn't necessarily make sense altogether and isn't going to be the best overall product.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Not surprisingly, Lively reneged on her promise and insisted that her version be released to the public instead of Baldoni's cut as director, even claiming that the book's author, Colleen Hoover, would refuse to promote the film as well if Lively's version was not chosen. Sony called to tell Wayfarer that neither Lively nor any of the cast would promote the film unless Lively's cut, I think it means was used. Baldoni was forced to choose between killing the film and his own career by insisting on his own creative vision and rights, or putting out a version of the film that Baldoni knew could still be so important to domestic violence survivors, even if it differed greatly from what it could have been. Baldoni reluctantly chose the latter and stood down, allowing Lively's version of the film to be released and promoted. Baldoni was essentially forced to fire himself as director and allow Lively to finish his film, knowing it was the only choice he could make to serve the greater good. 2 days later, Baldoni was hospitalized with a serious spine infection. Eventually, with the key demographic being the focus, Sony and Screen Engine, the audience testing company, convinced Lively to put back as much of Baldoni's edit as they possibly could. None of this was officially communicated to Baldoni, but whispers reached him that part of his cut made it back into the final release. Baldoni made sure to thank and apologize to his editors, whom Lively had caused to be let go. Okay. And here is a message from Justin to his team. I'm so sorry. I love and adore you both and will fight for you and your recognition and sing your praises to the end. This will all work out. It's painful, but we will be okay, and we can rest knowing that we have created a beautiful work of art together, and yet I'm so sorry. In that picture there, I don't know who's in that picture with him, but he's in the hospital. Okay, I was assuming it was, yeah, okay. Okay, so the editor says, holy cow, feel better. We didn't want to bug you during all of this, but our secret source has let us know that the new version they are previewing tomorrow has a bunch of our version put back in. We just have to keep it quiet because we want to keep our back channel open. Feel better. Get well soon. We love you. And all of this craziness, health and movie is going to work out, damn it.
So I was just looking at like what can cause a spinal infection.
Mhm.
It says drug use, cancer, long-term use of steroids, aging, diabetes, HIV/AIDS, spinal trauma, surgery, malnutrition, organ transplant, advanced age, bloodstream infection, surgery, trauma, and nearby infections.
Mhm.
So,
Well, he's had back issues for a while. So
right. So I was just curious, like, could it have been brought on by stress somehow, or was it,
Well,
What?
also some people do have a condition where they have to take prolonged steroid courses, and
Mhm.
I
Oh,
don't think
that's
he.
true.
I don't think he does, but it's possible. I don't know. You know, I don't. I like that's total speculation though, and it's an outside shot. It's not like a total thing at all. But
Mhm.
anyways, I'm assuming it's probably related to the back injury. And
Yeah.
just like stress and not taking care of himself as much as he could.
Mhm.
you
Yeah,
know?
and it says malnutrition too, so maybe he was so stressed he wasn't eating, and
Yeah,
if he
makes
already has the pre-existing issues.
Mhm.
I just found that interesting.
Yeah. By June 2024, Lively was dictating much of the marketing for the film she had stolen from Baldoni and Wayfarer. Okay. This is, again, from Justin to his team. Infection in my spine, pretty serious. Great doctors caught it early. Blank had a feeling, it's probably his wife, right?
Mhm.
My body is done, too much stress. We'll be in hospital probably until Tuesday now, then IV antibiotics via a PICC line for 6 weeks,
Ugh.
which means I can't travel. And so for those of you who don't know what a PICC line is, they put like an IV line in you that you have on discharge. So when you leave the hospital, it's still in you so that you can still take your antibiotics or drugs, whatever you need, through the IV line rather than like an oral medication. All right.
Sounds not fun.
I've never had one personally. I just, know of it because I worked in the hospital and stuff like that.
Mhm, mhm.
All right. If Blake is so determined, this is editor. Blake is so determined to handle the marketing on the movie, then just let her. Yeah. Lively shamelessly removed Baldoni, the film's co-star, director, and executive producer who had championed this film for 5 years and whose company had co-funded the entire project, out of all posters, trailers, and other promotional materials. She continued to refuse to promote the film otherwise.
It enrages me so much. There's no good reason to do that.
Yeah. So this is another email to Jamie Heath, one of the plaintiffs, from Sony executive number 3 this time. We had a very successful weekend at Book Bonanza, and the fans loved the book art displayed at the event. We would like to release this art as our second teaser poster for domestic distribution. Since it has already been released internationally in many markets, it only makes sense to use it domestically as well. We'd love to start printing tomorrow to get it into theaters. However, this version does not have Justin Baldoni's "a film by" credit, so we would need to waive that. Please let me know if this is approved. That is terrible.
Yep.
My God. Over Sony's objection, Lively insisted on screening her cut at Book Bonanza, Colleen Hoover's annual convention hosting authors and fans from around the world, an event that Baldoni had long been excited to attend. But Sony made it known to Wayfarer that, per Lively, Baldoni could not attend, notwithstanding the obvious promotional and PR risks.
Sorry, I just want to add, even if there was sexual harassment, okay, even if he walked in on her when she was topless in her dressing room, even if he went in for an unplanned kiss, it does not excuse any of this that is happening, in my opinion. I think this is just fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And
I don't even see how this is legal, but I guess when you are dealing with someone with so much influence.
And I mean, everyone caved to her because I think because of her status as an A-list celebrity, because of her being married to Ryan Reynolds, and like what they could do a lot of damage to Justin. They could do a lot of damage to Sony, to Wayfarer. Like they could, and I think they tried to, at least to Justin. Yeah. But yeah, and like at the end of the day, like I was saying, like Sony, this big company, is worried about the bottom line. They're not worried about, is Justin being treated well? Like they're just not. So
yeah. All right. We did that. Okay. Not even allowed to review the final cut before we show into the world. Okay, here's a message from Jen Abel. Hi, Jamie just filled me in about BookCon. I know this is devastating and such a kick in the gut. It's petty and childish at this point. I'm just making sure you're okay. We will get through this. Eye on the prize. Her attending BookCon is a win for the film ultimately. And if she wants to drag her ass to Texas, then let her. She can be home with you. Can be home with your family, which is important. Justin says she's kicked me out officially from the film now. She's finishing it all. I can't be involved. Music, sound, VFX, everything. I'll make it through somehow. Just need to feel it all. That's so sad.
It is. Yeah.
So here in the text, I'm just going to read the underlined parts. He's saying they're showing it at Book Bonanza. Editor says the whole movie, he says, yeah, hers was supposed to be ours, and then I was uninvited. The whole thing is pretty cruel and intense.
Unfucking believable. Sorry, Justin.
Editor says, I just hope you love for it, or at least stomach. Okay, the cut that is going into the world. Haven't seen it, can't yet. Yeah. By July 2024, Baldoni was completely locked out of the film's final cut. By virtue of his role at Wayfarer, he was permitted to give notes as a studio. This only added insult to injury because he should not have been giving notes. He should have been editing the film. Despite his personal feelings, he redirected his thoughts to focus on the one positive. The film, years in the making, was very close to being seen by the world, even if it was no longer his film. He prayed for the possibility that the film could still make the impact he intended when he first reached out to Colleen Hoover in 2019.
It shows his intentions are in the right place the whole time.
Yeah. Okay. And then somebody in this text from his team, somebody said, and any updates on our little movie? Justin says, I have not seen the locked cut of the film. Evidently, it's been worked on more and she's been mixing. I'm getting to give notes as a studio today, not a director. Very hard, but I'm okay. We made a beautiful baby together. The baby might not grow up to be, I think he meant, exactly who we thought, but it's still beautiful. That's what I'm holding on to. Very proud of us. The editor says, the last I heard was that she was putting back a fair amount of our version, just not sure what that entailed or to what extent. I guess you'll find out. Huh. All right. And here's another one where he says, if you think about it, we didn't even finish our director's cut because she intervened. So ideally, at some point, we can take a week and all just do it together for ourselves. But that opens up a can of worms. So we will need to let this play out for a while before we can pull that card. And your door will be knocked on.
And he didn't even get to get all the shots he wanted because she wouldn't comply.
Right. The amount of women who feel seen, that it's reaching people all over the world, that men are remembering their own traumas and having conversations with their partners. That's why we did this, and it worked. Still the dream team. Okay.
And he could have come on at any point in this and said something about her if he really if he wanted to trash her or do anything like this, and he didn't.
Just a reminder from Stir Crazy, one of my mods. On that note, please hit the like button, comment, and subscribe. It's free. Yes, please. I appreciate that. All right.
Like me.
Okay. Maybe later.
Like me later.
That's not in my contract.
But I gave you a rider.
Put it in escrow.
Did you get it? Put it in escrow.
I got it. I didn't want it. All right. Lively was still not satisfied. She continued to extort Wayfarer, Baldoni, and even Sony, that rhymed, threatening to abandon her contractual obligation to promote the film or approve marketing materials if she wasn't awarded a producer credit. And though Wayfarer had refused long ago to accede to this request when it was made during initial negotiations, Wayfarer now had its back against the wall and again had to concede. This is terrible.
It is. Again, even despite anything that she claimed happened, like none of it excuses this shit.
Well, no, because she's like doing this to a whole bunch of people, not just Justin.
Right.
So,
and like
the people who lost their jobs, like
yes. And like she said about the whatever, the sexual stuff with Justin and the other guy, Heath. Is that who it was? That it affects, like, if she's saying this stuff about them, it not only affects them, but their wives and their marriage and their children. It's like she's so short-sighted.
Yeah.
Or just thinking about how it affects her.
Yeah. Well, she seems pretty calculated. So
I agree.
This still wasn't enough. Lively later sought the coveted PGA mark, oh my God, on her producer credit, a certified designation licensed by the Producers Guild of America to identify producers who have performed the majority of the producing work on a motion picture. Neither Baldoni nor Wayfarer believed
Lively from the beginning, and she finally fucking got it. Congratulations.
Yeah. believed Lively fulfilled the requisite criteria to earn this mark, but that did not matter to Lively. Lively demanded again with extortionate threats that Baldoni, Heath, and other producers and department heads send letters to the PGA in support of her certification for the PGA mark.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. My mom always says congratulations, so that's what I'll say.
Okay. Hi, Mom. Okay. Despite unanimous recognition of the absurdity and the unmistakably extortionate threats, Sony and other parties, despite being adamant not to support Lively's demand for the unentitled mark, ultimately acquiesced and submitted letters of support. However, Wayfarer and Baldoni firmly resisted because Lively did not perform the duties of a producer and therefore did not merit the PGA mark. Sorry, I had to burp. A distinction highly valued and taken seriously within the industry. Wayfarer and Baldoni refused to devalue the contributions of actual producers on the film and elsewhere who merited the mark and were unwilling to misrepresent Lively's contributions to the film. Having been forced in the face of extortionate threats to concede to Lively's every demand and to thus far, they believed it would be dishonest, unethical, and unjust to producers who rightfully earned the mark to falsely represent to the PGA that Lively had fulfilled the requisite producing responsibilities. Asking that they lie on her behalf was the final straw, or so they thought.
Oh.
In response, Lively instructed Sony to tell Wayfarer and Baldoni that any goodwill left between us is done, as if there was any. But eventually, in the face of persistent threats and extortion, Wayfarer and Baldoni were left with little choice but to draft and sign a letter of support on Lively's behalf, but not before he sent an email to Wayfarer's attorneys documenting that he and Baldoni were signing the letter under duress.
I hope it's rescinded from her after all of this.
Right. This is an email from Jamie Heath. Private and confidential PGA letter is what they were just talking about. I'm writing to you all regarding a letter that I wrote on behalf of Justin and myself addressed to the Producers Guild. As you know, we received a request to write a recommendation on behalf of Blake for her to receive the PGA mark. This was a request that we feel was unreasonable and cold-hearted. Essentially, the movie It Ends With Us
Ew.
right, has been taken unjustly from Justin as a director and essentially from Wayfarer's control due to the extortion of Blake. Without going into all the details of the events that have transpired over the months, Justin and I ended up agreeing to write the letter due to feeling trapped. She continues to hold a threat over our heads, and every time we try and hold a line, she uses the threat either directly or indirectly to get us to fold. Make no mistake, I am not suggesting that we were literally forced to acquiesce, but given the high profile of the movie, the partnership with Sony, the amount of money invested, and the need to complete the movie, we have written the letter on her behalf, omitting the truth of how and why she was able to contribute in the way we listed. There is nothing to do with this letter now. It only serves as a way to memorialize why the letter was sent in the first place should we ever need to explain it. Thank you, Jamie. That was a good call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dear, and he writes a letter, Dear members of the Producers Guild of America, we hope this letter finds you well. We're writing to inform you of the significant role and contributions that Blake Lively has played in the making of the film It Ends With Us. I'm not going to read the rest of this because it's obviously something I did under duress. So
Right.
Okay. As the premiere of the film approached, Lively made good on her promise and instructed Sony that she and the cast would not participate in any oh my god, you asshole! After all that, did not participate in any marketing or promotion of the film alongside Baldoni. Why are the other cast agreeing to this? Is my thing.
I mean, I think that she probably lied to them about shit that happened and manipulated them. I would be curious to hear if any of them have firsthand.
I mean, they're probably gonna have to speak out anyways now.
Well, yeah. If this does, I mean, obviously Omar knows like 100% more than I do about law, but I'm surprised.
Does he know about the law?
Actually, so I'm surprised to hear that he thinks this will definitely go to trial, because I was thinking it would probably be settled outside of court, especially if she knows like she's gonna get fucked with, you know, all of the stuff that he's brought up and all of the discovery that's gonna happen, and if it implicates her husband and Deadpool and all that, you know, for public perception. I was thinking they'd probably want to settle outside of court. Yeah. But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
How are you doing?
I'm so hype.
You're so what?
hype. I'm so hype.
Good.
Okay. No. I'm not done until we're done here.
Do some 10 jumping jacks.
All
Get
right.
back with
Now
it.
you're just talking crazy. All right.
Just
she
guard
made-
while you're sitting.
I haven't done 10 jumping jacks in 10 years. All right. She made certain that Baldoni was removed.
I definitely need a bra after having a baby for jumping jacks now.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're welcome.
Boobs. I'm just tired. She made certain that Baldoni was removed from all artwork for the film, posters included, and stripped him of his a film by credit. Lively and Reynolds also unfollowed him on social media, as did the author of the book. Oh no. Someone with whom Baldoni had maintained a 5-year personal relationship and for whom Baldoni created this opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, so sorry, I had lost my point in what I was saying, and I know we gotta continue.
Was it about your bra?
No, I think she lied to and manipulated these other people. Probably what she claimed in her lawsuit, right? She probably had told these people, maybe even worse. But I would be really interested. So I think that's why everyone unfollowed him and was standing by her. Also, she's fucking Blake Lively with Ryan Reynolds. Like,
Right.
So I would be really curious to see if they are reading this or like reading recaps of this and to see what their reactions are now, seeing like evidence that refutes what she's claimed.
Yikes.
Yikes. Like Scooby. Right?
Jinkies.
Jinkies.
That's Velma, right?
Jinky. Oh.
No, Jinkies. Jinkies with a J.
Janky. Jink.
Yeah. All right. The other cast members also unfollowed Baldoni, creating the false impression that Baldoni had done something wrong. On information and belief, Lively induced the other cast members to shun Baldoni in an early attempt to give fans the impression that Baldoni had committed an egregious sin, something so egregious that no one wanted to even take photos with him or have him around. What did you fart? Jesus. Lively was leaving what she had earlier referred to as crumbs, a social media strategy she had learned from a close celebrity friend, to give fans just enough to allow them to come to their own conclusions, thereby launching an army of detectives that... Oh, well.
I feel like that could be Taylor, like in her songs even. Right?
Detectives that, on information and belief, Lively hoped would turn against Baldoni. The unfollowing of Baldoni by cast members and even the author of the book, who he had a long-standing relationship with, was done without warning or any communication from them, in stark contrast to the warm praise and appreciation cast members had, until that point, always showered on him. For example, Isabella Ferrer, cast as young Lily, exchanged grateful texts with Baldoni during and after her filming stint, which included a number of scenes involving intimacy.
Now, I will say to Blake's defense, which I don't believe her, but I will say, like, if this girl found out about this stuff after the fact, then I could see, this is during filming, right? Which is what, but if she finds out about that stuff after the fact, then of course, she didn't know about it at this point. So even if she's nice and cordial here, she could have heard something after this that made her change her mind.
Yeah.
Which is probably what happened, but I think she heard lies.
Right. This is a text from Justin and that actress Isabella. He says, "You did awesome today. So happy to be working with you." She said, "Thank you so much. I'm so excited. Thank you for being a great director and being so wonderful to work with already." And this was in May 4th in 2023. "Let me know whenever you need me for anything. So kind. More to come. You are going to kill it." And then she's again messaging him in July. "Hey, I just got my film developed from when we were shooting. So here's this sweet pic. I also have to say thank you so much for an incredible experience on my first film. I still can't shake the feeling of it all because it was truly life-changing for me. You're such a wonderful, smart, and sincere director, and you created such a comfortable, safe space for me to feel like I could fully step into this role. I couldn't have asked for a more welcoming environment. It will stay with me for the rest of my life. See you soon, whether in the fall or later, and hope you're doing well."
Wow. I think that's huge. I mean, she even had actual nude scenes, right? Or at least that's what I got from earlier.
I don't know. I can't remember if there was any nudity, but there was definitely a sex scene.
Like intimate. And so even for her just to say what type of environment he created, how whatever else, supportive and life-changing, how wonderful, smart, sincere he is, create such a comfortable space. So why would he do that for her, but not for Blake? Right? Yeah. If he's this creep who's doing all this shit.
Right. Okay. Let's see. And he writes her a nice message back, very complimentary there. Tellingly, Ferrer worked with Baldoni when Lively was not on the set. It was not until Farrer spent substantial time with Lively during film promotions that Farrer felt compelled to shun Baldoni and repudiation, is that the word? Yeah, of her warm words. It became clear that Lively was laying the groundwork to explain her theft of the film and exile of Baldoni. Presumably, she was concerned that her shocking conduct would be frowned upon if it became widely known. Baldoni had no intention of ever making this information public. In fact, as co-star of the film, both he and his studio, who co-financed the film and had spent millions of dollars, had every reason to want the film to succeed. Any suggestion otherwise is illogical. Baldoni promoted the film as originally intended, gave Lively full credit and praise, and had done everything in his power at every painful turn of making this film with Lively to ensure the film succeeded. He wanted to move on. Lively, however, would not let it go. And here we get into the Deadpool stuff. Baldoni later received word that during the premiere of his movie, Deadpool and Wolverine, Reynolds approached Baldoni's agency, namely an executive at WME, and expressed his deep disdain for Baldoni, suggesting the agency was working with a sexual predator, a phrase that coincidentally later appeared in the press, and at a later date demanded that the agent drop Baldoni. Okay.
And that agency, or at least as the spokesperson, and maybe the person that, within an agency, they have different agents, right? So whatever agent is working with them has come out and said, like, no, none of this is true.
Yeah. His wielding of power and influence became undeniable. Baldoni and Wayfarer grew increasingly fearful of what Lively and Reynolds were capable of, as their actions seemed aimed at destroying Baldoni's career and personal life. This pivotal moment terrified Baldoni and ultimately caused him to seek help anywhere he could to protect his reputation, his partners, and his wife, children, and family from false accusations that could ruin their lives. Desperate, terrified, and in this position for the first time, he sought expert guidance and was advised to engage crisis PR to be ready in case Reynolds and Lively decided to unleash their wrath on them. As it is customary, a proposal was prepared for him with available measures and quotes of what each suggested measure would cost. This proposal, wrongfully obtained from the very public relations company that once represented Baldoni, with whom he had recently severed ties, was later used by Lively to knowingly and falsely assert that Baldoni had agreed to the most aggressive option in the proposal. Lively falsely and ironically alleges that Baldoni set out on a smear campaign to destroy Lively, despite the thousands of documents she alleges to have that would prove otherwise. Notwithstanding, Lively, her team, and the Times worked in concert to cherry pick, deliberately misconstrue, splice, and alter private communications to manufacture a self-serving and factually baseless narrative.
And this is what you do if you know a bad story is about to come out about you, whether it's true or not. This is you get PR to try to get ahead of the story and defend yourself.
Yeah, and I think this here is like showing stuff that she left out. Is that right?
Yep, included and excluded. Yep.
Okay, so this is her complaint, and then there's the image there. I guess this is the image that was put there from Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. Okay. Excluded. So all this stuff was excluded?
So it looks like the picture was included. It looks like that text in blue was included, but the stuff from on the right from the top down was excluded, like that circled. Dan, this is unfair because it's also not me. Everything now looks like it's me, maybe not to you. So he's saying this looks like it's me, but it's not me doing whatever negative, like shit like that. Is Blake Lively set to be canceled? He's saying I'm not behind that, but shit, it makes it look like me.
Yeah,
and they didn't include that in the Times article,
or
probably in her evidence from her filing.
Okay, here's some more of them.
Yeah,
included, excluded. Okay, so we can't write it down to him. We can't write we will destroy her. We will go to this. We will do this. We will do this. We will do this. Okay. And what was excluded was a response that said, of course not, but I told him that's the point of talking through.
So this isn't even him. This is two other people talking, probably the two PR.
Right. No, yeah, the PR people. He has to look at his information document for us to be armed with. That's all. Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. And this part was excluded. It says the work is not the document. The work is the fucking crisis. So that's kind of important. Okay, so that was deliberately, yeah. Okay. Also excluded was the response that says, if it's any consolation, he's like this with everything, overthinks, stresses, high anxiety. He just needs to be educated on how this process works.
So it shows that he's just like, please help me. And these people are doing like all the behind the scenes stuff. He was just looking for someone to defend him, not to throw her under the bus necessarily.
Yeah. And then the response says, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. I'll be very tough.
And I thought they excluded, I'll be very tough. I thought they only included, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. I think that's all they included.
Okay.
And not the in red.
Yeah. And then this one on the bottom is the same set of messages, but it's just showing more, I think, there. Okay. And this is more text. Oh my gosh. Like I said, there are a lot of screenshots towards the end of this guy. So we're on the close to the home stretch. But
we have like 4 pages in a row or more.
All right. Included was, we can bury anyone. Okay. And this is the next line was excluded was, and also, as you know, this is twisting, turning because we don't know their moves. But don't worry, I get it. I may just drink half a tank of Pepto-Bismol and I'll be ready for the call. All right. All excluded. So the rest of this is all excluded. Yes, exactly. And maybe that's how you approach the Baha'i thing. Is it Baha'i?
Probably. How was it Baha'i?
No idea. That we had no idea of this approach and why we can't be proactive, as we have no idea what she will come out with. Okay, done. Pepto mixed with espresso and you're good to go. God,
that sounds terrible. Like opposite effects.
I don't think I need to know any more about this person. All right. All right.
Oh, he also cannot, this is important, he also cannot come across as a victim here. We are walking a very fine line. Exactly. Right. He can't look guilty either by shying away from this stuff.
Okay. And then here it's in Lively's complaint was included her somebody saying, Miss Abel saying, focus on Reddit, TikTok, Instagram. Okay, with reassurance that Miss Lively would be destroyed and buried, Wayfair and Mr. Baldoni directed Miss Neidigh and her team to actively engage in their retaliatory social manipulation campaign. Okay, and here's the actual text. This is what we would need. Yes, I literally spoke to Melissa about this on the break. Okay, focus on Reddit, TikTok, Instagram. Okay, so that's what they said here, but this was excluded, and it was, what does that say, celebrity kind or something? She wants to interview me. It says she wants to interview me, and it's celebrity kind. Want to have her email me, and then this is also excluded. It says she is emailing. I said I would make it happen.
So that's kind of, to me, showing that someone reached out to them rather than them reaching out to media to try to spread false narrative.
Yeah. Okay. Can you explain what's going on this page? Because I'm having a harder time following.
Me?
Yeah. I thought you read this already. Sorry.
Oops. I didn't get all the way through.
Oh.
But yeah, no, I would have to read with you.
Yeah, okay. This is just talking about the retaliation campaign. They also retained subcontractors, including a Texas-based contractor named Jed Wallace, who weaponized a digital army around the country from New York to Los Angeles. Oh my God. To create and seed and promote content that appeared to be authentic on social media platforms and internet chat forums. Okay. So let's just look at what they excluded, which is Jen Abel was saying to Katie here, who was talking about page 6 or the Daily Mail or whatever. Thanks, Katie. We're seeing the same thing. That's also saying thanks, Katie. Who is this from?
Another person.
Another person says, thanks, Katie. I'd like to have a quick Zoom today if we can all arrange without Justin. Okay. Is that possible for all? I can join, just running out around, so might not be on camera, but just let me know when. Matthew Mitchell, whoever that is, says, happy to jump on too. Likely off camera. No one needs to see this today. Matthew.
We can all relate to that, right?
What does 6 p.m. Eastern time call work? Okay, and that's all excluded. On August 10th, and this is from Blake's complaint again, on August 10th, the day after release of the film, Ms. Nathan's team reported that they had started to see a shift on social due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative against Ms. Lively. And that's what Blake is alleging, Blake's lawyer, whatever. Here are the messages. It says, that's why I was worried about LA Times, I'm guessing. Okay. And not included in that was no requests, though. I think people are bored. And then so they leave that part out. So it just goes straight from, that's why I was worried about LA Times, to the response that says, the majority of socials are so pro Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. LOL. So like they left out those two messages that says no request. People are bored. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I agree. I'm just anxious per usual. LA Times reached out to Justin's old assistant.
So this is all excluded.
All excluded. Yep.
So they're showing here that LA Times reached out to them, or anyway, that side, rather than them reaching out to LA Times.
Okay, and same kind of deal here, where this person says, "You're okay. It's been too much press, too chaotic. I told you, People Magazine messaged me. Then they messaged me again to say they're getting radio silence and everything." Okay.
Now I wonder if that means radio silence from Blake's side or from their side, saying like, "Hey, we haven't heard from you guys."
Yeah. Okay. Now, this part of Blake's complaint is alleging Ms. Nathan then bragged to Ms. Abel that Mr. Baldoni doesn't realize how lucky he is right now, by which they were referring to their successful efforts to shut down stories that would have revealed how Mr. Baldoni's behavior, including sexual connotations on set, had made cast and crew beyond Ms. Lively uncomfortable. Okay. So this is all excluded here. Yes, Jillian reached out. Carolyn from ET, who just annoys me. Well, Carolyn from ET is going to be mad at Jen. Imagine having your screenshots posted like this for the freaking world to see, and Carolyn from ET. You know, Carolyn from ET is reading this right now. So, it's not like she's not going to see it. Oh, no. And I saw that Katie said limited pickup, but I've honestly not seen any from those two pieces. Just keep on giving nothing, not one thing from those pieces. I mean, that was just a lot of work, just talking everyone off the fucking ledge for those two pieces. Okay. Literally, I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Me too. I've been doing this for 4 hours plus. And then after the weekend, people are going to move completely past. It's boring now. Nothing came out for anyone. So it kind of sounds like they're just like, let's just let it go.
Yeah, and that they weren't feeding into anything. Just nothing, not one thing from those pieces. Keep giving nothing.
So in her complaint, Blake left out all of those messages and instead started here where it says he doesn't realize how lucky he is right now. We need to press on him just how fucking lucky. The whispering in the ear, the sexual connotations like Jesus fucking Christ, other members feeling uncomfortable watching it. I mean, there's just so much. Doesn't matter if it's not true.
And then they excluded. They excluded doesn't matter if it's not true.
Right.
So it made it appear as though it was true.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter if it's not true, right? And then the rest of this is also excluded. It says, I don't know. I don't think they get that. They think the truth wins. Somebody else says, no, it doesn't. The person who says doesn't matter if it's not true says, no, it doesn't. So it's like they're saying basically the truth is he didn't do anything, but it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And they left all that out of their complaint, of course. And I'm like, we're dealing with a psychopath who literally called you a sexual predator. Let's all be happy with difficult. So that was excluded as well. So they're talking about Blake manipulating the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is funny because she called him a psychopath for staring into his wife's eyes, and now they're calling her a psychopath.
No, they're calling her difficult. All right. Somebody here said, and this is also excluded, all excluded. I have it on text message, by the way. Unbelievable. Let's be really happy with difficult. And he told him we took out misogynist. Okay. Leslie can't possibly believe that. And then this person responds, let's give it a day to calm and let's call Jamie together tomorrow and we can explain to him a few things together. And socials are really, really ramping up in his favor. She must be furious. It's actually sad because it just shows you have people really want, and then it cuts off there. So I'm not really sure.
But that's showing the organic hatred for Blake Lively on social media that had nothing to do with him.
Yeah. Okay. And then we're back to the document where it says, meanwhile, Lively systematically excluded Baldoni from all marketing and promotional efforts with her in the cast for the film. He was not invited to any cast promotional events, cast screenings, premieres, photo shoots, or other cast campaigns. Baldoni was marginalized from the marketing process. The purported marketing plan, allegedly created by Sony, which was later referenced in Lively's CRD complaint as agreed to by all, and attached as an exhibit as a fact, even though it was merely talking points and not a binding contract, was never the plan Baldoni agreed to.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Go ahead. I give you permission. All right. And then here it says it ends with us logline. And I think it's just talking about kind of the expectations here, positioning. Let's see. All right. So this is just like their strategy for when they're promoting the film and all that. Positioning, what to avoid. So they're saying focus more on Lily's strength and resilience as opposed to describing the film as a story about domestic violence. Okay, so these are just basically just like notes. In fact, against much resistance from the film's distributor, Baldoni from day one made it clear that he was making this film to bring awareness to domestic violence and would not refrain from doing so when promoting the film. He did not go rogue, as Lively alleges. Okay. Justin sent this message. Good morning, team. So I was thinking about the response to this weekend, and I feel that we should do what we should do, I think, is make sure to emphasize the voices of the survivors. It's going to be a lot of buzz how much money the movie made, but I want to be the one that always direct the back to the survivors. I think I know what he's trying to say. Tries to direct back to survivors. Okay. So I would love to come up with some sort of video or carousel of messages from survivors and the response to the film. Okay.
Hi.
Hello. All right. Well, and we finished the document while you're gone. I'm just kidding.
Oh, what did it say? Oh,
Right.
I was like, I thought I went pretty quickly.
No way. All right. While in Sweden celebrating his wife's birthday, Baldoni was informed that Lively demanded he not attend the film's premiere. Lively further threatened that if Baldoni attended the premiere, she and the majority of the cast would boycott. You fucking bitch. I would love to have seen someone call her bluff on that to see if the rest of the cast would really give up that opportunity. It remained unclear what Lively had communicated to or promised the cast, but they now also refused to attend if Baldoni was present. So I guess they did actually refuse. Wow. The fact that Sony advised Wayfarer to concede underscores Lively and Reynolds' immense power and influence. Baldoni and Wayfarer refused to succumb to the bullying tactics aimed at excluding them from the premiere of the film.
What would be a good, based on the allegations she's made, what would be a good point for requesting that he not even show up to the premiere?
Oh, no. I don't know.
It's just so shit.
So it's not funny. I just saw the comments that you wrote.
Oh.
What you said is not funny. Sorry. All right.
I was like, did you like that?
Yeah.
So shit.
And guys, if you're still here watching, don't forget to like this stream for you. Really help me out.
Get on your alt account and like it.
Is there anyone other than mods in here? Well, Dee, you're here. Tiffany's not a mod. Let's see. Who else is not a mod?
Sir Frank Otter is not a mod.
Miku's
An
headphones. Who else? We got like at least 3 people. Guys.
Sir Frank Otter.
What can I say? I like to mod my regular viewers, and I only have a very small niche audience, so like I can't.
Hi,
Yeah.
Jake Jones.
Yeah.
DJ.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that there are people still watching. Mods or not.
Gary P.
Gary P. Hey, Gary.
When you hear certain like phrases, does it make you think of songs that have those phrases?
What phrases?
And then does it make you want to sing them? I am here, like that song by Pink. I am here. I am here. Are you ready for the water? Da, 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 da. It's called I Am Here, right? Oh, where does everybody go where they go? Where does everybody go where they go? That one. It's a great song. It's a great Pink song. You should go listen to it. So anyway, that's an example. You see a phrase you want to sing. That's what my mind goes to. Thank you. I passed music class in high school.
I'm very tired.
What are you doing? I was just like reading the chat.
Yeah, you were reading the chat, and I was waiting for you to stop.
See, I opened the door to my basement, and my dick cat is down here, like playing with my son's Legos again, and just knocking like all the little figurines over. So I'll be right back. Okay. You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, this threat marked the culmination of a year-long campaign of intimidation, harassment, and civil extortion. Although objectively egregious and shocking, the Wayfarer team had unfortunately grown accustomed to the bullying, fully aware of the immense power this couple wielded and the far-reaching extent of their influence. However, they refused to give in to this entirely unreasonable demand and valiantly searched for a compromise with Lively so that they could attend the premiere of the film that Baldoni had directed and co-starred in and that Wayfarer had co-financed and produced. Heath moved mountains to negotiate a scenario that Lively would permit, with the help of Sony, as Lively refused to speak to anyone connected with Wayfarer. Very profesh.
No.
Okay.
I didn't
Just days before the film's premiere, Baldoni was still unsure if he would be allowed to attend. His friends and family, most traveling from outside New York, were left in limbo, unable to finalize travel plans or book flights. Baldoni did the best he could to hide his pain. Despite still not having seen the final cut of the movie he co-starred, co-financed, and directed, he wanted to celebrate the culmination of his years of work with his family and friends. Justin wrote this to editor number 2. Long story, but we won't be in the same room. I was asked not to even come to premiere. I can't figure it out. Well, if you decide to change your mind last minute, let me know and let's figure it out together. I'm going to be there. That's just different timing and holding areas and theaters and all the things you can imagine. It's still our film. Editor number 2 says, it would be very hard for me to sit and watch the final film for the first time at the premiere. Just cheer for us when our names come up, sending all love. He says, okay, yeah, I haven't seen it either.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it is. All right. Finally, through Sony, Wayfarer persuaded Lively to permit Baldoni and the Wayfarer team, along with their friends and family, to attend, though only under demeaning and humiliating conditions. They were relegated to a separate theater to view the film, required to arrive at a different time than the rest of the cast, and instructed to leave the red carpet immediately once Lively arrived. Baldoni was also excluded from the official celebrity after party, despite it being an event ultimately paid for by Sony and Wayfarer.
So I wonder if Blake was honest to the rest of the cast and to the author of the book as to why Justin was doing all of these things.
Mhm.
Did she tell them, oh, I guess he just doesn't want to be near us, or he knows he's guilty, so he's not,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Or did she tell him, like, I told him he had to do these things?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
But
This shit's just so crazy, and I'm also losing brain cells.
I can read a little bit if you want.
Give me to the end. I'll do the end of this page, and then yeah. As a result, Baldoni had to quickly organize and fund a separate after party for himself and the Wayfarer team, forcing the company to cover the costs for 2 events: one for Lively and everyone else, and one for Baldoni and Wayfarer's own friends, family, crew, and team. 168. Upon arrival, Baldoni began participating in red carpet photos and interviews, absent the presence of the remainder of the cast. However, his time on the red carpet was abruptly cut short when it was conveyed that Lively was on her way, and he was instructed to stop immediately. All right. Do you want to read from like here to page 110 or something?
Sure. Should I do my thing?
You want to do that? Yeah, hang on. We're on 105.
Okay.
Jay Hip, thank you for the $2. Hey, bud, much love. How's it going, Jay? How's it going? Jay sent me a very nice card and had Santa's balls on it.
Can you share it sometime?
Yes, it's downstairs, but I will another time. All right, go
That
on.
sounds fun. Okay. He and his family were quickly ushered away. Security personnel, acting as though there was a risk of escape, escorted Baldoni's group to the basement of the building. There, they were confined to a makeshift holding area surrounded by concession stand stock, with only fold-out tables and chairs arranged in a square. At least they arranged it. I'm just kidding. Surrounded by close friends, family, soda bottles, and a lot of love. The irony of being held in a basement on what was arguably one of the most important nights of Baldoni's career thus far was not lost on anyone. And it's kind of hard to see this picture, but you can see in the back. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't see my mouse, right? In the background to the right of the big pillar, you can see the sodas. You can see how trash of a room this is for a major film like movie premiere, right?
I wouldn't even have a high school banquet in that room.
Right.
That way.
No, it's not meant to have events in or be a holding area for any person. Okay, here we clearly see the water bottles and the soda. Once the main theater was deemed clear of Lively and her guests, Baldoni and his group were ushered into a separate theater. So now I wonder if he's going to provide evidence of her saying, like, how was it communicated to him that he had to go to the basement and that she was coming and he had to leave. So I'm kind of surprised he hasn't included that evidence in this portion. I find that interesting. Ushered into a separate theater to view the film. At the conclusion of the screening, they were quickly escorted out of the building by security to avoid even a chance of interaction with Lively or her guests. The Wayfarer after party. Oh, someone else brought up that interview that Ryan Reynolds did. Who was that? It was for It Ends With Us.
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. But that he kind of involved himself in some way, or it was like a Wolverine interview, or like a Deadpool thing that he included with this.
Wait, no, never mind. That's a reverse. Because I was going to say there. I know I saw something where he said Blake Lively rewrote the ending to Deadpool and Wolverine, but the other way around, I can't remember.
But it was like some kind of crossover between Deadpool and It Ends With Us.
Yeah, I can't. I
think. Okay, the Wayfarer after party, held separately from the celebrity event and attended by crew, family, and other Wayfarer friends, was a dry gathering, in part to acknowledge the known negative relationship between alcohol and domestic abuse. It was attended by the entire Wayfarer team from Los Angeles and their friends and family. The atmosphere and tone of the Wayfarer after party were aligned with Baldoni's vision for the film, focusing on celebration and gratitude despite being humiliated. In the meantime, Baldoni was sidelined as Lively and Sony pressed forward with their promotional strategy for the film. By contrast, Baldoni's marketing plan, outlined in his initial proposal to Sony years prior, shared with Lively and communicated numerous times both Sony and Lively centered on a partnership with the organization No More. Founded in 2013, No More is a global initiative aimed at raising awareness, inspiring action, and sparking conversations to end domestic violence and sexual assault. Wayfarer's collaboration with the organization began in 2022 and held deep personal significance. So this is before the film started filming. Held deep personal significance for both Wayfarer and Baldoni. Staying true to his purpose for undertaking the film, Baldoni prioritized amplifying the voices of survivors of domestic violence. His efforts reflected the heart of the film's story and its profound impact on audiences. He returned to the core reason for embarking on the project in the first place, his initial outreach to the author of It Ends With Us 5 years earlier. Focusing on the film's message and its potential to create positive change, Baldoni poured himself into ensuring its success despite the mounting challenges. These genuine efforts, aimed at amplifying the voices of survivors impacted by the film, were later mischaracterized and weaponized against Baldoni. In the end, empowered by her celebrity firepower and her powerful allies, Lively did exactly what she set out to do. She took someone else's movie for her own, destroying years of creative vision and careful planning in service of her own brand-building campaign. But why would Lively even seek to seize power over film? Why would she insist on taking on additional work for no additional pay or credit? Well, I disagree with that. She did take on additional credit because she wanted that, what is it, PGA credit?
PGA Producers Guild.
I only remembered it because it was a golf acronym. On information and belief, Lively may have been motivated by a number of factors. She may have wanted to seize control over the film so that she could take over the production of the sequel, It Starts With Us. This motivation also explains why the cast, who may have hoped, I don't know if I agree with this, who may have hoped and or been promised a role in subsequent productions, would choose to side with a powerful couple who themselves may genuinely believe they could destroy Baldoni and Wayfarer and force them to cede or even sell the rights to the sequel. Possible, but I don't agree with that. What do you think?
Okay. I was totally listening.
It says they think that she was trying to get the rights to It Starts With Us, and that she like promised the actors like, oh, if you align with me, like I'll give you a role in the movie once it get the rights.
I buy it.
Okay. Page 108 here. Or Lively may have felt. Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Or Lively may have felt driven to match her star husband, Ryan Reynolds, who is widely reported to have insisted on taking so much control over the film Deadpool 2 that the director, Tim Miller, left the production. I didn't know about that. See Philip Ellis, Deadpool director. Tim Miller says he left the franchise. So that's a menshealth.com article link. Can I copy this? Oh my God.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's at the bottom of 108. Can you?
Yeah,
Oh my God! No, what the fuck did I do? No, I don't want to edit. Get out of here.
No, wait. I'll put it in the private.
Thank you.
Put it in the private chat.
And then can we link it in the chat just so people could like check out the article?
Yeah, that's
fine. Exactly. I hadn't heard of that. Not that I hear everything, but I do follow.
Don't you?
Shit.
Hear and know and see everything.
I just say hours and hours of like laying in bed nursing my son for like years. I've gone down rabbit holes on a lot of shit.
Fair.
Here, copy link.
Reg Angels is fading. You get up, Reg Angel.
Wake up. Slap.
We only have like 70 pages.
I'm re-energized, man. That P just like sent me into a re-energizing phase here. Seeing the fame and success that Reynolds commanded, she may have adopted his oft-repeated pattern wholesale to seize her own power and control. That's quite a sentence. Following his lead and evidenced by many statements by Lively that he is involved in every project she works on and vice versa, Lively and Reynolds, accustomed to getting their way, perhaps felt entitled. Regardless of why Lively insisted on seizing control of the film, that is precisely what she did. There can be no justification for her Machiavellian and civilly extortionate tactics deployed to grab complete control over the film. I agree with that. Lively also sought ultimate control over the film in the hope of boosting her own brand and business ventures. In the end, though, Lively's own words and promotional strategy led to an avalanche of negative press. I also agree with that. I do wonder too, like, for example, Ariana Grande in conjunction with the release of Wicked, how she has made with her company Rem Beauty, the Wicked, the Galinda, the Alphaba, and the Wicked, the entire set, eye makeup. I wonder how that all works.
I don't know.
I'm just curious because it's not necessarily the same thing because it's not branded for the movie, but I just wonder how that all works. Side note: Lively's power grab and catastrophic miscalculation collapse on her. Starting at least on July 10th, 2024, Lively's social media posts promoting the film maintained a lighthearted, frothy attitude, depicting Lively in glamorous and floral-inspired couture, highlighting high-end brands like Chanel and Christian Louboutin. Okay, we see here pictures. This one, she says, if audiences had half the amount of fun we did, we're going to put theme parks out of business. In 20 years of doing this, I don't think I've ever experienced anything quite like this. I know. This surprising 2,500 fans with an early preview of It Ends With Us movie to everyone who showed up in their floral jeans alongside us, including whoever the fuck Brandon Sklenner is. Jeans had, okay, blah, blah. And then the other one on the right-hand side, it's not ever lost on me that I get to play dress up for a living. It Ends With Us movie 1 week away. Hand painted nails, blah, blah, blah.
The movie is actually pretty, in my opinion, depressing. So like this is just weird.
As it should be, right? Because it's a depressing subject. And if I think if you really want people to feel what that female character in this movie is going through, like it's probably going to have to be like that for at least part of probably the majority of the movie.
Yeah.
And not really a good place for this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Flower fashion time. Atlas's living room edition. I would say something more interesting, but it's 2:23 a.m. and I need to sleep. If my alarming sleep deprivation in order to post floral fashion doesn't tell you how much I care about It Ends With Us movie, I don't know what does. Which reminds me to mention the floral stems on these heels are insane. I wish I had a better picture. Okay.
That's real. I thought you were freestyling for a second. I was like, oh, she's being sarcastic. Oh my god, that's real. Okay. Oh,
she wrote that.
Okay.
And then in the one on the right, this dress is 30 years old, but it doesn't look a day over 25. That's what that emoji means.
Alrighty.
So jeans. Blue Jean Baby, New York Lady, It Ends With Us movie. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, Chanel, Louboutin. So the Chanel, whatever purse or whatever Louboutin shoes. On the right, a month of flower fashion has begun. Let's be real, I only do these press tours, so I have an excuse to scrapbook. Blake and bake. Blake, she probably doesn't want to fucking do herself. Bake and make floral arrangements while laughing with my friends. Let the joy begin. Bode, thank you for the coolest suit. And Ryan Reynolds, thank you for donating your Bode shirt for me to layer with said suit. And so she doesn't, I don't know if she tags the movie there. It doesn't look like it. Lively freely interspersed posts about her new movie with ads for her new hair care line, Blake Brown. Upon information and belief,
You're a blonde.
well, falsely a blonde. The launch of Blake Brown was timed to coincide with the film's release in the hope that cross-promotional opportunities would boost sales for Lively's new brand. Now, again, this was not like in comparison to Ariana Grande's Wicked line, it wasn't directly linked to the movie, right? But this was her brand that she was coming out with, that she explicitly coincided with the release of the movie to help boost her sales.
Mm-hmm.
And also, the product itself got terrible reviews. So it didn't even have anything to do with smear campaign against hers. Like, people who actually used it were like, this fucking sucks. Like, I don't buy this.
Damn. I wasn't gonna buy it anyways, but now I'm definitely not gonna buy it.
Even just look at the bottles. People said that it was like, they're not easy to hold in the shower when your hands are wet. It's not going to be easy to grasp onto, and to take it off, it's very bulky to have in your shower. I went down a rabbit hole of that shit one night.
Y'all know I'm not doing all that shit.
I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
This is just more example of her. This example of her coinciding the release of her
Right.
hair care with this. So Lively also sprinkled in cross promotions with her alcohol brand Betty Booze. This was a massive error in judgment. Social media commenters quickly pointed out that this tie-in was particularly poor taste, given that the World Health Organization estimated that 55% of domestic violence incidents are linked to alcohol. And then they linked to that at the bottom. That link there is linked to that report.
Right.
Okay, picture. I've got a dream when your company throws a florist theme party for your movies and ends with
you're
us.
not MLK. Chill out.
I love the bottles as tiny vases. I love the bottles as tiny vases. Tellingly, Wayfarer spotted the issues and called for a course correction, long before Lively apparently realized the magnitude of her miscalculation. Wayfarer CEO Health responded to the organic online criticism by noting that, quote, many people are pointing out that the DV is being glossed over and that Justin is essentially the only one appreciating the subject matter, whilst others may not be giving it the proper respect it deserves. As you know, this has always been a concern of ours, end quote. And then this is, I'm just going to read highlighted.
Yeah.
This is from Jamie to the Sony team on August 9th, 2024. So highlighted. As you know, this has always been a concern of ours, and I think we might agree that there is enough response to at least consider giving it a bit more thought. So this is talking about the feuding and how the DV is getting glossed over in the promotion of the movie. We are opening with great numbers, and that is a testament to the movie itself and also the way that you've positioned it, no doubt. And we should listen to the responses and really embrace what we are hearing. It won't hurt the movie by being more deliberate embracing the DV aspect. People need to know that we too recognize the gravity and sensitivities of the subject. 181. Wayfarer's vice president of marketing and communications shared a post exemplifying the issue, which included the tagline, quote, grab your friends, wear your florals, that soon became viral for all the wrong reasons. That's the one I was referring to like earlier on in the that I had seen. Jamie from Sony team sharing this post that's using exact language that's been called out for inappropriately marketing the film. So it's that Instagram link. Probably to her Instagram. Are you checking it? Oh, this is supposed to go to, I think. Okay, grab your friends, wear your florals. It ends with us movies now playing exclusively in theaters. Get tickets. So this is from the It Ends With Us movie Instagram, not her personal Instagram. Okay, 182. Heath and others at Wayfarer advised listening and responding to the wave of online criticism that had met the bubbly, sunny messaging that Lively herself embraced so wholeheartedly. Though Lively now claims that Heath, Baldoni, and others at Wayfarer sabotaged her by planting astroturfed media criticisms of Lively, it seems that if she had listened to and respected plaintiff's perspective and insights on the unique sensitivities of marketing the film, rather than seizing the helm and then driving the ship around, aground. Sorry, driving the ship aground. Okay, that makes sense. Ships aren't on grounds. Everything would still be coming up roses for her. More importantly, he had she allowed Baldoni to take his rightful place side by side with her in the promotion of the film, Baldoni would assuredly have kept domestic violence in the spotlight during all promotions, which would assuredly have prevented her from hurting her own image. Lively's reputational backlash was entirely her own doing. August 11th, email from Jamie, which is Team Baldoni, to Sony. To be clear, we are not saying it's been inappropriately marketed in any way. In fact, you all have been brilliant. Thank you. Extremely honored to be partners with you. It's been fantastic. I wonder how much the proof is in the pudding, how sincere that is. This post is only pointing to the ones who have spoken about the marketing, and while I am not dissuaded by their commentary, it's good to take some learnings from it.
Let's see. Stephanie B, thank you for the $10. I don't know what the goal was for, but love you. Thank you. I love you too. So this I keep trying to remember to do these super chat goal things since I didn't know that was that a thing even like until recently because I've never seen it before. But
No idea.
tonight I just wrote IDK for what will happen if I meet the 5. And so I also set it to 2 hours, like 4 hours ago, thinking 2 hours is good. And no, here I am. It's been almost 5 hours. But I count this as 4 out of 5, even though it's out of the time constraints. So I'm just gonna, I'm counting it as 4.
We need one more, and then we'll find a spicy response.
Whatever it is gonna happen tomorrow. I'll tell you that much.
I think Butter should do like a little dance.
He can dance, but he can't dance in front of the camera because he'll be on the floor.
You gotta like put him in your lap.
I mean, he
And
can't
make
dance
it,
in
like,
my lap.
Just pause. Oh, we just got one. Sorry, I'm 2 hours late. Tiffany with the $4.99 super chat.
Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Sorry, I'm 2 hours late. Yeah, so am I. Hey, so am I. Kai, thank you for the $6.99. I'm impressed that you are reading all this. I mean, so am I, but I had some help. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate
Wait, 2 hours. I'm 2 hours late, is what Laura said.
Yes. Well.
So that's how I know I'm pregnant with 2 babies.
Okay.
And now we're per baby.
The HCG level is 100. Never mind. All right. Hang on. Let me flip this back over. There we go. Where were you here? You were here on the 116. Okay. All right. Let me see. It's big enough? Yeah. So here it's like talking about, but once the backlash started on social media without any effort by Lively to cause correct and entirely without any involvement or effort by Baldoni, it rapidly spread to mainstream media. So most of us have seen a bunch of this stuff, so I'm not going to go into every single link that was put here, but it's just examples of articles that were like criticizing her kind of conduct in the promotion of the film and stuff like that. Indeed, while Baldoni sought to focus on the film's central premise, Lively incensed audience with seemingly flippant and thoughtless remarks. Flippant, I like that word. Encouraging viewers to grab your friends and wear your florals. Embarrassed and enraged by this self-induced backlash, Lively now seeks to vilify Baldoni in a dubious attempt to resuscitate her public image. H. Lively seeks to push the blame onto plaintiffs. Upon information and belief, Lively ordered her team to begin a campaign to frame herself as a martyr and pin the blame on plaintiffs. Behind the scenes, Lively's publicist, Leslie Sloan, devised and executed a smear campaign of her own against Baldoni. Known for her tendency to leak sensitive stories to provoke public controversy.
See all of these cases below.
Yeah, right. Sloan reneged on an agreement with Nathan by continuing to disseminate false and defamatory stories about Baldoni and Wayfarer, a process she had begun long before Wayfarer and Baldoni ever retained Nathan. At 10:11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, that's very specific, on August 8, 2024, Nathan and Sloan reached an agreement whereby neither would communicate directly with a reporter prior to informing the other. Nathan states, "I am not doing one thing without speaking to you," to which Sloan responded, "Me either."
You got another super chat.
Oh my god. Yeah. J-Hip, thank you for the $2. I'm late. Can you start over? I mean,
in our nightmares tonight.
God.
What?
I don't know. Just the thought of starting over. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Here's a message from who is it? To Leslie? I forgot.
It says Melissa and then Happy. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is that person.
Extremely confusing.
Sloan. I think this is Sloan.
So basically, this is just showing the evidence of what was just claimed, that they weren't speaking to the press without speaking to each other first.
Mhm.
All right. Just 9 minutes later, Sloan breached her agreement with 9 minutes later, yeah, with Nathan by engaging with a reporter at the Daily Mail. The reporter asked to speak with Sloan regarding her problems on the set involving Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, and the fallout over that, with Blake being labeled difficult and a power struggle existing. Sloan, without consulting Nathan, promptly responded, "That is 1000% untrue. And further, your info is totally off. It is 1000%. Okay, never mind. I just heard this before. It is evident that Sloan never intended to honor her agreement with Nathan. Instead, she exploited the arrangement to gain a strategic advantage in the media." Okay. Here's a text to Leslie Sloan. I'm assuming it's from Nathan, which is the last name, I think, right? Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Daily Mail reporter says, "Have to talk about some stuff that came in from reporters re Blake and her new movie drama. On plane like what? Were you drunk on the plane?"
Right? Is your child texting?
Well, it's a lot to text, but it's regarding problems on the set involving her and Justin, and fallout over that, with Blake being labeled difficult and power struggle. So again, this is just the text actually showing us what was just said. In
And
fact,
yeah, he's proven, I think, very well with evidence that there was a power struggle.
yeah. Okay. In fact, Sloan actively continued her discussions with the Daily Mail reporter, seeding false information to cast Baldoni in a negative light, to divert attention from Lively's tyrannical behavior on set. Sloan attempted to portray Baldoni as the antagonist, stating, "The whole cast doesn't like Justin. Nothing to do with Blake." She doubled down, insisting, "I'm telling you she's a liar. They are panicking as the whole cast hates him." Sloan also threatened the reporter, saying, "The entire case, I will have to go on the record. This needs to hold." Okay. And again, these messages are just showing us exactly what was just said, so I'm not going to read through the whole thing. Yeah. The reporting is that there were issues. One of these reporters, known as Close with Steph Jones, because they used to always get Tom Brady, Giselle shit. Oh, wow. Congrats. "I'm telling you she's a liar." So basically just what we were just reading. All right. At 7:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on August 9th, Nathan, consistent with the pair's agreement, sent a text message to Sloan containing an email she had received from a
From a Dately.
Woof. All right. A Daily Mail reporter. Unbeknownst to Nathan, this was the same reporter with whom Sloan had been communicating the day prior. Nathan confirmed that she played no part in the story and told Sloan, "I'm going to have to speak with him, but I'm just going to tell him nothing." She added, "Happy to chat to you beforehand if you prefer." Sloan deliberately omitted the fact that she had spoken with a reporter just 24 hours prior, stating, "Let me know how it goes." That's creepy. All right.
Yeah, and she said, I'm going to have to speak with him, but I'm just going to tell him nothing. Then why
Right.
speak with him?
Yeah. So again, these are just the text messages, proofs of what was just written there. Okay. Despite their agreement, Nathan was completely unaware that Sloan had provided the reporter with information that significantly altered the narrative of the published story. Indeed, the reporter originally sought to publish a story about Blake being labeled difficult on set. After the reporter's discussion with Sloan, however, the story changed to, "We have learned that Justin Baldoni caused issues on the set." Not only did Sloan breach her agreement with Nathan, but she planted false and defamatory information about Baldoni to distract from Lively's numerous missteps and throw Wayfarer and Baldoni on the defensive. Following the release of Lively's administrative complaint on December 20th, 2024, the same Daily Mail reporter informed Nathan that Sloan had lied to portray Baldoni as the foe. Yet still, Sloan escalated the false narrative by telling the reporter that Blake was sexually assaulted, an unsubstantiated accusation that not even Lively had gone so far as to claim, designed to destroy Baldoni and his reputation.
You have a super chat.
Oh my. Okay. Jenna Rink, thank you for the $10. You're definitely getting demonetized with all the talk about corn.
Corn.
I probably said worse stuff than the stuff about porn, but I was just reading a document. It's not like I was talking about my porn career. Like, come on, YouTube. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely getting demonetized.
Have you seen the South Park episode with, this is from a long time ago, probably like 1999 or something, Mr. Garrison talking about the food donation for Thanksgiving, and he talks about how
Yeah.
for Kenny's family, they're doing a donation for Kenny's family, and he says something like, "We have cream corn, and cream corn. Looks like Kenny's gonna have a pretty corning Thanksgiving." So when I hear corn, that's what I think of. Look it up.
Moving
So
on.
worth it, I promise.
Moving on. Because I'm not trying to get copyright struck in addition to demonetization. I'm not gonna remember the SpongeBob clip that I played for you guys? That got my video, like, it got a copyright claim on it because I played. And like, a copyright claim is not a strike, you guys. It just means that like your video is not eligible to make any sort of money. So it wasn't really, whatever. But still, I'm gonna stray from that right now. If this hadn't been a stream that had been going for 5 hours already, I might risk it. But I will not risk my 5 hours worth of talking for a South Park clip.
Sorry. Hopefully, it doesn't pick it up.
Stephanie says you're becoming delirious.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways.
Sorry, my sniffling.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, still, Sloan escalated the false narrative by telling the reporter that Blake was sexually assaulted. Okay, and then again, these things are just confirming they're just text message.
So that's interesting. So Sloan, this PR person, is the one who told a reporter that Blake was sexually assaulted. So it says not even Lively had gone so far as to claim that. And I don't remember if she claims that in her filing. Do you remember that?
Shit. I know sexual harassment was there. And I know
she
didn't. I don't think she said it in the direct words, but she did accuse him of that. Yes. With the
sexual
whole
assault
with the whole like lip biting and stuff like that, and just like basically saying, to my recollection, this might not be absolutely correct. To my recollection, she was saying he was like doing stuff after she asked him not to, or like was doing, So that was her accusation. So,
well, I guess we'll see the footage, right?
Really? All right. Sloan ruthlessly took advantage of Nathan's good faith. As a result, Nathan was forced to combat the negative press that was both planted and propagated by Sloan. Ultimately, the actual smear campaign was orchestrated by Sloan at Lively's direction. All right. And here's
these texts are actually pretty good. If you want to read like the gray texts.
Oh, I thought we already. Oh, this was the part. Okay. She said the whole cast hits. Okay, I was about to say hits. What? The whole cast hates Justin. This has nothing to do with Blake. Was she drunk when she wrote this?
On plane who dis?
I see. Yes. Okay. And now she's saying that Blake was sexually assaulted. Why wouldn't she say anything about that then? She knows she's full of shit. She told me that the whole issue was that everybody hates Justin. Nothing about Blake and Justin. She just has nothing to do with Blake. Bullshit. Okay.
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
I call your bluff.
Jones offers ammunition for Lively's revenge and her own. Enter Stephanie Jones, Wayfarer's and Baldoni's embattled former publicist and a critical player in Lively's scorched earth campaign against Baldoni, Wayfarer, and their teams. Jones is the founder and CEO of Jones Works. Do not care about that, but I guess Wayfarer engaged them in May 2020, and she later handled publicity for Baldoni personally. Okay. For almost 4 years, the Jones Works Baldoni/Wayfarer account was managed by Jen Abel, Jones' right hand, who ran the Jones Works. That's going to trip me up. Los Angeles office. Jones Works. Abel developed a close and trusting relationship with Baldoni, Heath, and the rest of the Wayfarer team, particularly as their strategic communication needs became ever more complex due to the defendant's machinations. All right. Long known within the public relations industry for her disarming Southern twang, brass knuckle tactics, and a high turnover of clients and employees, Jones had a successful career, having founded Jones Works and represented at various times. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Wait, say Dwayne with a Southern accent.
Dwayne.
Such a good one.
Hey,
Lauren
Neidigh. Dwayne. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
Your name is in here.
No, that's not my name. You know that. Lauren Sanchez, Venus Williams, Tom Brady, and Chris Hemsworth. Until recently, however, Jones had kept her worst excesses hidden from public view. Okay. Does this have anything to do with corn?
Cream corn?
No. not creamed corn. Oh god, it got worse. All right, that changed in or around May 2024 when Puck. That guy must have had a miserable time with the name game. Buck, Fanana, Fana.
And isn't that the name of the donkey from A Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare?
I do not know.
Ah.
Anyways, reported that
Doesn't
Sanchez and Johnson had dropped Jones as their publicist. While these were among the most prominent and publicly reported departures, a cascade of JonesWorks clients began to cut ties with Jones, especially after word had spread that Business Insider was contacting Jones' former and current clients and employees concerning a forthcoming article about her sordid behavior. So I know it's Stephanie Jones, but all I can think of when I hear Jones is Leslie Jones. And I don't know if you guys have ever watched Leslie Jones, but like she's hilarious. She was on SNL.
From SNL, right? Yeah.
Right. And then I was watching her coverage of the Olympics, which was amazing.
Oh, I didn't see that. I should have watched
it. You should look up clips.
Was it on NBC or was it somewhere else?
So it was at first it was just like on her Instagram, and then NBC invited her to go over there and
oh really?
do some commentary.
Oh my god, that's
pretty
amazing.
interesting. All right. Anyways, this less interesting and much boring Jones. On May 8th, a website called Stephanie Jones Leaks went live, along with an X.com account, a Facebook page, a Reddit account, and a Pinterest page. These are definitely Greg Gillespie. These platforms disclose a litany of highly disturbing allegations about Jones' behavior and business practices, many concerning Jones' mistreatment of JonesWorks employees and clients. These revelations caused a firestorm in Hollywood, resulting in a surge of negative publicity regarding Jones, including the publication of the Business Insider piece entitled, "Who is Afraid of Stephanie Jones?" All right, then. The Business Insider piece shed more light on the real Jones. Always a volatile personality, Jones had become noticeably more paranoid, erratic, and cruel in recent years. Drugs?
It's called perimenopause.
I would have guessed crack, but that's fine. The Business Insider story also shed light on the toxic workplace Jones had fostered at JonesWorks. At the office, Jones would regularly turn on deafening music so that she could berate her employees free from scrutiny. I don't think
I feel like that's what Gingras would do if he had employees.
Yeah, props. I don't think there was one day in the office that someone wasn't crying, said a former employee. Jones also pried into her employees' private lives without invitation. When employees called in sick, Jones would FaceTime them to confirm they were actually sick. In at least one instance, an employee who had taken a personal day to attend a funeral received a FaceTime call from Jones during the ceremony.
Oh my god.
Jones was apparently suspicious of his whereabouts. All right, then. Unsurprisingly, turnover rates at JonesWorks were extraordinary.
I mean, if that's true, that's pretty terrible.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Where was I? These departures included not only junior employees who often left after less than a year, but also senior executives who managed client accounts. Jones seldom allowed them to go amicably, often enlisting attorneys to threaten and intimidate them into agreeing not to disparage Jones. In April 2023, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson dropped JonesWorks after clashes between Jones and Johnson's team. Do you really want to clash with The Rock? All right. JonesWorks had handled Johnson's...
in a different way. I definitely do.
I don't get it, but you do your thing. All right. JonesWorks had handled Johnson's personal PR as well as that of his production company, Tequila Brand. Oh, I forgot the Tequila Brand. He did this thing on his Instagram one time where it was like, low-key, it was like low-key an ad for his tequila, and it was just like so cringy. All right. Clothing company and business partner, Danny.
He drinks it straight from the freezer.
Danny Garcia. Okay. This was a big loss. I just don't care. I don't care. This is a big loss for Jones, and one that she kept under wraps from media in order to leverage opportunities for other clients. I'm sorry. I just know you're over there thinking about Dwayne.
Oh, I'm blowing my nose. That's why I'm muting.
Yeah, your nose.
I'm like, he's great. That sounded more like a fart. No,
I don't know what that was, but all right. I'm choking on my disdain. The same year, Jones was also dropped by Bezos, Sanchez, Lainey Wilson, Chris Hemsworth, Wheels Up, Ocean Spray. The drink. Ocean Spray. I guess they're still alive. Yeah, and Partake Foods.
Still alive.
Yeah. Through it all, Jennifer Abel remained loyal to Jones, sticking with her through thick and thin, despite growing doubts about Jones' ability to function professionally. Jones had become increasingly hostile towards Abel, criticizing her management, displaying paranoia about her close relationships with clients and partners, and going out of her way to reprimand, demean, and embarrass Abel in front of junior employees she oversaw.
Jelly.
Mhm. Over time, Abel became convinced that Jones was in a downward spiral and harbored serious concerns about Jones' mental health. Jones had become increasingly erratic, calling and FaceTiming Abel at all hours of the night in a frenzied state. Are we sure it's not crack? Overtly pitting employees against each other and attempting to catch them in perceived acts of disloyalty. Jones had always been volatile, but her behavior had become downright deranged. Often, Abel was on the receiving end of her outbursts. For instance, Jones informed Abel's charges that she had learned through psychic readings. Yeah, it's definitely correct. That Abel was that Abel was an alcoholic and a gambling addict. Neither has any basis in
is it
fact.
Ron Owens?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's everywhere.
Might be. Okay. Neither has any basis in fact. While Jones presumably intended to undermine Abel's credibility, she had actually undermined her own and raised significant concern among the Jones work staff about her mental stability. Jones also announced per her psychic that Abel would soon be pregnant with twins. Pregnant with twins!
Dude, I'm fucking telling you.
Ah!
It's everywhere.
This psychic was definitely Laura's OB. All right.
It or Laura.
Humiliating and infuriating Abel, who Jones knew had struggled with fertility issues. Well, that's not funny. So that just kind of put a damper on that.
Yeah.
All right. Already pushed to the brink, Abel finally had enough when Jones demanded she corroborate falsified accusations about a senior Jones work employee in an effort to drive him out. When Abel refused to go along with it, Jones responded with mockery, calling her a 12-year-old drama queen. On July 10, 2024, Abel notified Jones of her departure from JonesWorks and intention to start her own business. Abel offered a 6-week transition period with an end date of August 23rd, 2024. Predictably, Jones took the news poorly, to say the least. Consistent with her increasingly erratic behavior, Jones swung from extreme to extreme, 1 minute desperately attempting to convince Abel to stay, then the next berating her and cutting her out.
So thank you for everything you've done.
Okay.
She said, we can't let another great duo break up.
Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Okay. Yeah.
But then the negative one, I think, is on the left.
Yeah. The crazy lady is saying, you just quit on a Zoom with your employee, Jen, then blasted our entire senior team. Your resignation, grow up. And she, the response is, I've been nothing but a good partner and helped grow. It's hard to read, guys, because it's blurry.
Something like 4 people to 10 or to 13.
Helped grow from 4 to 13. Yeah, I don't want this to be hostile. And then crazy Steph responds, I'm not the one creating hostility or drama. You haven't continued to do so. No one senior behaves like this. No one senior, sorry. It's reactionary, dramatic, and immature. Sad. Like,
Trump.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah.
like Trump saying. Sad.
And I have been equally good to you. No one else would do for you what I have done. You'll see. I feel like I've read this text message from an ex or something. Your behavior is appalling. You'll see.
Well, I remember when my one ex would, like, when we were ending, or well, when I ended things, he's like, you need me, like, you'll never, like, amount to anything without me. And I was like, what do you think I did with all the other 20 fucking years of my life without you? Like, how I didn't have you then, and I don't need you now. It reminds me of that.
And the polite the polite response to this was, and I thank you for everything you've done and the many opportunities. And what you read earlier, the husband texted her for some reason saying, we can't let another great duo break up. All right. While Abel was resolute about leaving, she had every intention of doing so amicably, a sentiment she repeatedly conveyed to Jones. And here was an email from Jennifer to Crazy Stephanie. Hi, Steph. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the call we had a couple days ago. I know it wasn't easy, and I'm so appreciative that you trust me enough to be vulnerable, honest, and for us to have a real conversation about our working relationship. I know you're currently going through a lot with work, personal life, and your health, and the last thing I want to do is add to that. I hope you know me well enough by now that no matter how dramatic I can be, I really do strive to make work life easier on you and take as much possible off your plate. Since I resigned, I have been doing a lot of thinking about what I want with my career. I may have quit under unforeseen circumstances, but these past 2 weeks, I have really taken a step back to reevaluate what I want for next steps. I really do believe that everything happens for a reason, and I wanted to really reflect on why things continue to escalate between the two of us, and why I was constantly feeling like I was letting you down. I take full responsibility for my part in all this. I'm not proud of how emotional I get in these situations, or the way I choose to step away when I feel like we are not making progress in our conversations. I know I have things to work on as well with my communication, and this whole situation has been a good learning moment for me on the ways I need to improve how I get my point across. With all of this said, the facts remain. I respect you immensely. I feel so grateful for the opportunities you have given me with your premier clients and how you have lifted me up as your partner. I feel like her husband's going to be jealous now. All right. I lost my place. There it is. I would not have had the opportunity to be in many of the rooms that I have been in without you opening the door. The company you have built is exceptional, and I hold our teams with the highest regard. I know I didn't do it by myself, but I do take pride in what I have contributed to your LA office and the team I have been building and managing over the past 4 years, along with the new clients and opportunities I have procured. I do feel it's necessary at this point that I continue to move forward with my resignation. I say this with a heavy heart, yet with the excitement that I can take everything that I have learned from you as I start on this new path with my own business. I know this path won't be easy, but I hope I can keep you in my life as a mentor, a friend, and a close confidant because I truly view you as family and would be lost without your support. I want to assure you, however, I can, that unlike those who have burned you in the past, that there is not 1 ounce of ill will here. I have left a company before with grace and with my relationships intact, and that's what I fully plan on and hope for. In order to plan, I will need to stick with my previously communicated end date of August 23rd, which I hope is plenty of time to ensure a smooth transition for all. I thank you again for the most amazing time here at JW, and I look forward to our relationship continuing in this new capacity. Thank you again for understanding and for your support. With love, Jennifer. All right.
Was that love consensual?
Apparently. Okay. However, as Abel's end date drew closer, Jones grew more combative. With several weeks left in her tenure and innumerable client matters to handle, Abel found that she had been removed from client email distribution lists and left in the dark about meetings, calls, and events she was expected to attend. It was clear to Abel that Jones was trying to embarrass Abel and tarnish her professional reputation in advance of her departure. Okay, let's see. What are these? Jones worked chief of staff. And again, these are a little blurry, guys, so I'm going to do my best. Hi, sorry to bug you, but I'm on the blank something, and the team let me know he put the notice in. Oh, okay. Whatever. Notice in on. Nope. I have no idea what this says. Something end of
or just a break.
A
month.
Put the notice in to go on hiatus. Something, I think, end of month. Is this final or just a break? Okay. Yeah. And I was removed from the lists. Is there a plan to tell these clients I've resigned? Or can I start letting them know because I don't want it to seem like I'm just stopping responding out of nowhere?
Nice.
And
team blank. And team
it looks
blank.
like team blank.
And blank and blank and blank.
Team blank and okay, whatever. Was this not getting to be a conversation prior? Was this not going to be a conversation prior? Now I feel like I need to protect myself and make these clients and partners aware. Somebody says, hi, I only just removed you from those aliases a few minutes ago. You're still on Justin, etc. I'm not sure what you mean by protecting yourself, as the teams have been actively covering the accounts and handling all day-to-day operations and client interactions. Part of our timing of when to communicate with clients is guided by our collective decisions as a team. We discussed sharing news with the clients on Monday, August 19th. You know that's not true. This is her response. But that's okay. I really have respect for you, blank, and know what you have to deal with because you shared that with me. But I'm also a real person, and there's no job worth treating someone disrespectfully. I'm back in town on Monday, and I need to get my number back and pay for my device. So let's handle that then. Thanks. Okay.
Nice.
All right. My eyes hurt. In her final week, Abel contacted Jones' chief and staff concerning the release of her phone number. When Abel joined JonesWorks in 2020, she ported her existing phone number, which she had used since high school, and switched to a JonesWorks-issued iPhone. Knowing that she would have to turn over the physical device upon her departure, Abel arranged for her phone number to be released so she could port it to a new device and retain decades worth of personal contacts, photos, private conversations with friends and family, and confidential financial data and access accounts protected by two-factor authentication. I think it would have been smart to just have a separate work phone, but
Yep.
all right.
Yep.
Okay. JonesWorks chief of staff assured her multiple times in writing that JonesWorks would cooperate and uphold their agreement. Oh my god.
Regarding your phone, we can give it back to you.
Okay.
Last
Okay, I was about to say I'm not trying to decipher all that.
But it
and
looks
then
like she hadn't gotten it yet. Like after
No.
that was sent, she still hadn't
over
gotten
here it says, "Hey, were you able to release my phone?" Yeah, so
it. Mhm.
okay. On August 21st, 2024, 2 days before her last day, Abel pulled up to the JonesWorks office in Beverly Hills. There, she was confronted by a physically imposing security guard, a lawyer sitting at a conference table covered in documents, an IT professional, and Jones' chief of staff, who had flown in unannounced from New York. Apart from Jones' chief of staff, Abel had never seen any of them before. After being ushered into the conference room, Abel saw that the security guard was posted just outside its doors, blocking the exit. There, the attorney pointed to the documents and told Abel, in a menacing and cold tone, to review and sign them. The attorney told her that JonesWorks believed she had proprietary information on her personal laptop and would have grounds to sue if Abel did not allow them access.
Mhm.
What? That doesn't track. That doesn't track.
I don't know. I mean, I'll say like a company like PETA, for example, would definitely do that to
Mhm.
an employee. They're like ruthless with anything they think may
Mhm.
belong to them, especially like on a personal device. So I could see them try like, and they just wanted to make sure she didn't have anything on there. You know what I mean? Not that they had reason to believe.
I do not understand why that's allowed, but okay. It doesn't matter. It's like 12:30 and I don't care. Okay.
It happens.
Take my laptop. I don't give a shit. All right. Completely caught off guard by this hostile and intimidating display, Abel fell into a state of shock. She had never experienced anything like this and did not know what to do. Fearful that she would burst into tears and humiliate herself, which she knew was what Jones wanted, Abel dissociated. Knowing she had not done anything wrong and desperate to get out of there, Abel signed the documents without digesting their contents. Afterward, the lawyer demanded that Abel hand over her personal laptop. Abel complied, and the IT professional conducted a search that turned up nothing. The attorney then presented Abel with a list of approximately 10 documents and accused Abel of having accessed and stolen them. Abel denied having done so, and the IT specialist conducted a further search of her laptop, which again turned up nothing. The attorney then instructed Abel to hand over her phone, after which security would escort her out of the building. Still utterly shell-shocked and desperate to get out of there, Abel agreed to hand over her phone so long as they would confirm that JonesWorks would immediately release her personal cell phone number, which would enable JonesWorks to take possession of the physical device without gaining unrestrained access to its contents. It would also allow Abel to get a new phone and move on with her life without undue disruption. After express confirmation from the JonesWorks chief of staff and attorney, Abel handed them the phone and was ushered out of the building as her colleagues watched in disbelief. Seeing that Abel had been stripped of her phone and therefore had no way to contact anyone, some reached out to Abel's partner, family, friends, and former coworkers to let them know what had happened. Abel went straight to a Verizon store a short distance away. Once there, Verizon contacted JonesWorks to coordinate the release and transfer. The JonesWorks chief of staff assured Abel and Verizon that they were in the process of effectuating the release and to bear with them for a few minutes. Abel never heard from him again. After 4 hours of desperate, unanswered calls, Abel left Verizon in panic and despair. Abel realized Jones had double-crossed her in a very serious way. By refusing to release Abel's phone number, JonesWorks had usurped her contact information and cut off Abel's access to critical accounts protected by two-factor authentication linked to that phone number. As a result, Abel lost access to her iCloud, including all her text messages, photos, and contacts, bank accounts, utilities, insurance, and virtually every other sensitive account. By contrast, Jones now had unrestricted access to everything stored on Abel's phone. Her text messages, emails, personal photos. Jones could read her communications with her fiancé, parents, friends, everyone. Jones was acting purely out of spite. Okay. So this is a message from Jen to the Jones Work Chief of Staff, it looks like. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is Jen Abel, my new cell. I'm writing you both as a personal plea to please release my cell phone number. This is the same number I've had since high school. This isn't a work-related thing. This is my personal number that is linked to all of my bills, my medical, Chris's dad's living facility, all of my personal emails and accounts, and due to two-factor authentication, I can't access anything. That is terrible. So I'm not going to read the rest of this because it's basically just saying, you have no use for a 904 number. Hey, she must be from where I'm from. I got a 904 number. All right. It took Abel over a month to regain control over all her accounts. Meanwhile, she learned that Jones had been sharing her private text messages with the entire office, mocking and disparaging her.
Wow.
Okay.
So why is all of this included in this filing?
I don't know. She's one of the plaintiffs. And I guess it has something to do with like the treatment of her after she left Jones Works, and Jones Works was part of the smear campaign, so I guess that's somehow tied in. Mm-hmm. Maybe someone in the comments can explain it better in a way that I don't understand. Oh, Omar's back. Okay. All right. It took Abel over a month to regain control over her accounts. Meanwhile, she learned that Jones had been sharing her private text messages with the entire office, mocking and disparaging her, having torched her privacy and dignity. Jones started boasting that Abel's business was next. And around early September 2024, Jones warned a departing employee not to work for Abel because her business wouldn't be around much longer. Okay, I don't know who this message is between because it says two people and it's blacked out. There's a Jones Work employee here, though. So this person says, oh, okay, I didn't mean to put you guys in a weird spot. Sorry about that. Just wanted to ask. Just know that whatever she is telling you guys about me or what I've done, it's not true. I've enjoyed working with you both and wish you nothing from the best. So I'm assuming this is from Jen to a current employee.
Yeah.
Okay. Jones Work employee says, unfortunately, your company phone says otherwise. And she says, about you guys, I've always been upfront with feedback and have held your hands to set you up for success the entire time with JB. I've given criticism and have told you both up front where Justin has been unhappy, especially you. This hurts my feelings, but at least my lawyer will be happy to know that personal texts are being shared with awkward employees, and it's unfortunate that you have drank the Kool-Aid. I will still be here when you guys wake up, sending nothing but love.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Can you read a few pages?
Yeah.
Hang on, let me give you quick control again. We're on page 136.
Okay. Okay, Stephanie Jones falls out with Wayfair and Baldoni. By then, Jones had also had an axe to grind with Wayfair. For the entirety of Wayfair's 4-year engagement with Jones Works, Abel was the point person on the account. Jones was more concerned with prestige clients like Tom Brady and devoted little to Wayfair or Baldoni. But Jones Works was in utter turmoil by July 2024. Already bleeding clients and personnel, as they mentioned before, all the people who left. Jones learned that Business Insider was working on an unflattering story about her set to be published sometime in August. Her reputation had already been severely damaged by the Stephanie Jones Leaks website on social media accounts. Jones was desperate to keep her remaining clients. Given Abel's close relationship with Wayfair and Baldoni, Jones was undoubtedly concerned they would leave Jones Work alongside her, and she wanted to make sure that did not happen. At the time, Wayfair and Baldoni were in the midst of a massive PR crisis as news stories began to trickle out concerning tension between Lively and Baldoni just as the film was about to premiere. Jones started participating in meetings, calls, and written correspondence to reassert her authority over the account and convey her engagement to Wayfair. Abel recommended that Wayfair engage in crisis PR specialist Melissa Nathan to assist in navigating these choppy waters. The need for crisis PR expertise was particularly acute due to Lively's demands that Baldoni not be permitted to attend the premiere. In addition, Abel learned from Nathan that, per her media contacts, a negative story was being shopped around to multiple outlets, positioning Baldoni's religion as a cult and accusing Baldoni of having fat-shamed Lively. So I don't know what his religious beliefs are, though. I don't know if anyone else knows.
I do not.
So this is from Melissa Nathan, and also to Jen Abel. Also, as you know, this is twisting and turning because we don't know their moves, but don't worry, I get it. I may just drink half a tank of Pepto-Bismol. We saw this earlier, right? Pepto mixed with espresso and you're good to go. He goes, cannot come across as victim here. We're walking very fine line. Didn't the earlier text have one line of text after that they had circled in red? That's weird. This
I can't remember.
Sorry, I didn't change the fucking page. Sorry. This Melissa Nathan text, he also cannot come across as victim here. We are walking a very fine line.
I thought that was the one
I thought
that was removed.
maybe. Exactly. He can't look guilty either by shying away from this stuff. When Jones, too late to figure it out right now. When Jones learned that Wayfarer was considering retaining Nathan, she was furious. Jones viewed Nathan as a competitor and conveyed to Abel that her recommendation to Wayfarer was a betrayal of trust. Jones then sought to derail the plan, bad-mouthing Nathan and disclosing client confidences, right? Confidences from past collaborations between Jones' work and Nathan. So to Stephanie Jones, this is Melissa. This kind of mess. Oh, Melissa Nathan, crisis PR, lies and cleans up. Blank, 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 lies, dirty work. I'm also don't want Blake's team to align you with people like this Melissa works with. While Heath acknowledges, so that's Heath, apparently, acknowledges Jones' position, he told her Wayfarer would make its own decision after meeting Nathan. So Jones inserted herself into the mix in early August 2024, seeking to box out Nathan and Abel. The problem, however, was that Jones had chosen not to be privy to Wayfarer's leadership's communication strategy or internal decision-making, having long claimed to be too busy with higher-profile clients. Wayfarer was fine with Jones' disengagement, as Abel was their true trusted advisor, and they had no interest in being a pawn in Jones' works of office politics. In addition, Jones had chosen to take a lengthy vacation to Europe, so like someone else we know, during this critical period of the press campaign and premiere of the film. Even from afar, Jones's efforts were ham-fisted.
Somebody answered your question. Thank you, Kai, for the 14. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Is it Kai? Is it K? Let me know. He's of the Baha'i faith. They believe that there is one human family and one God who has many messengers and prophets. They believe in the human soul and that it can reason and has free will.
Okay.
Thank you
for sharing that. So we saw Baha'i mentioned earlier, and I guess I didn't realize that was his faith that was being mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As Jones tried to stir up drama and undermine Abel's authority, Wayfarer and Baldoni were focused solely on managing the crisis in front of them. At the time, Lively's and Baldoni's teams had negotiated, an uneasy truce in which neither side would participate in negative coverage of the other. Lively's team had already broken that truce, but the Wayfarer team did not know that then. As far as they were concerned, it was best for Baldoni, Lively, and the film if both sides agreed to keep the peace, although Wayfarer's team had to date been acting only in defense and responding to press inquiries. So that's it. This is the first time I'm learning that they had any type of truce between either side. And they're claiming here, we haven't put out any stories. We're just acting in defense of the ones that are coming out against Justin.
Right.
But on August 8th, 2024, Jones, in another desperate attempt to reinsert herself, contacted a Daily Mail reporter about a story they had published about Baldoni and Lively. She did so in direct violation of Abel's instruction not to talk to the press, given the truce with Lively's team. Nonetheless, Jones bragged to Wayfarer about trading calls with the Daily Mail in an effort to appear engaged on the account. Do you want me to read this?
You can go through this picture.
Okay. Wait, go through it. You read it or go past
Yeah.
Okay. Stephanie Jones to Jamie Heath and Justin Baldoni, copying the Wayfarer Studios. Left word for blank. She's been very nice in the past, so we'll get this fixed. Stephanie Jones. From blank. So the Daily Mail. From the Daily Mail to Jennifer Abel and Stephanie Jones and Wayfarer Studios. Call for comment. Hi, I'm a reporter for dailymail.com, and I'm currently working on a story surrounding the recent rumors that there was a feud between It Ends With Us co-stars Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. People on social media are talking about how they didn't pose together at the premiere or do any press together. I wanted to give you a chance to respond to these rumors. Please let me know if you have any comments. Thank you. And Stephanie Jones to Jennifer in Wayfair Studios. Blake has been nice and fixed things for us in the past. You can give her a call that this is a nothing burger.
A nothing burger.
Team
I want one.
a what burger?
Yeah, for real.
This blatant disregard of Wayfair's strategy sparked in a chain of unfortunate developments. Sparked a chain of unfortunate developments. Sloan and Sony learned that, quote, someone from Baldoni's team had been communicating negatively to media. It was clearly Jones, and Wayfair's leadership was livid, as was Sony. All parties were desperate to prevent an all-out slugfest between Lively and Baldoni, just as the film was about to be released to the world. With her reckless and unauthorized activities, Jones had made the scenario much more likely. In response, Wayfair instructed Jones to cease all activities on behalf of Wayfair and Baldoni for the time being, and to let Abel and others and another Los Angeles-based Jones Works employee, Matthew Mitchell, handle the crisis alongside Nathan.
I think we're both delirious. It's like,
I'm just seeing all the connections.
I'm gonna get a cork board here. It's all the connections.
It's connected. It's all like what's that show? Oh shoot. That was on what was it? NBC, and then
it's Always Sunny or something like that.
No, it was sent to Netflix about the disappearing plane. I can't remember it right now.
Don't know that one.
But they say it's all connected. That's their big thing.
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but my brain is dead. So.
Yeah, I can't remember it. At this time, Nathan started hearing from other journalists that Sloan was planting negative stories about Baldoni and was under the impression that Baldoni's camp had broken the truce. Anxious Sony executives began reaching out to Wayfair seeking clarity. So someone to Justin, Wayfair's big studio now propelled into, am I on the right page? You can see it.
Sure.
Propelled into a tier upwards. Protecting you and the brand is something you need to do. You want to see a headline. It's Hollywood Reporter, movie news, Harvey Weinstein, publicist Leslie Sloan. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And Justin says, do you believe Leslie? Can you spin the crisis PR thing so it's actually factual? There have been lies put out up against powerful people, just protecting myself. Tag TAG reps a lot of people, and that
they're all in it together.
Manifest. Yes, thank you, Stephanie B. That's the name of the show, Manifest. So do we say Blake and Ryan hire Harvey Weinstein publicist? So they're trying to figure out a name for the article, I guess. Hey, tag team, Justin says. I don't know how many people are there, maybe 6 or so. I've been seeing some IG comments on random posts defending me by people who are private with no followers, and they feel like bots. Can you please, we've seen this text before in a different setting. Can you please confirm that we are not doing any of that? I really don't want bots defending me as it feeds into their narrative. And this person says, is this Nathan? I can fully confirm we do not have bots. This is not also what we do. Bots look fake to anyone. The other team is doing something very specific in terms of what they do. I know Jamie and Jed connected on this. Bots and fan accounts also run pretty organically by now with all the AI platforms and Google Analytics itself. There is no bot army. That's a myth these days. Any digital team these days is far more intelligent to utilize something so obvious. And Justin says to Jen, okay, please monitor. Things I'm more worried about is that we are planting these stories, which is not true, obviously. So he's denying that they're planting stories. Jen, Abel, old number, chiming in here. So did she get her number back?
Unclear.
Chiming in here, the people saying that there are bots and this is a PR play on your side is a minority voice compared to the thousands and thousands who are calling it what it is and reacting to Blake's own actions and interviews. We never want the action of the minority to dictate what we do on our end. We have to always look at the big picture, which is still enormously on your side. But I do see a want and need from fans to move on. People are now commenting that they are bored with the many articles still coming out about this drama. When we move on, they do too. So we need to find ways to keep elevating not just the DV reaction, but the other things in your life like family, being back home, and Wayfarer. That's not tone deaf, in my opinion, but sends a message that you are focusing on what really matters, and that's what will help with a Blake narrative, to my point of view. And Melissa Nathan on the right says, "Good morning. Sharing with you a perfect example of why we don't use bots. I wouldn't even worry to think they've hired a team as A, nothing to find, B, they hired an awful team, which I've sent to our guided track and poll so we have evidence of it. This below should answer everyone's questions on what a bot team looks like when every singular comment suddenly skews in her favor in a nonsensical way." So, Justin, how can we say somehow that we're not doing any of this? It looks like we're trying to take her down. Melissa says it doesn't. They're doing this all themselves, and it's really obvious. So, 232. Yet, Jones, panicked about being blamed, refused to be sidelined, insisting that she needed to contact Sony's and Lively's PR teams to clarify that she had not planted any negative stories about Lively. Heath told her not to do that, to which Jones responded that she could do whatever she wants to clear her name, and that Wayfarer cannot stop her from making calls. Desperate to salvage her reputation with Lively and Sony, Jones emailed a number of key Sony executives working on the film to declare that she was in Europe with her husband, partner at WME, Jason Hodes. What's WME?
Not sure.
And placing all blame on her team. In an attempt to save face, Jones ruptured her relationship with Wayfarer and Baldoni. Although Jones ultimately agreed to stand down, Wayfarer and Baldoni had lost all trust in her. After parachuting in for self-interested reasons, nearly blowing up the truce with Lively's team, and lashing out when she was told to stop, Jones became a magnet for drama when it was least needed. But Jones was not ready to throw in the towel. Ironically, given her later attempt to fabricate a smear campaign narrative, it was Jones, not Wayfarer, Baldoni, Abel, or Nathan, who started advocating for more aggressive public relations strategies. Stephanie says, "We have to fight for every story."
Crazy Stephanie. Back. I missed her.
I missed her. I
She's
just want to
keeping me
help
awake.
Justin. And then she says, "I just want to help Justin and Wayfarer." On or about August 14th, 2024, Jones sent an email to Heath further elaborating on her recommended strategy. Flood the zone with positives. We need to ensure that we promote positive narratives and that media outlets can ignore. Currently, most stories are heavily based towards Blake's perspective, leaving Justin unrepresented. It's crucial that we fight for every inch of the story, which requires far more effort than typical crisis PR want to put forth in our experience working with specialized crisis teams. William Morris at Large Talent Agency.
Mhm.
There we go.
Thank you, Milcho
Uh,
Noir. I'm sorry, I butchered that. I just
Joie Noire.
totally.
Yeah, that's right. Prepare alternate stories. We should mobilize a robust network of supporters and third-party advocates ready to counter these narratives on deep background as well as some on the record, making it clear that claims being made are untrue and unfounded.
Mm.
I feel like that's what we're going to see here. I don't see incoming inquiries from TMZ, but I've had to contact Harvey, who found TMZ in past stories. I think it's important we work as a team collectively to tackle this influx of stories. And then Jamie says, "Hi, Stephanie. We're fully aware of this and are handling. As a reminder to my previous instructions, please do not respond, contact, or do anything as it pertains to Justin or Wayfarer. We have a team that we are comfortable with to handle." So they're telling Stephanie, like, don't involve yourself anymore.
Mhm.
Stand down. I am reiterating to stand down. She doubled down in an email on August 21st, threatening that Wayfarer and Baldoni had an exclusive contract through May 2025. Stephanie says is August 21st. Subject Jamie's text to Jones Works. Hi, Jamie. Justin, Wayfarer, you, Tara, and team are extremely important to us. I received your text a little over an hour ago, but I'm currently unable to make calls on my cell at my current location. I'm so sorry. Matthew Mitchell, one of our SVPs,
Another one.
couldn't help it, whom you have cited, has been one of your day-to-day senior executives on your account, said he just spoke with you and nothing was urgent. It was about the announcement for the new book adaptation. We're working on placing it on the heels of IEWU. It ends with us. Your below email is inaccurate. As you know, I have been deeply involved in strategy, planning, account management, and high-level PR and media comms, as well as crisis, until you asked me to stop communicating on behalf of Justin and Wayfarer on 8/9/24 and allow only Jennifer, Matthew, and my team to handle. I've been on set during shoots and have called and have had numerous calls weekly with my team and yours, as well as many with Justin, particularly regarding Blake, often at 11 p.m., 1 a.m. ET New York. My commitment spans not only the past 8 years, but also the last 4 since you joined. This has never been one person, but rather it has been a true team effort with my full support alongside a dedicated team at Jones Works, including a senior vice president, 2 senior publicists, several account executives, and account coordinators working tirelessly for Justin and Wayfarer. On August 9th, 2024, you indicated that you wanted only Jennifer Abel and Matthew Mitchell and team to communicate on behalf of Justin and Wayfarer. It's my understanding that blank was retained and began communicating with teams just 4 days later on August 13th, 2024, which demonstrates that I wouldn't have been stepping in mid-trial. I have spoken to and also attempted to reach blank yesterday about magazine cover for Justin that I have been working on for the last year now. As noted below, I have also made many attempts to contact you through email and phone. Who does that sound like? But I have not received any responses. We have an exclusive contract with you through May 2025.
A dating contract.
You contracted a crisis PR firm to handle all crisis-related matters. If you would now like us to help you with that, we absolutely can and will. Please let me know. And please know that our team at Jones Works is well equipped to manage everything as we always have without missing a beat. Thank you, Stephanie. Do you want me to keep going?
No, I can take over from here. Hang on. Let's see. You're on 146. Did you get to the beginning of 146 or where are we at?
Yep, top.
All right. Okay. As September drew near, Wayfarer and Baldoni, with the assistance of Abel and Nathan, continued their tireless efforts to promote the film, put out fires, and see the project through to the finish line. Stewing in jealousy towards Abel and resentment towards Wayfarer/Baldoni, Jones clearly saw the writing on the wall. Knowing she would soon be terminated, Crazy Stephanie started taking steps. No, it's not Crazy Stephanie, is it? That's not Crazy Stephanie, is it? Is it? Jones? It doesn't matter. Jones started taking steps transparently intended to make it harder to cut her loose. Those steps included sending email after unwelcome email.
Jones. Crazy Stephanie.
Oh, yeah, Crazy Stephanie. Email after unwelcome email to Heath and others, long after their relationship had irrevocably ruptured, to lay the groundwork to contest that she had been detached and non-responsive for years. This was especially galling as Jones had been in Europe and largely incommunicado. I've never seen that word used. Save for her disastrous efforts at self-preservation for weeks during the critical month of August when the film premiered. Interesting. For Wayfarer and Baldoni, the decision was straightforward. As soon as Abel was out at Jones Works, Wayfarer was out too. This was not about Abel poaching Wayfarer or Baldoni, nor was it part of a premeditated plan to cut out Jones Works. But Abel was a trusted, loyal, and committed member of the team. Wherever she went, Wayfarer and Baldoni would follow. On the other hand, Jones was a walking disaster whose self-absorption, disloyalty, and insubordination has been a significant headache. I don't know why that's funny, but it is. Rather than accepting the end of the relationship with professionalism and decorum, Jones started threatening to sue, demanding exorbitant payment for work not done, and protesting that she had done an amazing job. Okay. But Wayfarer and Baldoni had already made the decision to part ways with Jones Works, and their decision was final. This lady's name is Stephanie Jones.
Stephanie Jones.
So that's the full name. Okay. All right. Stephanie Jones. I'm just putting this on here so I can read about her later because I want to see what she did. That was so crazy. All right. For Jones, stewing in indignity and resentment, the loss of yet another client, to Abel, no less, was a sting too great to bear. And so she chose to take revenge on all of them. Oh, good Lord. Who has the time or the energy?
Laura.
It's crazy Stephanie in her 20s. Like, Jesus.
She needs
Right.
to meet Laura.
Nope. Recall that Jones has taken possession of Abel's personal phone, including all of her texts, emails, personal photos, and so forth. Having chosen a path of no return, she could now exploit them to great effect, pouring gasoline over the heads of her former clients and longtime former deputy and lighting a match. I don't know if that's literal or not. She said a little wrong. On information and belief, Jones approached Lively's team with an appealing offer, ammunition sufficient to destroy Baldoni, Wayfarer, and Abel in one fell swoop. Wielding reams of Abel's private communications, which could readily be sliced and diced to construct a false narrative, Jones had quite the pitch for an embattled Lively and her team. Knowing that Lively was convinced wrongly that Baldoni, and not her off-putting public appearances and cynical self-promotion, had been responsible for the rash of negative publicity directed towards her, Jones correctly assumed that she would find willing conspirators in the Lively camp. In turning over these materials to Lively, Jones knew full well that the blowback would also engulf Wayfarer and Baldoni, and that was the point: revenge. Her plan worked like a charm, at least for a time. Working hand in glove with the New York Times, Lively concocted a fantastical narrative that laid the blame for her travails exactly where she believed it belonged, with others. The ramifications of this scheme have been grave for Wayfarer, Baldoni, Abel, and Nathan, who became objects of public scorn and derision overnight. Abel and Nathan, two private individuals and female small business owners, have had their lives turned upside down. Their careers and reputations have been destroyed, their private information leaked, and their email inboxes and social media pages filled with a daily stream of death threats, abuse, and vile anti-Semitic remarks. The backlash against Wayfarer and Baldoni has been equally devastating, with Baldoni wrongfully labeled as a sex pest, his accolades rescinded, and his future projects thrown into doubt. Mm-hmm. And Jones still has all of Abel's private photos and text messages.
How fucking dare she?
Yeah. I don't know. There's apparently a lot of people like that out there.
Yeah.
Which Abel has every reason to believe will find their way online via Jones. Some already have. She lives in fear of what Jones has in store for her and what other client confidences Jones is willing to divulge in her fit of pique. Is that what that's how you say that? Fit of pique at Abel. I've never seen that phrase, fit of pique.
I've seen pique my interest.
Yeah, same, but I've never seen it used like that. All right. All of this because Abel dared to leave Jones Works and start her own business. The results have been a calamity for everyone roped into Lively's and Jones's campaign of destruction. K. Lively and Reynolds threatened plaintiffs. K. Oh my gosh, we only have 31 pages left. I can do this. All right. Lively and Reynolds threatened plaintiffs unless they take the fall. On August 12th, 2024, Heath. Oh so tired. Heath and Abel had a call with two executives from their then talent agency. One admitted the root of Lively's problems was focusing the promotion of the film on frivolities like fabulous premiere dresses, Hollywood glamour, and the commercial benefits for Lively's brands, while Baldoni had always maintained his public focus on amplifying the voices of domestic violence survivors. The executive communicated the demand from Lively and Reynolds that Wayfarer, Heath, and Baldoni make a public apology that day, and that if they failed to do so, the gloves would come off. Stunningly, the executive even told Heath and Abel that Lively and Reynolds objected when Baldoni spoke kindly of Lively in public, claiming that it misrepresented their relationship. Oh, God.
Wow.
The talent agency executive told Heath and Abel that Lively believed Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath were waging a shadow campaign against her. Abel quickly disabused the executives of that notion, conveying her belief that she and Sloan had reached a kind of truce, while Nathan had not come on the team or taken a proactive role until they started getting press requests. The second executive admitted on call that no one pushes back on Lively and Reynolds. The next day, on August 13th, 2024, Abel and Heath had another call with talent agency executives. During this call, one executive told Heath that the agency had spoken to Lively and Reynolds by phone about the overwhelming tide of negative publicity that they had faced over the past days. Heath clarified that Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath had no connection to the negative publicity, but they told Heath that Lively and Reynolds had demanded that Wayfarer put out a statement accepting blame for the problems during filming, with an express threat that they themselves would attack Wayfarer in the press if Wayfarer refused. The executives told Heath and Abel that Reynolds and Lively dictated a statement that they required Wayfarer to put out, calling It Ends With Us a troubled production and forcing Wayfarer to take accountability for the problems of the production. Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath would have to acknowledge and own their mistakes and own all negativity being aimed at Reynolds and Lively.
Wow.
Abel and Heath asked that the executives clarify what exactly Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath were being asked to take accountability for. They admitted that Lively and Reynolds were simply upset by how social media had been turned against them. Stunningly, the executive admitted that Lively and Reynolds brought the backlash on themselves, but that they were beyond reasoning with. He admitted that making constant threats was Lively and Reynolds' well-known modus operandi, and that their that their demands were not based on reality, but on finding someone to blame for the social media crises besides themselves.
So I'm curious to see if anyone else is going to come out and say, like, yeah, I've had this same experience with them, but they'll probably be concerned about being sued for defamation or something.
Right. Yeah. Not that that's funny. It's just I'm tired.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I can read more too if you need. Just let me know.
We can switch off. Let's switch off like switch off every 5 pages or something.
Okay.
I'll do 5 more here. And then I have to pee when you take over because I do you know how much water I've had in the last 6 hours?
No, dude, me too. Like I've drank more than I have in a week. No.
Right. All right. Lively plays the final card in her hand, false accusations of a smear campaign deployed in the New York Times. When plaintiffs refused to take the fall for Lively's disastrous promotional campaign, Lively was true to her word. The gloves came off. Months after the film's premiere on December 21st, 2024, a bombshell article dropped in the New York Times, authored in part by Megan Twohy. Is that how you said it?
Yeah.
Okay. Who gained prominence for her
Or Twohy.
Who gained prominence for her expose of Harvey Weinstein. The article's headline promised a glimpse inside a Hollywood smear machine. The article.
Pap
so here's,
smear?
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I meant. All right. And there's the article or whatever. The article purported to provide a detailed account of a calculated campaign to bring down Lively in retaliation for daring to speak out against sexual harassment on the set of It Ends With Us. The article draws heavily from the California Civil Rights Department complaint that was filed by Lively the day before. The CRD complaint and the article are both purportedly based on thousands of pages of text messages and emails that Lively obtained through a subpoena. The article notes these and other documents were reviewed by the New York Times. The 4,000 plus words of the New York Times article dropped less than a day after Lively apparently filed her CRD complaint. The close coordination between Lively's team and the New York Times, likely over a matter of months before the CRD complaint was filed, is plain.
Yeah, there's no way they could write that article and try to fact check everything in less than 24 hours.
Yeah. The article refers to the 17-point letter of production conditions that Lively insisted upon. While the reasons for making many of those demands were mystifying to plaintiffs at the time, once the article was published, it became clear that Lively had seeded her revenge more than a year before. By insisting on superfluous or already extant protections, Lively laid the foundation for her baseless claims of pervasive sexual harassment. When she buffaloed plaintiffs into agreeing, she sealed the perfect narrative poison pill, allowing her to later claim that plaintiffs' agreement to the 17-point letter was proof positive that sexual harassment was endemic on the film's set.
Wow.
But Lively had to explain away the self-inflicted mountain of bad press she had brought down on herself, as discussed elsewhere herein. Finally, Jones' wrongfully obtained text could be deployed for maximum damage. On information and belief, Lively and her team used cherry-picked text messages, stripped of context and even manipulated, to peddle a narrative that plaintiffs had responded to Lively's complaints about purported sexual harassment by plotting to destroy her reputation through a shadow smear campaign. Apparently, the New York Times credulously accepted the narrative wholesale while making little or no attempt to investigate the veracity of that narrative.
Now, I wonder how much crazy Stephanie showed them, because she's the one who supposedly went to Blake's team, right? And like showed them these messages between Abel and Melissa Nathan, I guess. So I wonder how much she actually sent them. Did she send them all of the text and her team like photo, like Adobe'd all of these texts together, or did she do that and send them that version? I have to pee again.
Okay. Run! No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. You'll fall. Okay. Let's see. By telling the New York Times a false and damning story about an insidious PR sabotage operation deployed as revenge for sexual harassment complaints, with the knowledge and intent that the newspaper will publish that false story, Lively and her co-conspirators committed the tort of defamation. For example, Lively's CRD complaint, which, on information and belief, she provided to the New York Times long before filing it, references text exchanges between Nathan and Abel as purported evidence that Nathan planted a negative story in the Daily Mail titled, "Is Blake Lively Set to be Cancelled?" She is now. Lively's portrayal is categorically false, misleading, and devoid of factual basis, yet knowingly propagated to the Times. Lively's smear campaign narrative hinges on an August 16th text exchange in which Nathan allegedly shared a link to this article with Abel. The text exchange shows Abel responding, "Wow," followed by, "You really outdid yourself with this one," to which Nathan allegedly replied, "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." These messages constitute the entirety of the purported evidence underlying the allegation of a smear campaign, orchestrated on behalf of Baldoni. But the information Lively fed to the New York Times was apparently selectively and deceptively edited, resulting in a gross misrepresentation that actually reversed the sarcastic meaning and tone of the messages. All right, so Blake Lively included this in the screenshot. It says, "Could Blake Lively be canceled?" Jen Abel said, "Wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece." And that was the emoji that I guess was such a big deal, because this is obviously something you put when you're being sarcastic. You're like, "Yeah, no, I really hate this," or whatever. "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." So they left out the emoji, but they did the rest.
See,
Okay.
and why would you leave the emoji out? Unless you're trying to hide something.
Right. Okay.
Context.
And then this was all excluded. It says, "Heading to the airport, and there's a drive through the jungle, that there's going to be no reception for around 24 hours. Joke, 45 minutes." What? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. All right. "You bring offline for 45 minutes was not included in the scope. Unacceptable." I think they're joking. I don't care. All right. Lively, who apparently I don't care. Lively, who apparently collaborated closely with the New York Times on the article covering her CRD complaint, must have known that the text messages were unscrupulously altered and selectively edited, enabling Lively and her team to propound a false smear campaign narrative designed to destroy plaintiffs for the Times' knowing or reckless dissemination. Specifically, in the immediately preceding text message exchange on August 16th, Nathan forwarded a screenshot of a message from a reporter informing her for the first time of the Daily Mail article. In response, Nathan wrote, "Damn, this is not fair because it's also not me," followed by, "Everything now looks like it's me." Perhaps unknowingly, Nathan was already anticipating the accusations that would soon be leveled against her and her fellow plaintiffs.
And then that's the text showing that.
Yeah, well, I'll read this one real quick. "Damn, this is unfair because it's also not me. Everything now looks like it's me, maybe not to you." And then they responded, "No, it totally does look like his side." Okay. And that was excluded. Included was just this. What the
This
fuck?
picture.
Yeah, I guess it's a video because it's got the little, I don't know, maybe it's a screenshot. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's a screenshot of a video.
All right, I'm going to toss you this real quick. We're on page 156, and I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
All right. Here we go. Top. Further evidence of, I can't believe we're up still doing this. Further evidence of Lively's machinations appears in the missing emoji heard round the world after Nathan forwarded a screenshot of the article link. Oh, so that's what that picture is. Abel responded with, "You really outdid yourself with this piece," upside down smiley face emoji, adding that to indicate the sarcastic nature of her message. That emoji is commonly used to convey irony, sarcasm, joking, or a sense of goofiness or silliness. In her CRD complaint, and apparently in the material she forwarded to the Times for their uncritical publication, Lively deliberately excluded not only the preceding screenshot of the text exchange in which Nathan denies involvement in the story, but also that emoji, fundamentally and willfully altering the sarcastic tone of Abel's message to mislead the reader into interpreting Abel's response as literal and sincere. This omitted context is critical, as it demonstrates that each subsequent message in the exchange was similarly intended as sarcasm, including Nathan's statement, "That's why you hired me, right? I'm the best." Further review of the text message exchange, also excluded from both Lively's CRD complaint and the Times article, unequivocally shows that Abel and Nathan were engaging in a sarcastic and joking manner. as evidenced by the use of the haha tapback reaction. Tapback. I've never heard it called a tapback reaction. When read in full, the exchange reveals Nathan and Abel engaging in facetious wry banter, bordering on gallows humor in response to their predicament, not conspiring against Lively. Lively and in turn the New York Times misrepresented these communications to support her salacious and unfounded smear campaign narrative. This calculated distortion underscores Lively's duplicity. Any negative press about Lively was unequivocally a consequence of her own actions. Even the Times itself acknowledged Lively's public missteps in an August 17th, 2024 article entitled "It Ends With Us, the Press Tour Drama Explained." In it, reporter Shivani Gonzalez observed, quote, "Lively's promotion of the movies." Oh, thank you, J-Hip. I don't seem to have these issues. Why? Thanks for the $2 super chat. So Lively's promotion of the movie has included a push for the new hair care line, discussions of the close of the movie, and response to questions about abuse, which have been criticized as shallow and tone deaf. Baldoni, by contrast, has emphasized the importance of raising awareness of domestic violence and providing resources for those in similar situations. This footnote is just citing the articles about multiple articles written about Blake being tone deaf and blah, blah, blah. Oh, she brought it upon herself. Now here we have a text from Melissa Nathan. It looks like it's mostly between Melissa and Jen. Completely unsolicited story from TMZ. Blake has a huge ego. Justin Baldoni was liked by many cast and crew, and this is her ego being bruised, etc. Jen says the post has a similar tip, not from many of us, obviously. Melissa says totally not from us. Jen says these are clearly people on set coming out to defend Justin Baldoni, which is good, and we just let them do their thing. Melissa says the reporter told me her rep is working overtime. So Melissa says this just ran. The articles from the Daily Mail. It says unearth Blake Lively interview, show her use slur for trans people. And there are some links at the bottom. NBC News, The Guardian, looks like articles on, again, her being problematic and tone deaf. This just ran. Obviously, none of us knew about this either, but once the media goes in, they go in. Underlined lower, it says, she has handed it to them on a plate. Just concentrate on the success of the movie and your family. Next project, blah, blah, blah. Here, this says TMZ said, so Melissa Nathan says, reporters to TMZ, reporter says Blake Lively's little bum taunt felt like a bullet. TMZ says, LMAO, we invited her to, let me find that interview, fucked her. Oh, we interviewed her to that interview, fucked her. Melissa says, when, LOL, also what the fuck, why am I in this too? TMZ says, you're a starlet, fuck this week, how was the stunt? As noted elsewhere herein, Lively's marketing efforts, which included encouraging audiences to, quote, grab your friends, wear your florals, while promoting her hair care and alcohol brands, were widely criticized as insensitive. This was particularly glaring given the well-known links between domestic violence and alcohol consumption. Her actions naturally triggered organic public criticism and unleashed a cycle of negative coverage, including, as is common in the digital age, the resurfacing of old, unflattering content. Tag team member says, we didn't tell Jed to go after the idea that her promo was inappropriate. That happened organically because people saw the actual movie and were like, wait, this is a movie about domestic violence that they wore florals to. Zoe sent me this on Saturday and goes, this is a crazy way to market this movie. And it's a TikTok link. Then they show an Instagram link. Say, come on.
TikTok is dead!
Woo! You scared the shit out of me, actually.
I'm trying to keep you awake.
We had nothing to do with that. Far from being the product of a calculated smear campaign by plaintiffs, the backlash against Lively was the inevitable fallout of her own mercenary messaging and self-promotional tactics, amplified by her inability to read the room in addressing such a serious subject. Melissa Tagg from Justin Baldoni. This is not us, correct?
Not. You got nothing from me.
No.
Tag is old. Tag is old and banned like TikTok. Tag is canceled. Tag's canceled like TikTok. Congress said so.
Tag us no more. Congress said so. Assuming the guy we brought in would never do this, and it's Blake Lively, TikTok Perez Hilton. Oh yeah, because he was mentioned in her filing, right?
Look at Butter just like licking himself. Like he can just go to sleep and get up like that. Like never mind. I'm good. We're good. I'm good.
Does it feel good or taste good or both?
I don't want to talk about it.
Block him. Melissa said none of us would ever do this. Also, no one even pays attention to this person past 2005. He's not relevant. He does not create news headlines. He does not get pickup. He is now just a troll. Not an outlet that would cover anything he said or take it seriously, blah, blah. It's organic. She's blown herself up by her own actions. Then the Daily Mail article about her using a slur. Obviously, none of us knew about this either, but once media goes in, they go in. She has handed it to them on a plate, as these were mentioned before. Just concentrate on the success of the movie. So they shared that again for some reason. The contemporaneous communications of plaintiffs show a growing awareness that they were being set up to be blamed for Lively's disastrous missteps.
Hold on one sec. Jay, thank you for the $2. I don't seem to have these issues. Why? I was gone when Jay sent this. So
I'm not sure what happened.
But Jay, we all have a lot of issues. I'm sure we have some in common.
I've got issues.
Yes, you do.
Tag PR. Blake Lively fearing for her career amid mole.im. I don't know what that is. For a career amid it ends with us backlash. God, I'm so over this. I'm sure Leslie thinks we placed this one as well. Yep, and same, Melissa says. To TMZ, so this is TMZ. We are told cast crew find Justin a nice guy. Don't take as harsh of sides behind scenes as it's being reported. At this point, we're told it's being milked for publicity. Justin's over it. It was really creative differences between Blake and Justin, but wasn't nearly as bad as reported. Blake, huge ego, etc. is the reporting. I am in a hurricane in PR, Melissa Nathan says. Oh my God, are you okay? Says TMZ. Yes, and I just ate a Pokeball. At a Pokeball.
At least a Pokeball.
Pokeball. I'd be so ill. Do you have sources? Blake Lively Camp keeps thinking it's us placing and we're doing F all. TMZ, yes, on production. So that's the production is the sources here, are the sources here. They've had a producer working overtime and spoke to people on production in post. Wait, I'll tell you the whole story, says Melissa. TMZ says, we are legit saying sources says it's all Blake's ego. You have no idea. You think you do. You do not. I'm in my whole career, I've never come across this situation. TMZ says, but why aren't people saying the real story if known? And she must have called and said, can I call you back? Melissa says to Justin, good morning, sharing with you a perfect example of why we don't use bots. I wouldn't even worry to think they've hired a team, blah, blah, blah. So they sent an Instagram link. Justin says, how can we say somehow that we are not doing any of this? It looks like we are trying to take her down. Melissa says it doesn't. They are doing all of this themselves, and it's really obvious. We saw that earlier. Leslie is from Melissa or Abel. I don't know.
They're all the same to me now.
She hasn't done anything literally anti-Blake. Blake's backlash is organic. It's not. She did nothing to, I think, the PR. She was kind of off promoting it as if it was Barbie. And then Justin says, things I'm more worried about is that we are that we're planning these stories, which is not true. Obviously, Jen says, okay, the people saying that there are bots. It's like this is a long sentence to go back to get the context on. PR player on your side is minority voice compared to thousands that we saw this earlier who are calling it is what it is and reacting to Blake's own actions and interviews. So we saw this text earlier. While they became increasingly concerned at the finger pointing aimed their way, plaintiffs still found time to be gracious around the few media wins Lively could tally. They messaged me 5 minutes before this went up. Exclusive Blake Lively was really impatient on it ends with us. Said tension was so obvious. Jamie said, so glad Blake was praised. Let her get a win. It would be nice to have a Sony executive praise Justin. Plainly, defendants had thousands of text messages and communications. They had all the pieces to put together what really happened, and they would not even have had to search particularly hard to do so. They chose not to, because that did not serve the goal of trashing plaintiffs and the ultimate power play by wealthy celebrities who have not heard the word no for decades. Right, I don't even need to say it. At bottom, this case is a simple one. Lively used her. Is this the end? Do you want to read this?
Yeah, sure. All right, hang on. Let me switch the. There we go. All right. At bottom, the case is a simple one. Lively used her power to steal a movie from its director and production studio. Then she held them hostage to her incessant demands by extortionate threats to destroy what they had left. All the while, she failed to understand the heart and soul of the movie she stole and the book it was based on, let alone the intensely personal impact the book had on millions worldwide. When her thoughtless promotions fell flat because they focused on flowery glamour and cross-merchandising opportunities for her own brands, rather than on centering the voices of survivors, she finally got a taste of accountability, and she did not care for it. She made one final demand to plaintiffs that they finally and forever fall on the sword for her by apologizing for things they had not done, killing their future prospects in the process. When they refused, defendants' gloves came off, and they used their power and resources to try to take down plaintiffs for good by coordinating with Jones and Sloan, master practitioners of the dark arts of public relations, in an intricately planned character assassination plot. They nearly pulled it off, too. Defendants have cost plaintiffs their film, their reputations, their future prospects, even their talent agency. It is time to rebalance the scales.
Fuck yeah.
And then it's just talking about the parties to the plaintiffs. We already read like that at the beginning, so I'll skip that. Jurisdiction and venue. This court has original jurisdiction over the claims for relief asserted in this cross-complaint pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1332, because the matter in controversy exceeds the sum or value of $75,000, exclusive of interest and costs, and no defendant is a citizen of the same state as any plaintiff. This court may exercise personal jurisdiction over defendants pursuant to, is it section 301? Yeah, of the New York Civil Practice Law and Rules, because all defendants systematically and continuously conduct and solicit business within New York and have availed themselves of the privileges of conducting business in the state of New York. The court may exercise personal jurisdiction over defendants pursuant to Section 302 of the New York Civil Practice Law and Rules, including because, upon information and belief, all defendants transact and solicit business within the state, have committed the tortious acts described in this complaint within the state, and or have committed such acts outside of the state causing injury to plaintiffs within the state. Venue is proper in this district, pursuant to 28 U.S.C. Section 1391 B and C, because a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to these claims occurred in this district, and because defendants are subject to personal jurisdiction in this district.
So I guess you're going to New York.
I mean, I would, but I don't know when the frickin' thing's gonna happen. They said Omar said it would be years, right?
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I'll go. I'll go. Yeah. Shit. All right.
We'll take a trip together.
You know what? I want to go to Luigi's trial. That'll be something. All right. First cause of action, civil extortion against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Vision? Oh, that's the okay. I was like, Vision. Is that a Marvel character? What are we talking about?
Yes.
Does that mean Deadpool? I don't know. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if set forth fully herein. Defendants made threats to plaintiffs that they knew to be wrongful, including threats to breach contracts, defame plaintiffs, and injure. Okay, this is kind of weird. It like cuts off here.
Yeah.
And injure. I think it's the end of the sentence.
Period.
Okay. All right. I was like, who'd they hurt? All right.
Oh, and then read the footnote on the prior page, if you would.
Yeah, 1 second. Lively has contended that California law applies to any dispute involving plaintiffs or the film, without conceding that Lively's statutory claims are properly brought, and with the reservation of all rights and remedies, plaintiffs assert their claims under the substantive laws of the state of California. Huh?
I didn't get it either. It looked like it was going to be like good information. I don't get it though.
I'm tired. All right. Omar. Okay.
Where are you?
Yeah, man's probably in bed, bro. All right. Plaintiffs complied with the wrongful demands. Defendants' threat included demands that money, property, services, or other sources of value be conferred upon defendants without consideration or contractual entitlement thereto. Plaintiffs complied with the wrongful demands. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' wrongful threats and demands were a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants was aware that the other planned to commit the tort of extortion against plaintiffs, and that each of the defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of extortion by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort.
Tort.
Okay. What?
Tort.
Okay. Defendants have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial. Second cause of action, defamation, against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as is set forth fully herein. Defendants made one or more statements to persons other than plaintiffs, including without limitation to the New York Times, to the effect that plaintiffs engaged in, permitted, and or failed to prevent sexually inappropriate conduct towards Lively and others, and that plaintiffs retaliated against Lively and others for reporting the alleged sexual misconduct, including by propagating false and misleading narratives about Lively for the purpose of damaging her image and reputation. The persons to whom defendants made these statements reasonably understood that these statements were made about plaintiffs. The statements made by defendants were intended to and did have the effect of exposing plaintiffs to hatred, contempt, ridicule, or what is this word? Obloquy? Obloquy? All right, I need to know this. Obloquy. Okay, it's trying to tell me how to pronounce this, and that just made me more confused. What is it?
Obloquy.
Whatever, man.
Strong public criticism or verbal abuse. Obloquy.
I was super close. All right.
Obloquy.
Anyways, now that we've passed the SATs, moving on.
Could you use it in a sentence?
No. Or of causing them to be shunned or avoided, or of having a tendency to injure. I think he means injure. To injure them.
Injure them.
In their
obloquy.
Specifically, the persons to whom defendants made the statements reasonably understood the statements to mean that plaintiffs engaged in, permitted, and or failed to prevent sexually inappropriate conduct towards Lively and others, and that plaintiffs retaliated against Lively and others for reporting the alleged sexual misconduct by propagating false and misleading narratives about Lively for the purpose of damaging her image and reputation. The statements made by defendants about plaintiffs were false. Furthermore, defendants knew the statements were false or had serious doubts about the truth of the statements. Defendants' false statements about plaintiffs to third parties were a substantial factor in causing harm to plaintiffs' property, business, trade, profession, and or occupation. Expenses plaintiffs had to pay as a result of the defamatory statements, harm to plaintiffs' reputations, and, with respect to Baldoni and Heath, shame, mortification, and hurt feelings. All right, then.
With a crying emoji.
That would have been better. Yeah. It would have been better. Or just like not even a crying emoji, just like the colon and the end or the beginning parentheses or whatever. You know, like the. All right. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants was aware that the others planned to commit the tort of defamation against plaintiffs, and that each of the defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of defamation by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendants have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial. Third cause of action, false light invasion of privacy. Okay. All right. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, I'm skipping words now, reallege and incorporate by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if set forth fully herein. As alleged herein above, defendants publicly disclosed information or material regarding plaintiffs' professional decisions, moral character, private life, and family, which showed Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel in a false light. The false light created by the disclosures of defendants would be highly offensive and objectionable to a reasonable person in plaintiff's position. in that it made Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel the objects of scorn, pity, ridicule, humiliation, and other suffering. These defendants knew the public disclosures would create a false impression about Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel, or acted with reckless disregard for the truth. As a direct and proximate result of the said publicity and false and misleading disclosures, Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel sustained harm, including to their business and professions, as well as their reputations. Further, Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel have suffered and continue to suffer from grief and anxiety as a result of the wanton destruction of their public reputation and characters. As a further direct and proximate result of the said disclosures, plaintiffs Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel have suffered loss of income and interference with future income. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. All right. The conduct of defendants described herein was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Constituted a serious invasion of their rights to privacy and was an egregious breach of social norms that shocks the conscience.
Shocks the conscience.
I don't know why I was so happy about that. No. All right. I'm so tired. Okay. It's been almost 6.5 hours. Okay. I'm gonna laugh at weird stuff. All right, give me a minute.
Shocks the conscience.
Just shock my face right now. Like I need to I'm so close to finishing this document. All right. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants was aware that the others planned to commit the tort of false light invasion against plaintiffs, and that each of the defendants agreed with one another and intended the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of false light invasion of privacy by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendants have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial. Fourth cause of action, breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing against Lively. So this is just against Blake, right? Whenever I see covenant, I think of like I don't like freaking Noah's Ark or something for some reason. No, I think of like a religious thing for some reason. All right. I don't know if that's in any way accurate anymore, but
there's like a covenant in religion for sure.
Sure. Why not? All right. Plaintiffs hereby reiterate. I'm not reading that. Okay. Lively and plaintiffs entered into a contract by which Lively agreed to perform as an actor in the film It Ends With Us.
What?
Huh?
She did?
What?
I'm just being a dumbass.
Okay, well.
Like, that's what we just read about the whole time.
I don't understand that right now. I just don't. Plaintiffs did, or substantially all, of the significant things that the contract required them to do, or in the alternative, plaintiffs were excused from having to do those things. Maybe not voluntarily, I don't know. All of the conditions required, if any, for Lively's performance had occurred, or in the alternative, why does that sound so weird? For Lively's performance had occurred, or in the alternative were excused. I think it makes sense now. Lively engaged in conduct that prevented plaintiffs from receiving the benefits contemplated under the contract. Okay. Specifically, Lively interfered with the production by making repeated threats and demands in order to seize creative control over the production, editing, and marketing of the film. Such as defendants were deprived of the opportunity to produce, edit, and market a film as contemplated by the contract. By doing so, Lively did not act fairly and in good faith.
Good faith?
Okay. Kill me. Plaintiffs were harmed by Lively's conduct.
I'll read this one.
Okay, yes, please.
This cause of action, intentional interference with contractual relations against Reynolds and Lively. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if set forth fully herein. There was a contract between plaintiffs and William Morris, Endeavor, WME. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew of the contract. Defendants Lively and Reynolds prevented performance of the contract or made performance more expensive or difficult. Specifically, upon information and belief, Lively and Reynolds made threats and or demands to induce WME to cease performing under its contract with plaintiffs. Defendants Lively and Reynolds intended to disrupt the performance of this contract, or in the alternative, again, knew that disruption of performance was certain or substantially certain to occur. Plaintiffs were harmed. 323, plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants, Lively and Reynolds, was aware that the others planned to commit the tort of intentional interference with contractual relations against plaintiffs, and that each of the aforementioned defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the aforementioned defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of intentional interference with contractual relations by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendants Lively and Reynolds have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in the amount to be proved at trial. Do you want me to keep going?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sixth cause of action. 69th cause of action.
No.
Intentional interference with prospective economic advantage against Reynolds and Lively. Plaintiffs hereby reiterate. Okay. Plaintiffs and WME were in an economic relationship that probably would have resulted in an economic benefit to plaintiffs. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew of the relationship. Defendants Lively and Reynolds engaged in wrongful conduct, specifically by making threats and/or demands that WME terminate its economic relationship with plaintiffs. By engaging in this conduct, defendants intended to disrupt the relationship, or in the alternative, knew that disruption of the relationship was certain or substantially certain to occur. The relationship was disrupted. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants, Lively and Reynolds, was aware that the others planned to commit the tort of intentional interference with prospective economic relations against plaintiffs, and that each of the aforementioned defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the aforementioned defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of intentional interference with prospective economic relations by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Sounds very familiar to the point above. Defendants Lively and Reynolds have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial.
Okay, we're almost done.
Okay.
Seventh cause of action, negligent interference with prospective economic advantage against Reynolds and Lively. Plaintiffs hereby reiterate not this again. Plaintiffs and WME I keep doing that, don't I? Plaintiffs and WME were in an economic relationship that probably would have resulted in an economic benefit to plaintiffs. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew of the relationship. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew or should have known that this relationship would be disrupted if they failed to act with reasonable care. Defendants failed to act with reasonable care. Defendants engaged in wrongful conduct by threatening and or making demands that WME sever its economic relationship with plaintiffs. The relationship was disruptive. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' wrongful conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Prayer for relief. Wherefore plaintiffs pray for the following relief. One, for a money... For a money judgment representing the compensatory damages, including consequential damages, lost wages, earnings, and all other sums of money together with interest on those amounts, and an amount to be proven at trial, but in no event less than $400 million.
$400 million.
Imagine even thinking about that kind of money. I just can't. The penthouse. I'll have the penthouse. Right.
3 penthouses. 1 for butter, 1 for me.
Let's not pretend he wants his own penthouse. He just wants to be around people. The other one's for my stuff.
There would be an adjoining door between all 3 penthouses for Butters to use at his own discretion.
For Butters to use at his own. All right. For an award of money judgment for mental pain and anguish and severe and serious emotional distress as applicable and an amount to be proven at trial, for pre- and post-judgment interest, for punitive damages according to proof, for attorney's fees and costs incurred by plaintiffs as applicable, that's going to be a lot, and for such other legal and equitable relief as the court deems appropriate.
I mean, hell, even just to write this, I wonder how much that cost.
Holy crap, yeah. Demand for jury trial. Plaintiffs demand a jury trial on all causes of actionable trial. That's going to be interesting. All right, and that's the. Oh my God, it's over.
Oh,
it's over.
Oh my God.
6 hours and 31 minutes. That's all it took.
And my brain has been blade across my desk.
Yeah, well, I can't see it because there's not much, you know.
Can you feel it?
Ew. All right, everybody. I have no more time for small talk. If you were here this entire time, first of all, what the fuck? But second of all, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. I was supposed to do a stream at 1 talking about the Rachel Bryan divorce thing because I got the full documents on that. But unfortunately, after this, I can no longer commit to doing an entire divorce document reading. So I'm going to have to move that to Monday. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m., I will be talking about the What the Hell's case. It'll be a short stream. I'll be talking about the case that I'm going to be attending in person on February 5th. And that's all I have to say right now. So bye.
Nice.